For the Heart of a Rebellious Governess, written by Fanny Finch and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Matthew Somersby kept himself from tapping his foot as he checked his watch again. King's Gentlemen's Club did not hold reservations for more than 10 minutes past their scheduled start, and he wanted to make a good impression on the acquaintance he planned to take to the establishment. Lord Felton had business interests to discuss, and the quiet privacy of King's cigar room would be ideal if he ever arrived at their meeting place. They had agreed to meet on the corner of one of the large squares and go on foot, as it was built slightly outside the main hub, and the streets were narrow enough that the coach line stretched for a quarter mile. "Somersby, I presume?" a decorous voice said, and Matthew snapped the lid of his watch shut as he looked up. Lord Felton was older than himself by a handful of years. His dark suit was immaculate, and a single sparkling jewel glittered against the rich silk of his cravat. Everything from the set of his shoulders to the angle of his chin declared him a member of the ton. "Yes, Lord Felton." Matthew tipped his hat. "Please, if you'll follow me, I've reserved the private cigar room for us, so that we may discuss the finer points of our arrangement." "Lead the way." Lord Felton gestured vaguely with a single long-fingered hand, and Matthew turned to walk a half-step ahead of him. "I understand you are a busy man. Therefore, I've decided to save us some time where we would otherwise be idle waiting for our coach to approach the front doors." "That is much appreciated. I do have another meeting to attend following this." Matthew looked for the bookstore he used to mark the next left turn, but its distinctive sign with curling script was conspicuously absent, as was the tailor's shop that should have been on the corner. Had he walked past the first cross street, he couldn't double back without looking like a fool. He was the one who knew the area after all. He pressed on, taking the next right, hoping that would lead him to the right road. Immediately, he realised that he was off the path he needed to take. The street was smaller and meaner than any he had yet seen. He glanced back at Lord Felton, who had a hint of a sneer playing around his lips, but said nothing. He trusted that Matthew knew where he was going, distasteful though the streets were. He had never been anywhere that looked this way, but he had heard the descriptions. Men and women huddled in corners, begging for scraps, sleeping rough in the cold. They were in the slums. Matthew didn't even come to London when he could avoid it. It was a city you could smell before you saw it. Great clouds of stinking smoke belching from the factories, and when the season was over, he would be happy to retreat to Ramsbury with its clean air and fox hunts to pleasantly pass the time. The denizens of the streets looked like half people, bent almost double against the cold, their eyes dull in deep, hollow sockets. Their roving gaze took in the fine fabrics and clean skin that marked Matthew and Lord Felton as members of the gentry, and their expressions of hunger sharpened, having little to do with food. They needed to retreat, with haste, and Matthew realised there was nothing he could do but admit to his fault. "I'm sorry, Lord Felton. I've led us in the wrong direction. Please, come back this way." The hint of a sneer Lord Felton had sported deepened into a look of contempt. He rolled his eyes but remained quiet, following Matthew out of the alley without so much as a word. Matthew retraced his steps and was almost back to the corner where he had originally met Lord Felton when he heard the rhythmic patter of footsteps. They were growing louder. He stopped and turned toward the sound, forcing Lord Felton to draw himself up short, lest he collide with Matthew. The source of the footsteps did not have the alacrity to halt in time, and bare feet slid on the cobblestones made slick by the recent rain. The grey stone swirled with oily rainbows from a nearby candleworks, and the young boy careened right into Lord Felton, who threw both hands up in disgust, walking stick dangling from one arm. Matthew realised the child had been giggling when the high, burbling sound cut off as abruptly as a lock of hair falls when severed by shears. The boy danced back a few steps and looked down at his naked, grimy feet. Lord Felton stood frozen in shock, arms half raised as he looked down at the front of his suit. Sorry, my lord. The boy murmured without looking up at Lord Felton. You need to watch where you're going, boy, Lord Felton said. When the boy did nothing, Lord Felton took a step toward him with his walking stick raised. Do you hear me, boy? Lord Felton advanced on him. Look at this. You've stained my suit, you ignorant wretch. Is that how you talk to a child? The voice was fierce and feminine, and most of all, it lacked any honorific to address Lord Felton. Matthew turned to see a dark-haired woman storming up the alley. She wrapped her fingers around the boy's arm in a gesture that might have looked cruel or possessive had she not then put herself between him and Lord Felton. Who is really the ignorant wretch, she demanded of the lord. I guess money doesn't buy you any morals or manners. Excuse me? Lord Felton asked, clearly scandalised, putting a haughty note into his tone. He was not a small man, but he did not have to look down nearly as far as Matthew expected he might in order to focus on the woman. She tilted her chin only enough that she could look him in the eyes, the hazel of her own blazing. Money also doesn't guarantee you respect. Lord Felton drew in a great breath and puffed up his chest as he advanced on the woman. Matthew darted past him and put his body between the two of them. Now, Matthew said, raising the flats of his hands toward Lord Felton's chest. The boy already said he was sorry. Let us move along with our day. Someone ought to show this wench where her place is. Lord Felton brandished a finger toward her over Matthew's shoulder. There's no need to be hostile, please. Let's just go our separate ways. With all the affronted dignity he could manage, Lord Felton pulled on his lapels to tug his suit back into a semblance of order. He cast another look in the woman's direction, then said, I'll be waiting just around the corner for you. As Lord Felton disappeared, Matthew reached out a hand as if to steady the woman, but she jerked her shoulder away. He settled for words. Are you all right, madam? Madam, she scoffed, as if I need compassion from the likes of you. She turned away without another word, pulling the boy along by the arm. He turned his head back to look at Matthew, but soon enough they rounded a corner and were lost from his sight. No one had ever spoken to him that way. From Lord Felton's reaction, no one had ever spoken to him that way either. He was used to people bowing and scraping or grasping and scheming. Everyone wanted something from him. To have someone who wanted nothing to do with him was strangely exciting. It was almost refreshing. It was almost enough to make him forget he had someone waiting for him. As Matthew rounded the corner, he saw Lord Felton looking down at his suit and the grubby stains from the urchin's hands where he had slid to a stop. I'm terribly sorry about that. I confess I have not approached kings from this particular direction and found myself a little turned around. A little turned around? Lord Felton repeated with equal measures of disbelief and disdain. You led us first into a filthy slum, and then, when I was assaulted by the peasantry, you felt the need to stop and offer assistance to that mouthy woman. I was raised to treat every woman as if she were a lady. The fact that all the women he regularly encountered were, in fact, ladies, did not seem to cross Matthew's mind. Well, the majority of them are not, especially ones who walk alone in London, especially those who loiter in this part of London. Lord Felton shook his head. I believe our business is concluded. My lord, If you would only— Matthew trailed off as he saw the look Felton cast in his direction. In the eyes of Lord Felton, Matthew was one of the graspers, one of those people who wanted something from him, his money, his time, his influence. Matthew did not need anything from Felton in any distinct sense. Having Felton enter into a business venture would be extremely profitable, but Matthew was set to inherit a duchy with his brother. He could easily tell Felton to go on his way. There would be others who would be happy to offer their investment to try and curry favour with his house. Very well then, Matthew said. A good day to you, Lord Felton. Lord Felton seemed to expect another entreaty, and the ease with which Matthew gave up the chase surprised him. And good day to you, Somersby, Lord Felton said, straightening his waistcoat besmirched with alley slime, and made his way towards the end of the street where his coach waited. As Matthew walked back to his own coach and rode along the slightly bumpy road until he reached his family home, he thought of the boy's bare feet, covered in years of scrapes and calluses, with not a scrap of shoes in sight. If he didn't have the luxury of his name and his title, what might he have done in order to get Lord Felton to listen to him, to offer his support? What if he had to rely on the generosity of others in order to eat? Money also doesn't guarantee you respect. True enough, but rather, it should be said that money does not entitle one to respect. There is always someone richer, but plenty of people paid deference to those with more money, power, and influence, and the people to whom those three amounted to the same thing. The fearlessness with which she spoke to Lord Felton stuck in his mind. Matthew wished he had the freedom to say what he willed, but he felt caged by the very money and privilege that were supposed to allow him social mobility. As he ate dinner, he remembered the denizens of the slums with their hollow cheeks and sharp eyes. Lord Felton did not even see them as human, and without being able to see it from the inside, as Matthew had that day, he might not have treated them as anything more than chattel either. Matthew had always known, vaguely, that if he and his family were members of the upper crust in social standing, there had to be others at the bottom. Somehow, though, the bottom, he imagined, only extended to traders and merchants. He was rarely reminded that there were those who had no means to support themselves. He was asked during dinner if he was all right, and brushed off the question with the polite words expected when that question was asked. No one really wanted to know when you were not all right. And given everything he had seen that day, Matthew was decidedly not all right. There were people who suffered daily, and those who could make the most difference were the ones whose position at the top relied on the fact there were people at the bottom. Perhaps it was time someone with the means did something. Chapter 2. You take care now, the cook waved to Anna as she left the back door of the townhouse. Anna smiled by way of reply and offered a wave of her own, though she thought it was probably a thin and weary thing. Wednesday mornings meant the grocery rounds, where she delivered milk and bread to the large houses across the river for a profit of a few coins, and where she would have felt shabby even if she had dressed in her Sunday best. A chill hung in the air, and she pulled her shawl a little tighter around her as she made her way on foot down one of the less used roads that was, if not seedy, certainly far from the broad avenues frequented by the self-important rich. Wednesday afternoons meant lessons. Anna had been carrying so much around in her head that she had forgotten she was out of paper to show the children their letters and numbers. She changed directions in a moment, taking a side avenue toward where she knew she could find a stationery shop. The prices would be outrageous in a stationery shop, but mills had been shutting everywhere, and the places she used to get scrap paper from were closed and dark. She arrived at the shop, which was really little more than an abbreviated alcove with an awning stretching into the street, and looked at the selection. She only had 2 students today, so she could tide them over with a little of the expensive paper until she could find a place to get more scraps. "Anna!" She heard a surprised voice behind her and turned to find the smiling face of an old friend from her school days. She wore a white apron and cap over her long blue dress that was plain but made of good cloth. "Maisie, it's good to see you." Anna smiled and pressed her hand. She gave Maisie another looking over, then asked, "How have you been?" "Oh, it comes and goes, but I'm doing well for now. The lady of the house asked me to fetch some more of her favourite paper for her calling cards." Anna forced another smile onto her face. They were both miller's daughters, but Maisie had traded the freedom of working for her father's business for the security of a position in a high society household. She could figure sums better than some of the accountants Anna had seen come through the business, and she spent her days lacing stays and emptying chamber pots. It certainly wouldn't do to have the wrong paper for one's calling cards. Anna affected the accent of the ton and elicited a bright laugh from Maisie. The owner of the stationery cast a furtive glance between the two of them, offering up the stack of paper to Maisie, tied in a colourful ribbon. There was a clink of coins as Maisie handed over the money given to her by the mistress of the house. Anna selected the thinnest, greyest paper she could find and handed over her money too. Maisie tucked the sheaf of stationery into her basket and walked beside Anna as they moved away. "And how about you?" "I know times have been unstable." Maisie chose her words carefully. "Father's mill has been closed for 2 months now. The closures were only supposed to last a few weeks, and we had to release all our help. Without work for them to do, they would be a constant drain on our reserves." As it was, there was precious little of those reserves remaining, but Anna still had her pride, and she was not about to share what a dire state her family was truly in. "Is that for those kids you give the lessons to?" Maisie pointed at the pages Anna found herself twisting in her fingers. "Yes, Tommy is doing so much better. I really think that being able to connect the words he knew with the letters he sees on the storefronts has given him more confidence. I expect that he could be a paperboy here soon, able to read the road signs and numbers and make deliveries." "Listen." Maisie stepped in close and lowered her voice. "I know it's none of my business, and if you're happy with running groceries, then I understand. But I know you enjoy teaching children and seeing that look in their eye when they finally grasp something. My employer is looking for a governess to teach his 2 young ones. Would you like me to put your name forward?" In ordinary times, Anna wouldn't take tuppence from a member of the ton, but time makes fools of everyone, and there was no other income flowing into her family's coffers. "Yes, I confess I'd rather have the joy of teaching children than dropping off goods for the larder." "Excellent," Maisie said and lightly grasped her arm. "I'll send a note around with what they have to say. It would be lovely for us to see more of each other." "Have a beautiful day, Anna," Maisie said and bustled off down the street, continuing on her errands. As Anna approached the place where she taught the local urchins, she heard the sound of them kicking a ratty, leather-wrapped ball back and forth amongst the members of the group. Jack, at 10, was one of the bigger boys, and he ran over to give her a hug. "Anna," he shouted, "we've been running down the alleys to see who can get to the end first. Watch how fast I can go." "Jack, I don't think that's—" But before she could finish, he took off, bare feet pelting against the cobblestones. His laugh was high and free until 2 men stepped into the intersection, and Jack tried to stop but slid headlong into one of them. They were men who didn't belong here. That much was obvious from the rich colour and cut of their clothes. "Oh no," Anna murmured under her breath, aware that the rest of the children looked to her like a compass for how they should react. The man that Jack ran into raised his arms, clearly affronted. "Stay here and stay quiet," Anna said. The cluster of children nodded silently, and Anna approached the 2 men. Jack was standing apart from them, staring down at his feet. He was a shy boy, and the enthusiasm he showed Anna had been carefully cultivated over almost a year of lessons, along with others from the neighbourhood. She didn't even know what she planned to say, but she knew she had to defend him. As she approached, she heard the Lord admonishing Jack. "Do you hear me, boy?" The Lord advanced on him. "Look at this. You've stained my suit, you ignorant wretch." "Is that how you talk to a child?" She had to call out before she reached him, because the man raised his walking stick as if he were about to strike Jack. He stopped, and both men looked at her. One of them bore an expression of horrified bewilderment, while the other was still painted with anger. She stepped between the child and the Lord and put a hand on Jack's arm. "Who is really the ignorant wretch, she demanded of the Lord. "I guess money doesn't buy you any morals or manners." "Excuse me." He had an air of affronted dignity that only the truly wealthy could exude, as if everyone existed to serve at his pleasure, and the fact that she confronted him was the worst thing he could possibly imagine. She was tall, for a woman, but it still galled her that she had to look up to take in his face. He wanted someone to bully, and he had focused on the child. If nothing else, she could redirect that anger. Money also doesn't guarantee you respect. She had, quite deliberately, refrained from using any sort of formal address with him, knowing it would irritate a member of the upper crust like a burr under a saddle. He took a great, gasping breath and stepped forward as if he were about to lay hands on her. The other man, who had been standing in the background and slowly recovering his composure, intervened and stepped between the two of them. Now! He made a placating gesture toward the angry lord. "The boy has already said he was sorry. Let us move along with our day." Jack was pretending the whole thing wasn't happening. He would be quiet for weeks now. And just when she was starting to pull him out of his shell too, something terrible had to happen. "Someone ought to show this wench where her place is." His voice held the demand for justice against his perceived slight. Oh, if only Anna had £1 for every time a man had said she ought to be put in her place. She could buy enough supplies to really help the rabble of children she taught. "There's no need to be hostile, please. Let's just go our separate ways," the intercessor said. A war of emotions raged across the man's face. Before he schooled his features into submission, he tugged at the lapels of his suit, which did have a set of handprints near the hem. He transferred his stick to his other hand and told the younger man, "I'll be waiting just around the corner for you." The Lord turned away and made for the junction. Anna watched him go and noticed that the other man was extending his hand toward her, as if she were some delicate thing that needed to be checked for damage. When she recoiled from him, pulling her arm and shoulder back, he let his hand fall by his side and asked, "Are you all right, madam?" "Madam," she scoffed, "as if I need compassion from the likes of you." Anything he did for the two of them he would see as charity, as going above and beyond what he needed to do as a member of the aristocracy, offering his blessing on the lower classes. The thought made her sick. Before he could say anything else, she walked the other way down the alley, marching Jack back to the collection of children who peered out from behind the edges of buildings to watch the confrontation unfold. "Come along," she said as she arrived at their group. "It's time for your lessons." Tommy did very well that day, and what she had told Macy was the truth. If he were properly encouraged, he would be able to take on the job of being a runner, or a courier, or a paperboy with only a little more effort. He took to reading well, and she could tell he enjoyed being able to understand the signage from the enthusiasm with which he read them aloud to her as they walked. The lessons accomplished, Anna made her way across the river again and took care of paying their monthly portion to own and operate the mill, then to the mill itself to tidy and keep the dust at bay. It was a terrible expense with no more money flowing in, but it was better to maintain the premises so that when they could return to work, everything would still be in good order. By the time Anna reached the street with their small home, the smallest toe on her left foot had been pinched for hours, and she suspected that a blister was developing along the outer edge. The shoes she wore were not new but were well made. Did one's feet continue to grow in adulthood? At 22, I certainly hope I am finished with my growing, otherwise I'll be taller than whatever husband I can find. Because of the ill-fitting shoe, she was looking forward to little more than a nice cup of tea and being able to put her feet up for a few minutes before she had to clean the house. When she opened the door, the whole of the small house smelled of cabbage and chicken. "Welcome home," her father said with a clatter of pans from their corner kitchen. She smiled and shook her head. Somehow her father was able to dirty a dish just by looking at it. It probably took him half the contents of the kitchen to prepare the cabbage soup. She walked over and, sure enough, there was a pile of dishes stacked to the side. She kissed her father on the cheek as he lifted a chicken out of the roasting pan and onto a serving plate. He pulled a saucepan from the cupboard, poured the chicken juices into it. Then the roasting pan joined the ranks of soiled cookware. "A note arrived for you," he said as he whisked some of their dwindling supply of flour into cool water, trying to get the lumps out before thickening the gravy. She picked up the folded stationery and saw that it was from Lord Edmund Somersby, who Macy had mentioned earlier at the market. "Dear Miss Smith," it read, "our lady's maid mentioned your name as a candidate to be a governess for my 2 young children. It would please me greatly if you could attend our home at 10 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow, the 18th of April, to conduct a conversation regarding this position." It was signed by the Marquis himself, and Anna felt a smile break over her face. "How was your day?" her father asked as he poured the finished gravy into the serving bowl. "The children are doing much better in their lessons. Now they have all the letters and a few basic words. They are discovering new things every day." She decided not to mention the confrontation in the middle of the street with a self-important nobleman. "That's good to hear. Help me carry this to the table, will you, my dear?" Anna carried the pot of cabbage soup and set it down beside the plated chicken. It was an odd combination. The chicken was probably the last they would see for a while, and the cabbage soup was an indication of what was to come if they could not reopen the mill. Her brother Samuel was working to that end, and he should have returned already. Her father let out a long exhale as he sat down. Together, they blessed the meal, and just as Anna began to serve the food, the door opened and slammed shut. Samuel did not acknowledge either of them at first, walking from one end of the main room to the other, his face red, breath puffing as if he had just run a long way. "Sam, what is it? What's wrong?" Anna said, the ladle slowly dripping broth back into the soup pot. "It's these foul men who have put their love of coin above all else. They are willing to sacrifice lives, hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, and all for their precious land." It was his eternal complaint these days, as if Anna and her father were unaware of the effects of the Corn Laws. It is the nature of man to defend what he finds important, and the rich will always consider their wealth to be the most important thing to preserve. "Now, please, sit down and have some food. I don't know how you managed it, but you are flushed and pale at the same time. A meal will do you good." Anna gave her brother's shoulder a light touch and helped him off with his coat. She hung it on the leftmost peg by the door and returned to the table where Samuel was partway through a long sigh. "Long day then, brother?" she asked as she settled herself again. "Not the longest I've had recently," he hedged, "but exhausting all the same. It's hard to make people open their eyes to uncomfortable truths. So many would rather stay comfortably asleep. I hope you can rouse the necessary support before it is too late, their father said. I heard today that the threshold price of domestic grain has gone up again. Imports will be on hold until it's reached. We may not be able to hold out, and the mill may close down permanently. The pause and the softness with which he said the last word spoke volumes to Anna about the state of her father's thoughts. Richard Smith was a proud man who had built his business from nothing and neglected himself to care for his 2 children alone after his wife gave her life to bring Anna into the world. To see everything he had worked for ground to dust in the mechanism of government left him a withered flower. Is he getting thinner? Anna hadn't wanted to mention it when Samuel was around, because he believed that taking money from the rich was wrong, even more staunchly than she did. But she didn't see any other way around it. It will all be all right, Anna said. I have a prospect for another revenue stream. I encountered an old friend today, Macy, who said that her employers are looking for a governess to teach their 2 children. I have a meeting with them at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and I should be able to help keep us fed for a little while longer. She turned her eyes to Samuel. As long as the people are as close to waking up as you say they are. I know in the city it's easy for people to lose sight of the suffering their fellows experience out in the countryside. Samuel chewed thoughtfully, then nodded. Anna could tell he was not comfortable with her going to work for a member of the ton, but also that he knew their family needed an influx of funds. After dinner, Anna looked around their kitchen and surveyed the damage. A pool of congealed chicken grease held the end of a spoon crusted with the dried flour and water mixture. The tower of dirty dishes wobbled unsteadily when she took the first one off the top. She didn't mind taking the duty of cleaning, because she loathed cooking. No matter what she tried, her dishes came out either raw or burnt, and it took her hours to prepare each one. Their house divided tasks as equally as they could manage, each playing their role. She removed her shoes before she was finished with the dishes and found that, as suspected, there was a blister along the outside of her little toe. Setting aside the last spoon, she sighed with the contentment that came from finishing a task and prepared herself the cup of tea she had looked forward to all day. Anna breathed in the steam as she settled into her favourite chair, stretching her legs out in front of her on the small footstool. The tea was lightly scented with bergamot and ever so slightly sweet, without the addition of any sugar. Samuel emerged from his room and set water to boil for his own cup of tea, then made his way over and sat in the chair across from her, nearest the fire. You are still coming to the meeting? Yes. Of course, she replied. Why wouldn't I? I hope that your becoming a governess won't cloud your motivations. Attaching yourself to these wealthy people has made some people lose sight of what we're trying to accomplish. You needn't worry about that. How could I forget that these laws have ruined everything Father built? At any rate, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but I will anyway. If this lord likes you and takes you into his employ, you cannot say anything about our activities or our meetings. I'm a little insulted you felt it necessary to say anything at all. I've seen it happen, he said bitterly as he fixed his cup of tea. And I could not abide such a betrayal, not from my own sister, and not against the trade our father has worked so hard for. Good night, Anna. Good night. The coils of steam rising from her teacup reduced to a light mist, and she took the first tentative sip. It was still too hot and burned her mouth, but it was almost right. She found her hands shaking as she held the cup to blow on it, and she felt her stomach curl in anticipation and anxiety at the thought of the interview the next day. She hoped the Marquis was a good man, unlike the one earlier who had frightened Jack, like the majority of the lords she had encountered and heard about. When she retired and lay down in her bed, it was a long time before sleep came to claim her. Chapter 3. Matthew loved that his rooms were on the eastern side of the manor. It was a blessing to rise every morning with the sun streaming bright and cheery through the curtains, and a relief in the afternoon that they did not have the stifling air of those on the south or western exposure. The sight of the bright light allowed him to approach the day with vigour and strength, particularly after a night of good sleep such as the one he just had. Unfortunately, what otherwise might have been a lovely spring day was marred by an unseasonable chill. Almost the middle of April, and still the threat of snow hung in the air. He didn't want to remain cooped up inside all day, despite the less than favourable weather. He donned one of his heavier coats and decided to go walking around London. What he had seen yesterday made him rethink the situation of the poor. He heard about them the way one might hear about a war in a distant country. It was nothing that touched his life directly, so while it was a shame, it was one he felt he had no ability to influence, and so ignored. The sight of that woman walking up and getting right in Lord Felton's face about his treatment of a street urchin still stuck in his mind. The righteous anger she brought to bear was almost artistic in its execution. He had never seen anyone talk that forthrightly about their opinions, nor had he been treated with such disdain due to his position as a peer. As he walked the streets of the city, he saw more of the kind of folk as the day before, huddled in corners in threadbare coats, eyes sunken with hunger. They glared at him warily, but none made any move to approach or speak with him. Only a few streets away, the kind of people he associated with carried on with their lives in complete oblivion to the pains of their fellow man, and he wondered at how he might bring it to the attention of the rest of the wealthy. First and foremost, he supposed, he must convince those who did not already think so that there were more important things in the world than teas, luncheons, formal balls, and spending the afternoons in one another's drawing rooms, which was the way he had grown up. When he was younger, he hadn't paid attention to the intricate workings of who was visited and when. As he grew, he resented the obligations of his time with all the stubbornness of a youth who would rather be outdoors than observing etiquette. There was no doubt that his parents had loved both him and his brother greatly, but also that they had created, for lack of better words, a soft man. He had never been hungry, or cold, or without a dry change of clothes and a roof to keep off the rain. The greatest hardship he had endured was when he wanted a particular kind of horse and was forced to wait while the animal was bred and broken. Uncertain of his own actions and reactions, there was only one other person he could talk to who might understand the nature of his distress. Only one man had the same parents, and Matthew wondered if his brother had ever faced a similar crisis. Having walked around for several hours without paying heed to whether he turned left or right, he took a moment to observe the street signs and orientated himself accordingly. He determined that his brother's townhouse would only be a walk of 10 or so minutes, and although it was still early in the morning, it was not so early that calling on them would be unseemly. Matthew arrived and waited in their foyer while he was presented by the butler. A few minutes later, Edmund emerged from the back of the house with a smile on his face that lit his brown eyes. "Matthew, it's good to see you." Older than Matthew by 2 years, and broader in shoulder as well, when Edmund clapped him on the back with his free hand, it stung a little. "You're right on time." "On time for what?" Matthew asked, worried that he had somehow forgotten about a social engagement his brother was putting on. "Interviewing for a new governess. Our lady's maid suggested someone she knows personally who will be able to tutor the children. I would love to have your opinion of her." "Absolutely," Matthew agreed. "I intruded on your morning. It's the least I can do." "Excellent." We set the meeting for 10. so she should be arriving shortly. Christine and I are just finishing a light breakfast in the parlour. Care to join us?" "It would be my pleasure, thank you." Matthew agreed and followed his brother to the back of the house. A small table was set up by the window overlooking a small, tidy garden. A selection of pastries, fruit, and cheeses were laid out on dishes, with a matching pattern of lemon and blue lattice. "Morning, Matthew," the lady of the house said, by way of greeting, and took a sip of her tea. "Good morning, Christine," Matthew said in reply, and took a seat in the third chair which had just been placed by an attentive servant. "Thank you," Matthew said to the man, suddenly very aware of the fact that he had always taken for granted the 1,000 ways in which the servants of a great house made life easier. He not only had no worries of going hungry, he didn't even have to cook his own food. It appeared on platters in the dining room at pre-arranged times, and all he had to do was make his way there. "Wait until they've finished eating!" Matthew heard from the hall a moment before Edmund and Christine's 2 children, Mary and Robert, burst in and ran around the edge of the table toward their uncle. "Matty!" Mary cried, as she flung her little arms around his neck. "We didn't know you were coming." "It's a pleasant surprise to see the 2 of you as well. It's almost been a month since I saw you last, and look how much you've grown." "Oh, Mama, can you measure us against the height markings again?" Robert asked. "Maybe later," Christine said. "There is a young woman arriving soon and we'd like you to meet her. She may become your governess." "I want to meet her now." "She isn't even here yet, dear. And there are some things we want to ask her first before you meet her, so you don't get attached if we don't want to hire her. How about you go along and play with Nurse, and we'll call you in when we're ready?" Christine said to the excitable Mary. "All right," the girl said, and gave a half-hearted kick to the ground with the toe of her shoe, and glanced at her brother, who still seemed caught up in the excitement over the news. The nurse still stood at the entrance to the room and reached out for the children's hands as she turned away from the parlour. "How have you been lately, Matthew?" Edmund asked as he relaxed back in his chair with his teacup. "Oh, I've been doing all right for myself, I suppose." He couldn't bring up the reason for his visit, not with Christine there. "And how did your meeting with Lord Felton go yesterday?" "Ah, it didn't." "Really? Did he miss the engagement?" "No, we were waylaid when we were going to the club, and he elected not to have the meeting after all," Matthew replied. He was hoping that Edmund wouldn't ask any further, prying questions when the butler rapped on the open door to get the attention of the lord and lady. "Miss Smith has arrived, and she is waiting in the foyer." "Excellent, Rupert. Thank you. Please show her in." The valet inclined his head and gave a half bow, the heels of his shoes clicking on the marble as he retreated. "There is nothing I enjoy more than a good cup of tea," Edmund said and peered into the depths of his cup. It was a trivial thing to say, and at any other time, Matthew might have dismissed it. There were people freezing to death on the streets of London who would kill for a hot cup of tea, but he said nothing. "Gentleman and lady, this is Miss Anna Smith," Rupert said, and the 3 of them looked in the direction of the valet's voice. Matthew's heart staggered in his chest. The woman framed by the doorway was the very same who had defended the child in front of Lord Felton the day before. She clearly recognised him too, or else she was prone to being startled and blushing. She had been standing quietly beside the butler with the erect deportment of a young lady, but when her eyes fell on Matthew, she went still as a deer at a sudden sound. "Miss Smith," Edmund said, breaking the moment, "please, have a seat." He gestured to a rail-back chair that sat a few feet from the table by the window. Her eyes roved over the scene for a moment. Then she gave a weak smile as she gathered her skirts and sat with her hands on her knees. "Thank you, my lord." Her voice seemed to tighten when she said Edmund's title. Matthew was aware of the fact that he was still staring at her, but she was the only person in the room who was moving a measurable amount. She was the centre of the action. It was only natural that the eye was drawn to her, wasn't it? Miss Smith, as you already know from my note, I am Edmund Somersby. This is my wife Christine. He gestured, and my brother Matthew. It's lovely to meet you, Christine said with genuine warmth in her tone. She was one of those women who finds reasons to be jealous, despite their husband's utter adherence to propriety, and yet, despite the fact that Anna was a beautiful young woman, Christine was not watching her husband for how he reacted to her. Perhaps it's because of how I'm reacting to her. He tried to put the thought aside as he realised it was his turn to say something. Yes, it is nice to make your acquaintance, Matthew said. My brother happened to stop by this morning, and I asked for his opinion on our choice of governess. I hope you don't mind. Anna looked over to Matthew, her eyes a mix of defiance and trepidation. No, I don't mind at all. Excellent. Well, I think we should dive right in then, Edmund said, and looked expectantly at his wife. How much experience do you have with children, both tending and tutoring? Almost 10 years, my lady. I began by watching over young children while their parents attended church, and then, for the last few years, I have been teaching letters and numbers to some of London's less fortunate youth. And what degree of success have you had with teaching the city's impoverished young? Matthew caught the faintest twitch at the corner of Anna's eye as she responded. Several of them have gone on to acquire apprenticeships as a result of the education I provided them with. The questions went on from there, inquiring as to her own education, but Matthew barely heard the answers she gave about which subjects were her favourites and what she found most challenging when teaching young children. He was still entranced by her beauty, and the measured responses she gave to the interview still hinted at the fire she had underneath. When he was able to pull his gaze away, he noticed that Edmund and Christine both had faint smiles on their faces. They liked her. Matthew found himself hoping they decided to hire her so he could see her again, perhaps even often, and learn more about her. We would have you meet the children before making your final decision, but I think I speak for both of us when I say you seem to be right for the position, Edmund said, and Christine nodded her agreement. I would like that very much, thank you, Anna said and folded her hands in her lap. Edmund rang a small silver bell sitting beside his plate, with a half-eaten cold sandwich, and Matthew saw the slight hitch in Anna's complexion once more. She hated the rich, absolutely, and Matthew had the impression she was taking the position because her desire to help children was stronger than her hatred. Mary and Robert contained themselves and, instead of running screaming into the room as they had before, approached the group of adults with polite decorum. Mary curtsied and Robert bowed from the waist. They were a little unpolished, but that would be fixed with time. They talked briefly, and he saw true delight in Anna's eyes as she complimented Mary on her dress and asked what her favourite thing to learn was. Reading is my favourite, too. There are hundreds of books I would love to show you. And what about you, Robert? I don't really like anything. I'd rather be outside. Perhaps the natural sciences for you, then. You can learn all sorts of things by going outside, and then you can reference the books that help you understand them if you want to know more. Robert seemed to consider that for a moment, before nodding his head. Edmund and Christine smiled at each other. Well, Miss Smith, would you like to take on the position of governess? I would like that very much, she said, her pink lips parting in a smile. Then it is settled. Are you able to start tomorrow? Yes, my lord, she replied with an earnest nod. Matthew smiled along with her, and he hoped that everyone at the table took it as merely happiness that his niece and nephew would have a good governess. Anna rose and took Edmund's extended hand to shake. She glanced briefly in Matthew's direction before looking once more to her new employer. Just before she turned to leave, Matthew said, "It was lovely to meet you, Miss Smith." The smile curving her lips turned a little rueful. "It was lovely to meet all of you too." She swept her gaze around the room once, taking in furnishings and occupants both, then made her exit. "It will be good to have a governess in the house," Edmund said, and Christine's eyes snapped sharply in his direction for the first time that morning. Then she looked back at Matthew and seemed to relax. "Matthew," she said, "would you care to stay and join us for lunch today?" Yes," he said distractedly. He was still pondering on Anna Smith. She was a perfectly behaved young lady throughout the whole interview, well-dressed, proper, and with an accent and pattern of speech that marked her to be at least of decent standing in London. There was nothing of the fire from the day before. Part of him wanted to tell Edmund that if she were ever out with the children, she would protect them fiercely, but in order to do that, he would have to reveal having met her, which would lead to him having to reveal that he had been in the slums the day before. "I'll drop by again tomorrow if that is all right with you," Matthew said as he left after their luncheon. "I would like that," Edmund said. "We live in this same stinking city, and yet I don't see you nearly as often as I should. Don't make yourself a stranger." "I won't. See you soon." Edmund, at least, was none the wiser about his reasons for the visit. Chapter 4. Anna's heart beat out a staccato pattern against her ribcage as she walked away from the townhouse. They were going to pay her enough to keep her family from ruin. It wasn't nearly enough to replace what they had been earning from the mill, but by the end of the month it would cover one more instalment with what they still had already set aside and be able to purchase food. She had to keep herself from skipping down the street like a schoolgirl at the prospect. She got to teach children and help her family. It was the best situation she could have hoped for, except for his brother. The hummingbird feeling in her heart stopped almost immediately and was replaced by cold dread, stopping her in her tracks. What if he tells his brother about our encounter yesterday? What if Matthew, seeing as I know his name now, decides to be as cruel and petty as I've seen people like that acquaintance of his are? She had been rude to him as well as to his abrasive companion. Would a word from him be enough to have Lord Somersby rescind his offer of employment? Those thoughts occupied no small part of her mind as she moved through the rest of her day. She took the afternoon to give Tommy some extra attention on his figures, as he was much better with reading and writing. "You did very well today, Tommy," she said and ruffled his hair. "I'll see you again soon." "Thank you, Miss Anna," he said and scampered off into the gathering twilight. She made her way to the warehouse, where their meeting was being held, her shawl wrapped tightly around her. Truly, April had no business being so chilly. She took a longer route than was strictly necessary, and although she had no real reason to believe that someone would be marking her, it was always wiser to take precautions and then find out later that they were not required. The last few meetings had seen thin crowds, with only a few dozen people. The out-of-work mill workers had gathered what allies they could, but others were slow to join, and they didn't have the presence that the rural communities did. They wouldn't change anything if their numbers stayed so small. That was the trick, to be invisible until you were large enough that you could not be ignored. Anna checked the road behind her one last time and, finding it empty, she slipped inside the door of the warehouse, the air almost stiflingly warm from the number of men and women gathered within. A quick glance around the room told her that their regular supporters were all in one place, when they were usually scattered across the city. Furthermore, they accounted for only half the occupants. There had to be at least 200 new people. Beaming, she moved closer to the centre of the room, where Samuel was busily in conversation with a small knot of people, and there was only a low hum of chatter despite the number of supporters gathered around. They were all waiting in anticipation for what Samuel had to say. He clapped one of the men on the shoulder, then climbed up onto a crude stage assembled from a patchwork of crates. The low murmur turned to silence as Samuel cleared his throat and raised both hands. He never planned what he was going to say beyond a few points, and used no aids for his speech other than the power of his personality and a strong baritone voice. Welcome, friends and neighbours, brothers and sisters. Thank you for attending this meeting. For those of you who do not know who I am, my name is Samuel Smith, and my story is much the same as many of yours. I was born of common birth and raised to complete an honest day's work. My father built a thriving business as a miller and spent most of the last 20 years endeavouring to make it succeed. Now, our mill stands shuttered, and we are half a step from paupers. It was an exaggeration, but Samuel wasn't only speaking as himself, as a miller's son. He had to make himself a symbol. He enhanced their situation to capture the attention of the people who were truly suffering in the face of the Corn Laws. I am Samuel Smith, a common man without need of gold or luxuries. I require only the necessities which make for a good man: a good meal, a decent wage, fair opportunities, and the abolishment of these abhorrent laws which have changed all of our lives for the worst. The gathered crowd broke into scattered applause, and Anna was happy at the response he was already receiving from them. It gave her hope. He was brave enough to be the face of their movement, something she knew she could never bring herself to do. Thank you, Samuel said as the clapping died away. He paused a moment for effect before continuing. I know that most of you are tired, weak, frail. The uncertainty of these times makes it hard to sleep when you don't know where your next meal is coming from. Those missing meals have withered the body and made it so that if an opportunity presented itself, you would not have the strength to take it. I am here to reassure you that if you stand with me, with us as one, we will make a difference. We will stop the power-hungry tyrants ruling us. We must all stand united and defend our right to live with dignity. Shouts joined the clapping, and Anna wanted to lift her voice and join in with them. She admired her brother's conviction and motivation to do what was necessary to right the wrongs the common people had suffered since the introduction of the legislation. It was supposed to support domestic grain production, but with the weather so unseasonably cold, they were unlikely to have much of a harvest. The grain would be even more expensive, and more people would starve. How do we make them listen? A voice shouted from the crowd, and Samuel turned his head in the direction of the sound. You cannot make anyone listen. You cannot make anyone see. What we have to do is let our actions stand for themselves. We need to demonstrate that we will not stand for their behaviour. We cannot change the world by writing a few sternly worded letters. Samuel's calls to action before had been just that. They were appeals to reason addressed to their parliamentary representatives. Those having fallen on deaf ears, apparently, he believed they needed to be more active, but at the same time she worried about the nature of his encouragement and whether more people would be harmed in the name of drawing public attention to the problem. Anna looked around at the audience. Many of them stared raptly at her brother, and she knew that they would follow him through fire. They would leave behind everything they knew for the chance to make something better. Some looked as concerned as Anna felt, and she wondered if it was because they doubted whether their actions would make any sort of difference, or because they shared her same fears. In the guttering light of the lamps hanging high on the walls, she recognised a profile that was becoming a far too common sight. Matthew Somersby, the brother of her new employer, was listening to a speech that was rising the general populace against his echelon of society. But he didn't look enraged. He didn't look afraid. He was intrigued. Before Anna could consider the issue further, there was a disturbance at the edges of the crowd and official-sounding voices shouting, "Constables!" The cry went up from the other side of the room. The effect was immediate and shocking. People scattered, running for every possible exit. The press of bodies thick against the doorways as everyone tried to avoid being the last person out. No one wanted to starve, but no one wanted to get arrested either. When Anna looked up again, Samuel was no longer on his stage of crates, and she couldn't see what had happened to him. Hopefully, the young men he kept stationed nearby had helped shuffle him to safety when the raid started. Looking back to where she had seen the face of Matthew Somersby, she found him also missing. The shiny caps of the constables marked them easily in the crowd, and Anna saw them making their way through the people who remained. She joined the flow of people moving toward one of the doorways farthest from the constable's current path, but found it to be the most crowded. There was no way to slip along the wall from the side either, as the press of bodies was already 4 deep and growing. She was caught in the middle of the throng, and the air was crushed from her lungs by the weight of the mob, trying desperately to escape. Her vision grew dark around the edges, and just as she thought the blackness would take her, her feet left the ground and she was buoyed up a foot or so, lofted on the mass below. Then the tide spilled out into the cold night, the air like a knife in her lungs, unprepared for the drastic change. The net of people who had been supporting her dissipated instantly, and she fell awkwardly to the pavement, landing on her left foot first. Her ankle rolled beneath her and she crumpled, her elbow hitting the cobbles. A hand pulled her up and set her on her feet. She didn't even get a chance to see who it belonged to as people fled into the night. She gathered up her skirts and joined them. She had just gotten an offer of employment, and if any of the houses had spies in attendance and word got back. She wondered for a moment if Matthew could be a spy for his brother, but put the notion out of her mind almost as quickly. He was far too absorbed in Samuel's words to be merely remembering them for another. He showed genuine interest in their cause. But a member of the ton taking an interest in such a low complaint? When she was no longer part of a fleeing horde, Anna slowed her pace to a walk and took a series of deep, calming breaths to ease her racing heart and putting a hand to the stitch in her side. She hadn't run with that kind of free abandon since she was a child, about the age of Mary, who could be no more than 10. When she turned, a familiar silhouette stood beside her in the night. Chapter 5. Matthew left Edmund's house with his head filled with thoughts of their new governess. She was quickly becoming his new fascination. There was a clear need for people to help the poor, but the poor also had a clear hatred for the rich. Anna would hardly accept employment by his brother. How could he expect someone who had even less contact with the aristocracy to take their offers of help seriously? A thought struck him then. What if he dressed as a commoner and gave out food, blankets, and sundries that he could afford to give, but have them come from the hands of someone who looked like the folk he was trying to help? He looked around, as if expecting a fairy tale spirit to be standing there with a change of clothes. Then he realized a crucial flaw in his plan. If he went and purchased clothes, they would look new. They might be undyed and plain, but he knew he was vain enough that he would want to keep warm while making his rounds. That would mean that in addition to being new, they would be of good quality, unless he layered himself repeatedly with inferior cloth. Perhaps he could get away with something his servants wore until he could acquire more suitable clothes. He looked through the laundry bags until he came up with a mismatched set of clothes that did not display his livery colours. The shirt was a little tight across the shoulders, and the trousers a little loose through the thigh, but they would suit. In fact, it was better that the pieces were ill-fitting and stained. Matthew recognised with a jolt of guilt the appearance of a wine stain from when he had bumped into his valet the day before. Adorned in plain garb, he went out into the streets again and realised the second flaw in his plan. If he were to give food to the hungry, what would he give? Bread was the most obvious choice, but man cannot live on bread alone. Further, the bakeries he passed were charging outstanding rates even for loaves baked the day before, already more closely resembling stones than food. Despite the prices, he bought a few squat brown loaves from several different bakeries so that he wouldn't cause any of them to sell out of their wares. Making his way through the slums of London, he handed out the bread to the feeblest and frailest first. Matthew bought more bread and repeated his rounds twice more that day. Sometimes the recipients cried, sometimes they pressed his hand and gave him a heartfelt thanks. One man even relayed the story of how he ended up in poverty, and by the end, Matthew found himself blinking hard to arrest tears. While he had never known hunger beyond mere discomfort, nor been cold for longer than it took to return to a warm and familiar hearth, the stories touched a deep well inside him. He had known disappointment, had opportunities stolen, and been in the wrong place at the wrong time. He could understand how those circumstances could pile on top of one another until the whole unsteady stack fell. One of the common threads in the stories was the advent of the Corn Laws and how they had led many of the people he encountered to ruin. A young woman, who would have been pretty, if not for a few missing teeth and hair badly in need of washing and combing, told him about a meeting regarding the legislation happening that evening at Hollark Warehouse. A few pantomimed directions later, and Matthew knew the location of the meeting, he debated with himself over whether or not he should go. On one hand, it would be good to understand the complaints of the people. On the other hand, he didn't want to run afoul of anyone who might suspect he was more than he appeared. After a couple of hours of deliberation, he decided to go. There were more people than he expected to be, though, in truth, he was not certain about what exactly he had been expecting. He arrived late, and there was a man standing on a pile of crates, already making an impassioned speech. He called for action from his fellow men to rise up and make their voices heard against a greedy and uncaring elite ruling over them. The man's fire was undeniable, his mien honest and open. If Matthew wanted to defend the reasons for the Corn Laws, well, that only proved that he was a member of that reviled upper class. And yet, even Matthew felt inspired. There was a tension in the air like the moment before lightning strikes the ground. Matthew could feel himself being gathered up with the rest of the crowd, a rapt audience. The spell of the man's soliloquy was broken by a scuffle from the outer edge of the people gathered to watch the speech. He didn't know what it was at first, until the cry of "Constables" thundered over the man rallying the people. He was quickly pulled down off his stage of crates, hopefully by people who were familiar to him and not the constables. Matthew froze and only turned to run when someone already rushing toward one of the exits caught his hand and pulled him around. The man who had been speaking was nowhere in sight. Ahead of him, a young woman stumbled, and he helped her up without thinking, then kept running. Outside, the listeners spread out in every direction, making it impossible for the constables to track them all. His burst of speed and strength faded, having been brought on by the sheer panic that he would be arrested along with a group of rabble-rousers. He slowed to a walk and realised that it was far too long since he had engaged in any meaningful exercise, and found that keeping himself upright in the saddle of a galloping horse on the odd fox hunt was hardly sufficient. The woman ahead of him turned, and Matthew found that it was none other than Anna Smith. Before he could stammer out a greeting, she took a few steps in his direction and demanded, "What are you doing? What do you mean?" He replied, feeling quite the simpleton. "Are you trying to get us in trouble?" She added for emphasis. No, of course not. I was already in the area." Anna raised a sceptical eyebrow, though a laugh escaped her lips. "You were in the area?" "Yes, in fact I was." She shook her head, then glanced around at the sound of footsteps. She grabbed him by the arm and turned him around, so they were walking back in the general direction of the warehouse at a measured, stately pace. The feel of her hand on his arm was not unpleasant, but it was unnerving. He opened his mouth. "What?" "Shh!" She cut him off with a hiss, and another group of constables ran past, ignoring them completely. As soon as they were half a block ahead, she let his arm go and walked a respectable distance away from him on the pavement. He became suddenly aware of the fact that his forearm felt cold. They were looking for people running away from Hollark, Anna said. She turned and led them down a side street, then back away from the warehouse. "Why are the constables here in the first place?" She gave him an appraising look. Apparently liking what she saw, she decided to speak. "Because they are trying to keep people from rebelling." Matthew was so stunned that his lips fell open in a wordless gesture of disbelief. Anna took it as a cue that he had misunderstood her. "They are trying to stop the common people from fighting for their rights." They walked in silence for one step, then two. "I'm sorry this is happening," Matthew said. "I didn't have a clue." "That doesn't surprise me. This morning, your brother left half a sandwich on his plate, beside a veritable assortment of other baked goods. A man who has the luxury of being that cavalier with bread is clearly above the concerns of the corn laws, beyond shuffling his ledgers to account for the increased expense. My brother isn't a bad man. If I thought he was, I wouldn't have accepted his offer of employment. All I am saying is that he has the means to ignore the people suffering in the streets of London. I have those same means, and until recently I was also content to ignore them. No longer. Perhaps you'll turn out to be a decent man, Mr. Somersby. I would, however, ask that you make no mention of this meeting among members of your circle." Matthew repressed a decades-old instinct to correct a person about his title and said something completely different. "Please, Miss Smith, allow me to walk you home this evening. The streets are not safe." "The streets are never safe. I walk home by myself every day, light or dark, and I see no reason why I should alter my behaviour. But all the constables are otherwise occupied chasing down rabble-rousers. It would trouble my mind to think of you walking quite alone." "I'm afraid your mind will be troubled then. Good night, Mr. Somersby." Had she stressed Mr. in place of a title just there? The small smile playing around her lips suggested that she had done that very thing. "Thank you for rescuing me," he called to her retreating form. She half turned and bobbed her head in a brief nod, then continued into the night. When Matthew arrived at home, his parents had recently returned from the theatre, and a late supper was being prepared in the kitchens. Afraid of not being recognised and having the valet turn him away at the front door, he made his way around the back of the house and thence to the servants' entrance. He managed to slip past the kitchen, scullery and pantry unseen, but as he tiptoed past the sitting room, he heard the unctuous voice of his least favourite person. "Where are you going, looking like a thief in the night?" The comment was loud enough that it drew the attention of the servants moving around, preparing the meal. He decided to ignore the question itself. "I'll be with you in a moment, Uncle." The valet was moving past just then, and stopped to stare, as did the rest of the servants. Matthew was dressed as they were, and he realised with no small amount of guilt that the valet was looking at the young lord of the house wearing his wine-stained coat, one which had been deposited in the laundry. What they must have thought, Matthew had no idea, but their expressions were a mix of horror and curiosity. 10 minutes later, washed and dressed in clothes befitting his station once more, Matthew returned to the sitting room downstairs to hear what his uncle had to say. "So, boy, why were you out for a lark dressed like one of the common folk?" "I don't see that it's any of your business." "Would you say that it's your father's business?" "It's less his business than it is yours." Now, there we disagree. John scratched at the perpetual stubble on his chin as he approached Matthew. "I think that either it's my business or your father's, and you get to decide which one of us you answer when you're asked about it." "If my father asks me, I will address it with him then." John's mouth twisted to something that might have been a sneer or a scowl and drank off the last of his glass in one swallow. "So that's how it's going to be." Again, Matthew chose to ignore the question. "I'll see you at dinner, Uncle." He knew better than to let John Somersby rope him into a conversation where only the two of them were present. He was prone to rambling and to outbursts when interrupted. Thus, a conversation might go on for the better part of an hour with only one party doing the talking. Even among other company, John tended to be long-winded, and Matthew had long since resigned his uncle's words to a low, annoying hum in the background as he replayed the events of the day and pushed food around on his plate, not eating much. Then he felt guilty at the food put in front of him when there were so many going hungry that night. "The constables were out in force tonight. They rounded up a bunch of rebels in the slums. Good riddance, I say." Matthew's heart tightened, and he wondered if his uncle were getting all the pieces of a gambit together in case he needed to use them to trap Matthew. Then he saw the way John's eyes were slightly unfocused and realised that he was just trying to make himself sound important. All John did was gossip, hearing and retelling the basest rumours. No one knew Matthew had been there. Despite an overwhelming lack of engagement in the topic, John pressed on, trying to elicit a reaction from his dinner fellows. His ranting waged on until the dessert course, by which time the Duke of Ramsbury and his wife had exchanged more than one exasperated glance, and Matthew could almost hear his parents' unspoken conversation. "Why do we let him into our house? He eats our food and drinks our spirits, and is a bigger rumour-monger than a fishwife at a market." "Yes, dear, but he's my brother, and we should care for him in the ways we can. Worthless, jobless rabble, standing around when they ought to be making something of themselves. These people need to know they are getting exactly what they deserve and shouldn't get a penny for work they haven't done. Anything else is a blow to the industrious spirit which allowed us to defeat Napoleon." Matthew sat up straighter to argue, then realised that he was too exhausted to debate the point adequately. If he made an attempt, he would inevitably give up for using one too many fallacies. Then his uncle would laugh in his face and take it as evidence that he was right in his assertions. "May I be excused?" Matthew asked, pushing his plate away. "Yes, of course," his father said, and made a dismissive motion with one hand. "Good night, son," his mother called as he turned toward the stairs. "Night," John offered, without taking his eyes off his plate. Matthew was nearly to the stairs when he heard his uncle add to his previous statement, "Such a waste, that boy." Matthew let the comment roll off him without sticking like water off a duck's back. That night, as he lay in his bed waiting for sleep, his thoughts were of Anna and the meeting. The man's words had been transfixing. Matthew had found himself mesmerised. The smaller, but no less significant, part of his mind was devoted to the firebrand of a woman who stepped into a street fight to defend a young boy. the woman who offered a hand up where he otherwise might have been trampled. He looked forward to dropping in on his brother tomorrow and anticipated seeing her again. Chapter 6. With the same care she had taken on her way to the meeting, Anna made her way back home and found the windows dark. Their father retired early, but Samuel was still out. She made herself a cup of tea, but still, he did not return home. She opened a book and did little more than stare at the pages as she reviewed the events of the day. She had seen that man again, Mr. Somersby. Lord Somersby, she supposed, and rolled her eyes. What on earth was he doing in the slums with that other lord? What was he doing attending a meeting of the anti-Corn Law movement dressed in the guise of a commoner? Why was he crossing her path at every turn? With a sudden start, she remembered that she was to report to his brother's house in the morning. The hand holding the teacup began to tremble, wondering if Matthew would report her activities to Lord Somersby. No. That would require him to acknowledge that he himself had attended the meeting. He would stay quiet, if only for that. The children had seemed nice enough when she met them, but their parents were in the room and watching their every move. Every child puts on their best behaviour in front of those they want to please. She was used to teaching poor children who were desperate to learn. They were excellent students, if only for the fact that they wanted the knowledge and put in the effort required to master the subjects. What if Mary and Robert were two spoiled little brats who thought that their father's money could buy their way through life and took their studies less seriously as a result? She was so absorbed in her thoughts that the next sip of her tea was stone cold. She had a terrible habit of not finishing a cup while it was still warm, and it always infuriated her. How hard was it, really, to drink the last inch or so in the bottom of the cup before getting distracted? She set more water to boil to make herself another cup and made a note of how low their reserves of tea were. It was not yet so expensive as bread, but she resolved to purchase more before it was in truly high demand, so they would have enough to see them through. She drank her second cup, all of it that time, and waited for her brother for 3 hours. When he hadn't returned, she forced herself to go to bed. When worries about her new employment tried to creep back into her mind, she squashed them before they could take root. It would not do to enter into the arrangement with reservations or doubts, and she would only be looking for reasons to dislike the family. When she rose in the morning, the house was still quiet, and she hoped fervently that Samuel had not been caught by the constables. Her father had not been feeling well of late. Part of it was due to the unseasonable chill, Anna was certain, but she suspected another part was that he was bereft of purpose, despondent, because he had to rely on his children to take care of him. It was a hard thing for a proud man. Anna said goodbye to her father through the closed bedroom door and made her way out into the thin, grey sunlight. It was threatening to rain again, and Anna wished she had thought to bring a parasol. Unsure of whether a governess was considered to be on the same level as a servant, she decided to be safe and walk around the back of the row of houses, as she did for grocery deliveries. The cook answered the door and looked her up and down with an expression of confusion. "Pardon me, but who exactly are you?" "Miss Smith, at your service." Anna bobbed a curtsy. "I'm the new governess." "Heavens, child, go round the front. The butler will show you in." "Thank you." Anna barely got the words out before the cook closed the door, presumably to return to making breakfast for the lord and lady. It galled her somewhat to be called a child by a woman who was on the near side of 40, but Anna knew she had always looked young for her age, and so let it go. The row of townhouses the Somersbys occupied was a long one, and by the time she made the loop around to the front door, she was very nearly late on the first day of her employment. She schooled her features into a pleasantly neutral arrangement and waited for the butler to answer the door. When he did, his eyes lit with recognition that she was a new member of the house's staff and showed her into the front parlour. It was different than the one where her interview had been conducted, and far more formal. "Lord Somersby will be in to see you in a few minutes," the valet said, and departed. He offered her no refreshment, but then she was not a guest. Left to her own devices, she took the time to look around and familiarise herself with the room. It was the very embodiment of opulence. The curtains gathered at the sides of the large windows were heavy cream silk. The ceiling was plated in gold tiles that reflected light and lent a rich warmth to the space. A sideboard held crystal decanters of fine spirits, and in the corners sat exotic artefacts, the origins of which Anna could not even begin to place. She had never been in such a lavish place, and decided that even if she had the opportunity, she would not live in a space adorned in such a way. Perhaps her views were only because she was unaccustomed to such furnishings, but it all seemed so unnecessary. Less than 5 minutes after she had taken a seat, Lord Somersby entered, trailed by his 2 children. She rose as the 3 of them came in and fixed her attention upon the children. "Good morning, Miss Anna," Mary and Robert said in unison, offering earnest, if clumsy, bow and curtsy to her. "Good morning, Mary." "Good morning, Robert," Anna said with a nod to each of them, then looked up at her benefactor. "Good morning, my lord." As it always did, the formal address stuck in her throat, but she felt she covered it well enough. "And a good morning to you too, Miss Smith. Do you have a preference on where I conduct the children's lessons?" "Anywhere you like, and anywhere that suits the purpose. We do, however, have a library that should be well appointed as a learning space." "I would like to see it, if you do not mind," Anna said and removed her gloves, folding them and tucking them away. "Of course, I will show you the way. Come along, children." They followed quietly and dutifully as Lord Somersby led the group deeper into the townhouse and up a flight of stairs. Just as Anna was beginning to think she would have to draw a map to keep track of the path to the library, he stopped and said, "Here we are." He pushed open the double doors to reveal one of the most beautiful spaces Anna had ever seen. The formal parlour was too much, to be sure, but the library was exquisite. 3 broad windows overlooked the quiet garden at the rear of the home, and the high ceiling could easily have accommodated another floor above them. The curtains were heavy, dark velvet, and the walls were panelled in rich burgundy wood. The walls had a brass rail running along the top for the ladder, which allowed for reaching the volumes on higher shelves, and there were an assortment of tables and chairs in small, intimate groupings. Anna's eyes fell on a large, heavy desk. It was broad and deep enough that she could sit on one side, and the children could sit on the other, facilitating a teaching environment like the one she was used to, close enough to watch over her students as they worked. The difference, of course, was that they would be sitting at a desk instead of crouching on the cobblestones. That, and upon opening one of the drawers, Anna saw that she would never lack for fine quality paper. "I believe this will be perfect. Thank you, my lord. Absolutely. The education of a child is not a thing to be taken lightly. If there is anything you require, please let one of the staff know, and it will be arranged for you." Immediately, Anna thought of how she could use this new position to acquire extra materials and help the children she taught on the streets of London. "Thank you again, my lord."
"I will leave you to it then. Mary, Robert, behave as you know you ought to. Now, give your papa a kiss." Each child threw their arms about his shoulders, and he gave each of them a quick peck on either cheek. Then he rose and left the room. She began her lessons with Mary and Robert, the same way she did with all her students, by discovering what they already knew and what they didn't. She decided to start with grammar while they were fresh, as grammar tended to be one of the most difficult subjects for children.
Anna was pleasantly surprised to find the children almost as well written as they were well spoken, and without the need of correcting tenses such as I have been in place of I been. Nor would any lord's child dream of using the word ain't, which was her chief complaint amongst the urchins she helped. Miss Anna, what is a superlative? Mary asked, with the genuine spark of the curiosity Anna had hoped to see. Mary, at least, was not simply going through the motions of learning. It is when you use an adjective to indicate something of the highest degree, bravest or fiercest or most elegant. Why wouldn't you say most fierce then? Adjectives that have 3 or more syllables always form the superlative with most, and adjectives with 1 syllable generally form the superlative by adding the suffix est to the end of the word. Mary nodded and wrote a few words down on her sheet of paper. Robert, on the other hand, was twiddling his pencil between thumb and forefinger, his gaze fixed in the middle distance, on nothing either in the room or outside the window. Robert, Anna said in a calm, level voice. He continued twirling his pencil, and she repeated his name. Yes, Miss Anna. He jumped and sat more upright with a light flush of embarrassment. I think we shall move on to figuring numbers. Tell me, what is 11 times 4? 44, he replied with barely a moment's hesitation. Good, but that was an easy question. As all multiples of 11 from 1 through 9 are simply the second number repeated, what is 9 times 6? 54. And 7 times 8? 56. 9 times 12? 108. He paused for only a fraction of a moment. How are you with numbers, Mary? Anna asked, and Mary looked down at her page of grammar. I'm not nearly as good as Robert, she replied quietly. Anna repeated the questions, but asked about dividends and divisors, and instructed Robert to give Mary 10 full seconds to answer before he gave the quotient. She was good with the smaller numbers, but when the dividend was higher than 50, it gave her trouble. She concluded the day with an overview of history, which neither of the children seemed particularly interested in. Then again, few children were. As she suspected, Robert showed an inclination toward maths and the sciences, while Mary preferred grammar and literature. Mary could be persuaded to enjoy botany, though Anna was certain. When Anna dismissed them, they bolted for the door with all the energy of a striking snake, and she followed at a statelier pace, already hearing their small voices as they chased one another around the second floor. She gathered up the papers they used for notes, though Robert's were filled with more pictures than words, and resolved to ask Lord Somersby if he wanted her to keep them for the children to reference later. The doors to the library sat within a shallow alcove, and as Anna emerged, she found herself nearly run over by the younger Somersby brother, who was becoming something of a fixture in her life. She straightened and pulled the papers to her chest. Good afternoon, Miss Smith. Hello, Mr. Somersby, she replied. How did my niece and nephew do in their first lessons? They did very well. Their eyes locked for a long moment, then Anna looked down at her shoes. At that moment, Lord Somersby rounded the corner of the hall. So, how was it? He asked. Nearly effortless, my lord, Anna said. They are both bright and intelligent children, as I'm sure you know, though their strengths lie in different directions. I look forward to the challenge of making my lessons engaging enough for both of them. Yes, they are certainly smart little folk. Too smart, I think sometimes. Please, have some tea before you leave. Will you require the use of a carriage to convey you home? Anna felt her face heat up at the thought of a carriage driver for this well-to-do family seeing the small house in which she lived, and begged off with as much decorum as she could manage. No, thank you, my lord. I quite enjoy walking. Alone. Nonsense. Matthew shall accompany you for safety. Why, just the other day, an acquaintance of his was assaulted in the streets. I say, what is the world coming to? Matthew and Anna exchanged a furtive glance. Being bumped by a small, overzealous child was hardly an assault, but it was a sign of just how inflated such accounts could become. Lord Somersby turned away, as if Anna joining them for tea was a foregone conclusion, and she had little choice but to follow. She sat on the other side of the table from the brothers and sipped the brew quietly, privately aware of how much better tea tasted when made with cleaner water. She had nothing to add to their conversation, and once she finished her cup, while it was still hot even, she stared into the bottom of it as though it held the answers to the suffering of the people affected by the Corn Laws. At the next pause in the conversation, Anna set her cup and saucer down on the small table. "Thank you very much for the tea," she said, "but it is time for me to go home." She stood up and bowed slightly from the waist, still distinctly uncomfortable. Matthew stood as well and said, "Please, let me escort you, I insist." Anna inclined her head, not wanting to make a scene in front of her new employer on her first day. "Thank you again for the opportunity, Lord Somersby. Shall I return on Monday to continue with the children's lessons?" "Yes, I think 4 days a week will be plenty. Which day would you like to have free?" "Wednesdays would suit me best, if it is not too much trouble for you, my lord." "Wednesdays it is. Take care, and I will see you next week." Matthew and Anna stepped out into the chilly afternoon, and when the door shut, Anna said, "You shouldn't go to all this trouble for me." She kept her eyes resolutely on the marble as they descended the steps from the townhouse. "What would you have me do? Leave you to walk alone? It's only that I live in rather plainer accommodations than this." I rather suspected that, given the few times we have met before. It was not an insult, and Anna did not take it as one. "Still, I live across the river. It must be terribly far out of your way, and I assure you that I go about London on my own quite often." "And I assure you it is no trouble," Matthew said, and a moment of silence passed between them. "In fact, I wish to speak with you to understand how I can better help the people who need it." Chapter 7. When Matthew professed a desire to help those displaced by the legislation, Anna overcame the hitch in her step only by sheer force of will. "So, last night, when I saw you in plain clothing in attendance at a rebellious meeting, you truly were simply in the area at the time." "Yes, I was handing out food and clothing, but I'm only one man. I need to know how I can use my position and influence to make a real difference." They walked in silence for a moment, and Matthew felt the urge to clarify. "I'm not like that man, the one you saw me with the other day. Neither is my brother. We consider ourselves to be decent people, as far as people go." "I'm sure you are. He has, at least, instilled respect in his children. I was worried they might be selfish and spoiled and prone to disregarding their elders." Matthew laughed at that. Anna's voice, when she next spoke, had a hard note to it. "What exactly is so funny?" "Only that Edmund had rather little to do with that. Christine, his wife, is the one who insisted on good behaviour from their offspring. They were raised to it, with intolerance for anything else. And yet, it seems they have had a happy childhood, as they are neither sullen nor fearful of punishment. Christine is calculating with her words, both in praise and rebuke." "I see." "What about you?" Matthew asked. "Excuse me?" "Your own childhood. What inspired you to teach children?" It was not something Anna had ever stopped to consider. She had simply done it. "I don't think it was anything specific. I loved learning, and I loved my teachers. I wanted to bring that gift to other children, particularly those who would not have the opportunity otherwise. And what did your father do? You ask about him in the past tense. I apologize. I should have asked, what does your father do? Instead, these days, rather little, times and grain prices being what they are. She had still not answered the question, but Matthew let it pass. He realised that he was being rather rude by asking her questions about her private life and her family. But, from the answer she had given, he could narrow the field, and he realised at the same moment that she was affected personally by the Corn Laws. He hadn't stopped to consider why she was at the meeting, but it made sense to him in that new light. Her father must be a baker or a miller or a merchant who was prevented from importing grain due to the legislation that had been put in place. The fact that she was educated and now a governess for a good household did not mean that the rest of her family was without concerns. "I'm sorry," he said, and tried to encompass everything in his recent revelation with those two words. "Don't be sorry," Anna said. "Do something about it, and if you are truly committed to that, then I will help you think of ways to do it." He wanted to ask her for suggestions there and then, but something told him it was better to hold his tongue. They had crossed the Thames, which was entirely the wrong colour for a river, and they walked in silence for several minutes until Anna spoke. "You may leave me here." They had reached an intersection of two large streets. "Allow me to walk you to your door." "No, thank you. My house is further down." "Are you certain?" "Yes," Anna replied. "Thank you for your generosity in escorting me this far, Mr. Somersby. I hope to see you again soon." "I'm sure you can arrange that by simply calling upon your brother," Anna said. "Good afternoon, Miss Smith." "Good afternoon," she replied, and walked away without looking back. Vaguely, Matthew wondered if his questions had been too prying and had scared her away. These thoughts consumed him as he made his way home, where his parents were once again just sitting down to a meal. He decided to join them, but his heart wasn't in the conversation. He was too distracted by thoughts of Anna. "Where did you go today, son?" his father asked, and he was glad for the relatively safe avenue of conversation. "I went to visit Edmund. It's a shame I see so little of him." "Oh, I'm so glad. I understand they have just hired a new governess to teach Mary and Robert, and they are getting along well." "Yes," Matthew replied. "She's wonderful." He only noticed the dreamy quality to his voice when his mother and father exchanged one of their looks again. His mother cleared her throat quietly and turned the conversation to the gossip of the season. Matthew found himself pushing the food around on his plate again, with Anna on his mind. He felt such a fraud, speaking with her from the position of privilege, telling her that he wanted to help, and still returning to a life of plenty at the end of the day. She walked, alone, back to a house that could be leaking and damp, with little more than a shawl to wrap around her shoulders. He resolved to talk to Edmund the next time he saw him about increasing Anna's wages. It was one of the things he could do with his influence to benefit someone directly affected by the Corn Laws. Even if he were only one man, and she were only one woman, perhaps they could join forces. "Matthew!" His father looked at him with the expression of someone who had asked a question and found it necessary to call out the name of their intended audience to capture their attention. "I'm sorry, father. My mind must have been adrift. What did you say?" "Calling upon your brother certainly couldn't have taken all day. Where else did you go?" It was an innocent enough question, but the answers Matthew could give would only invite more. He had remained quiet too long already and had to say something. "I walked around London for a while. I find I quite like walking. It allows me to think with a clear head." I see. His father said nothing else, but Matthew knew he was suspicious. Matthew hardly tasted the food for the rest of his meal. The next morning, being Saturday, he waited until late morning before calling upon his brother so that he would not disturb their breakfast. The butler showed him in immediately, and Edmund looked pleased to see him when he walked in. 3 visits in as many days. To what do I owe the pleasure? Please, sit down. Both of them took seats in the parlour, and Matthew crossed one leg over the opposite knee. It is regarding the conversation I had with Miss Smith as I walked her home yesterday, Matthew began. He chose his words carefully, so he did not paint Anna as someone deserving of charity, but rather one who would easily earn her keep at a higher rate. Yes, go on. She is an earnest soul, and truly loves teaching children. She gave quite the history of teaching when you interviewed her, and I think you ought to increase her wage. I can cover the added expense, if you feel it necessary, but times being what they are, I think a young woman should be allowed to have options. It was clumsy, and Edmund sat back in his seat. You seem to have formed a rather high opinion of her. She is a good woman, and was not afraid to tell me when she thought I was wrong. That is a rare thing. You do not need to give me any money, Matthew. I will find no hardship in increasing her wage. Thank you, Matthew replied, and felt a smile pull his lips back. Matthew? Yes. Why are you so concerned about Miss Smith? Yet another question where the answers were fraught with traps, no matter which way he turned. In the end, he decided to take the path she had followed the night before, and not really answer at all. As I said, she is a good woman. Chapter 8. Each day Anna visited the children. The lessons seemed to grow easier. Even Robert, who was initially resistant to reading, was beginning to see the joy that came from imagining the world to be a different place. Being able to recognise where the order of nature and society had flaws was, after all, the first step to deciding that changes sometimes had to start with a single person. As she predicted, Robert liked the field days most of all, which largely consisted of Anna taking a large volume out into the garden and choosing a specimen for the children to identify based on their physical characteristics. Mary preferred flowers, but there was all manner of creeping insects for Robert to catch and use to terrorise his sister. Returning to the library after one such field day, Anna realised that the old and worn text she had laid out on the grass for the children to study from was, in fact, a fine rendering of the 12th edition of Systema Naturae, with a small measure of horror at how easily she could have ruined the great work. Anna resolved to copy sections out of it onto other pages before taking the children out again. She took the volume to Lord Somersby after the incident and remarked on the cracked leather and state of the binding. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, I highly recommend that this be sent to a skilled bookbinder. The Lord had taken the book from her with gentle, reverent hands. This was a man who knew how to treat books, so it was likely the neglect was from a previous owner and merely evinced itself under Lord Somersby's stewardship. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will do so with all haste. Thank you, my lord. Anna turned to leave when Lord Somersby spoke again. Wait! Please have a seat. There is something I would like to discuss with you. Anna eyed the wide-open door to the Lord's study, then turned around and gathered up her skirts to sit. Yes, my lord. It is a matter of the wage that I am paying you weekly. Here it comes. He needs to cut what he is paying me so that he can afford more gold-plated toothpicks or something equally frivolous. Anna swallowed her frustration and tried to embody the erect carriage and pleasant expression so highly prized by the spinsters who had taught etiquette to her. The children seem to get along well with you. When they talk to me in the evenings, the majority of it is about the lessons you have given them and how excited they are to learn more. It's a rare thing to find a governess who gets on well with my brood, and I would be highly discouraged if you sought employment elsewhere. To that end, I would like to raise your remuneration. Thank you, my lord. Anna wanted to ask how much he was raising the wages, but she didn't want to seem uncouth. In truth, anything else he could provide would help her family immensely. I hope it helps you in some small way. I am certain it will, my lord. She was still trying to understand how this man was offering her more money for no extra work. You may have use of the carriage to convey you home if you wish. Perhaps one day I will accept that offer, my lord, but with the weather being so nice, it would be a shame to be set apart from the world inside a coach. As you wish. It is no trouble, nevertheless. Thank you again, my lord, Anna said, and inclined her head in a seated bow. May I take my leave? Yes, of course. Do be careful as you walk home, and we will see you tomorrow. I beg your pardon, my lord, but tomorrow is Wednesday. I will see you again on the day after tomorrow. Right you are, the day after tomorrow. It was all Anna could do to keep her face and manner calm as she left the Somersby home. Within, she was all in turmoil. The extra money would be a great benefit, of course, but she was waiting for some condition to be applied regarding the increase. As she crossed the river, she saw a hunched form standing close to a child in tatty clothes with no shoes. In a moment she realised it was Tommy, who stood barefoot in the street. But who was that who was talking to him? She hurried to the end of the bridge. Just as the hooded figure extended its arms toward Tommy, there was a small bundle in its arms, and Tommy took it uncertainly. The unknown person's hood slipped slightly, and Anna caught the outline of a familiar face. Tommy nodded to him and tucked the bundle under his clothes as he scampered away. Matthew pulled his hood back into place and moved on. Anna followed at a discreet distance and observed him as he made rounds around the slums, handing out coins to every beggar and food to those who huddled down too small to bother begging. She watched him for the better part of an hour as he offered small kindnesses and kind words to everyone he encountered. Finally, he turned onto a bridge that would take him back over the river, and Anna stopped her pursuit. Some part of her hadn't truly believed him when he said that he was trying to help the lowest people of London, and even seeing it with her own eyes, she could hardly believe that a member of his class could be so kind. A future marquess was walking the streets, dressed in common clothing and helping orphan children. She continued toward home, where her father and brother were waiting for her. It took Samuel 2 full days to return home after the meeting, where she had seen Matthew lurking at the edges of the crowd. The constables had not found him, but he had kept his head down regardless. He had not wanted to lead anyone back to the rest of his family. Their father had made dinner again, and with the wages Anna made, it was blessedly more than cabbage soup. It was a far cry from a feast, though, and Anna reminded herself of the people who would be happy to have what they did. When they blessed the meal, Anna made sure to keep that at the front of her mind. I can't believe how much these people have, and they keep it all for themselves, Samuel said as he stared down at a lump of meat on his fork. They act as a group, Samuel, her father said. Even if individuals feel differently, they would never act openly against the rest of their members. To do so would set them apart and make them easy targets. How much does any one person need? How much do you have to put aside to leave to your family? I don't think need enters into it, their father said, then paused to chew his mouthful of food. Humans are creatures of desire. They want things, and they envy what they don't have. You are not immune to this, Samuel, and if you think you are, then you are a fool. What I want is for my fellow man to stop trying to squeeze one another for every penny they can manage. Remember history, my son. In what revolution has the uprising not immediately oppressed another set of people? Be careful in the things you say and do. I do not wish to see my son become that kind of a leader. Even though they deserve it, even though they hold back the very resources that we need to survive. No one deserves to be treated poorly. Samuel and their father went on like that for quite a while. Anna sat with her cooling cup of tea and stared into the shifting, dancing flames in the fireplace. Samuel went on about the ton being selfish, every one of them with morals corrupted to the point that they hoarded their wealth, yet always sought more. 2 weeks previously, Anna would have agreed with him. She would have thought him entirely justified in his demands that they give up their excesses and donate their wealth to those beneath them in the social order. Then she met Matthew and his brother. Lord Somersby, who employed her, was blind to reality, but he was also insulated. In some ways, it wasn't his fault that he was born with a layer of protection between himself and the cold, hungry nights that the peasantry suffered. Matthew Somersby, who she had seen defend a penniless child who had given his own time and resources to aid whoever he could. He was different, and he intrigued her in a way she couldn't begin to identify. By the time Samuel retired from their living room to his bedchamber, his mind was unchanged. Their father sighed and looked down at his clasped hands. "You made a valiant effort, father," Anna commented, turning the cup of cold dregs with the fingers of both hands. "I wish he would remember that all of us are, first and foremost, human. That is the line that divides monsters and tyrants from those who truly wish to help people. He is hurting, and he is angry. I can understand that would make a man seek to tear down the perceived source of his pain. If the weather were not so cold and foul, we would have riots already. It is hard for people to think past their next meal in times like these, and harder to organise into anything productive. You understand my position, don't you, Anna?" It was a delicate question. Either he was referring to the argument with Samuel, or in larger part to the closure of the mill. "I think I do, father," she said carefully. "I, for one, don't believe that every member of the ton is as selfish as he says, but I also know that my brother is stubborn, and he will believe they are until his dying breath." Chapter 9. Matthew pined for Anna. At least, that is what his old nurse would have called it if she could have seen how he moped around. He had refused both breakfast and lunch, and there was a hollow feeling between his ribs that had nothing to do with hunger. He remembered her bright laugh, her quick smile and her quicker wit, and knew himself to be spellbound already. The best thing for him to do would be to dive into his business prospects, distract himself with work, and try his best to forget about her. She was the governess to his niece and nephew. Even if she had any interest in him as well, there could never be a match between them. So he would be wasting both of their time and tangling their hearts in a web as deadly as that of a poisonous spider. And yet, he had already made preparations to visit his brother that afternoon. He really ought to spend more time with his niece and nephew as well, provided they had finished their lessons for the day. He wouldn't want to interrupt their education. It was only proper that he take a little something for them too. He packed up the small parcels and tucked them under his arm for the walk to Edmund's home. A few weeks ago, he would have called the carriage to save himself the inconvenience of walking the streets, or perhaps just so that he could sit with the curtains drawn and read a book. He recognised it now as his way of shutting out the world. He had to live in London for the season. He had to endure the reek of it. But he hadn't looked at it with both eyes wide open. He hadn't walked among its people. Ever since the day he found himself looking up. He looked up at the fronts of the broad townhomes owned by his fellows in the aristocracy. He looked up to the smokestacks from the industry that benefited the owners and exploited the workers. He looked up to the grimy sky where the threat of chill rain hovered like a malevolent spirit. He was consciously thankful for having shelter and income, rather than accepting these things as natural parts of his life due to his position. The walk to Edmund's was not a long one, but he could already feel his body growing stronger after a long period of casual indolence. It felt good to get his blood moving, even if the air filling his lungs lacked freshness and cleanliness. It was the middle of the afternoon, and in an hour or so, Christine and Edmund would sit down to tea. They would invite him, and he would decide then if he would stay or depart. The butler answered the door in his typical livery and invited Matthew into the foyer. Have the young lord and lady finished their lessons for the day? Matthew inquired as the valet helped him out of his overcoat. The governess just took them back into the library. They were out in the garden for most of the day, before the weather turned. Might I say, between us, my lord, it was quite a task, procuring a marquee under which they might conduct their lessons without all three of them coming back brown as nuts. After the conspiratorial bit of gossip, the valet moved away to hang up Matthew's coat, and Matthew took a seat in the drawing-room, the gifts for Mary and Robert sitting beside him on the divan. He leaned his head back and looked up again to find the gilt ceiling of the parlour reflecting him as mere smudges of colour without fine detail. And so, we must appear to the common folk, thin and insubstantial, viewed only as splashes of gold and glimpses of cloth. Small wonder we are hated. Christine had immaculate taste, and he could see she had elected to have some of their hunting trophies displayed around the room where their guests would be obliged to wait upon their pleasure. It was a subtle hint that they were well-travelled, and might even at that moment be elsewhere, attending to something far more important than whoever sat in their drawing-room. The crystal and gold details of the ceiling and chandelier were echoed throughout the room, and while the fabrics were lightly coloured, the drapes themselves were heavy, perhaps silk, and all the furniture was made of deep, dark wood, the lines of the divan and armchairs standing out against the pale textiles and lending a grounding weight to the airy space. Matthew resolved that if he had noticed so much about the decor of the drawing-room, he had been spending entirely too much time in the company of his mother lately. A moment later, he heard the telltale whoops and cheers of high, tiny voices that signalled his brother's progeny must have finished with their lessons for the day and fled the library with all haste. The sound of small feet running on stairs grew louder as they descended from the second floor, and Matthew rose from the divan with his parcels to step out into the hallway. His timing was impeccable as they rounded the corner just as he entered the foyer. Mary caught sight of him first, and her eyes went wide and round. "Matty!" she screamed with delight, and Matthew realised with a pang that she was very nearly as old as that innocent freedom could last. Within the next 2 years, he suspected, she would begin to grow quieter and more serious. Running free would be replaced with care for the state of her clothes. She would be told unendingly what was proper behaviour for a young lady, and he felt his heart breaking for her. For the time being, however, she ran up and threw her arms around him with abandon, as heedless of the grass stains on her skirt as he was. "Hello, Mary Robert." He directed the last to his nephew, who had broken into a run at the same time as his sister, but arrived later due to being smaller. "Today we learned about beetles that get inside your flour and weave it all together with silk so it's no good to eat anymore," Robert exclaimed with delight. Mary's face wrinkled with the disgust that Matthew felt. Of course, a governess with knowledge of the grain market would feel it was her duty to educate the next generation about the dangers affecting it. That sounds... Matthew paused, trying to find an appropriate word. "Oh, it's just horrid, Matty," Mary said, and shook all over like she was trying to throw off a chill. "And Robert makes fun of me for not liking it. It's fascinating. They don't know any different. It's not like they set out to ruin the flower. It's just what they eat and how they lay their eggs." At the word eggs, Mary shuddered again. Matthew supposed he had always known insects came from somewhere, but thinking of them hatching like chickens from eggs put him of quite the same mind as Mary. "Now that we've finished talking about bugs, I have presents for the two of you," Matthew said, changing the topic to one he thought everyone would find more pleasant. He hoped, at least, Robert would find the prospect of a gift more pleasant. The two children stepped back and clasped their hands behind their backs expectantly. He held a small parcel out to each of them and waited while they tore off the paper. "Thank you, Matty," Mary said as she ran her fingers over the fine leather cover of a journal. Robert opened his own and looked slightly disappointed that he, too, received a book for taking notes. He covered the disappointment quickly, however, and offered his thanks as well. Each of the children gave him a hug around the neck and a kiss on the cheek. The soft swish of swinging skirts filled the sudden silence, and Matthew looked up to see Anna standing behind her charges, holding her coat in front of her. "Are you leaving already, Miss Anna?" "Yes, I am. But I will be back tomorrow." Mary and Robert flung their arms around her waist and knees respectively, and as Matthew looked up, he saw a small smile tug at the corners of her lips. "Thank you, children. How about you run along and find your nurse now? She is so naturally gifted with children," Matthew thought as the children ran off into the depths of the house. He rose from his crouch with some difficulty to find that his left foot was rather numb. Having no way to discreetly work the blood back into it, he merely waited for the numbness to turn to pins and needles. "May I walk you home, Miss Smith?" he offered in his best voice. "Yes, you may." She accepted without argument, and together they stepped out of the townhouse and descended to the street. They walked a respectable distance apart from one another and were nearly to the bridge over the Thames when Anna turned to him and he said, "I see the way you act, the way you spend your time helping the poor, and I am beginning to think our cause is not foolish hope after all. Thank you, Miss Smith. I believe that is one of the best compliments I have yet to receive." To think he was helping was one thing. To have it confirmed by someone who knew the plight of the downtrodden intimately was truly praise he never expected to receive. "Call me Anna, please," she said. "Then you should call me Matthew as well." That wouldn't be proper. Matthew as well. She had that same small smile she wore when she had called him Mr. Somersby that first time, and he knew when he was the subject of a joke. He opened his mouth to say so, but she interrupted him. "Truthfully, Mr. Somersby, I could not. It would not be right or polite for me to do so. I am a governess in your family's employ, and that measure of respect is your due. And yet you leave off my title." "Well, I also noted that you are the younger brother, and therefore inheritance of title goes to my employer." "In point of fact, Edmund and I will share my father's title," Matthew said. "He will acquire the property associated with it, but the two of us will have the style of Marquess." He watched Anna blush a little and realised the way he had trapped her in the conversation. He offered her more familiarity, and when she rejected it in favour of the formal address she thought was appropriate, he only reminded her of how far above her station he was. "I'm sorry. You may call me Mr. Somersby if it makes you more comfortable." "Thank you," she replied, giving him no form of address at all. After a few moments, they resumed talking, but it was not of titles or meetings or corn laws. Neither did they dicker about anything so shallow as the foul weather. She finally admitted to him that her father was a miller who was out of work, but she did not mention the call to arms they had both attended the week before. He offered her some childhood stories of Edmund to reassure her that the man controlling her wage was still human, like the rest of them. When they reached the corner where he had left her previously, she continued walking, not pausing to offer him farewells, so he kept walking by her side until they reached the third door in a small row of houses. "Thank you for accompanying me. I find it quite pleasant to have someone to share the road." "You are welcome. It was my pleasure." They faced one another for a long moment, and when neither of them moved, each broke out in a small, nervous laugh. "Well, good night then." "Good night, Anna," he said, using her given name, and she smiled at the sound, then opened the door behind her. He turned away from the opening door so as not to pry on her private residence and began making his own way home. He felt as if he were floating, his feet only touching the cobblestones to remind him that roads were meant for men to tread. She was softer than before, and he could hardly believe she was the same firebrand who had confronted him in a dirty alleyway. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of his name, and at first he dismissed it. There should be no one in that section of London who knew who he was, let alone recognise him in the grey dusk. When he heard his name repeated, he looked around for the source and saw a well-dressed man trotting up to him. "Oh, thank goodness, a respectable man. How are you, my boy?" the man asked, and as he approached, Matthew realised he was a friend of his uncle. "I'm well, Lord Beauchamp. And yourself?" "I was doing well myself, until I took a wrong turn and ended up in this filthy place, criminals and the poor lurking everywhere." It did not escape Matthew's notice how casually Lord Beauchamp put poor and criminal in the same category, as if they might be the same except for a turn of circumstance. "Let me help you find your way, then," Matthew offered. "Come to think of it, what are you doing here yourself?" "I took a bit of a wrong turn as well," Matthew replied, remembering when he had tried to lead Lord Felton to King's Gentlemen's Club and ended up with the two of them hopelessly lost. He had to feign that disorientation in Lord Beauchamp's presence. It would not be good for him to immediately know a direct route to a main road, not with how snarled the slums became with box alleys and twisting streets. His parents would be horrified to know he had been recognised in that part of London, and by someone who was almost as big a gossip as John himself. Matthew very nearly became lost in truth when he tried to fabricate unfamiliarity with the slums. When they finally emerged back onto a main street, the sigh of relief he breathed was only halfway an affectation. "There we are. I trust you can find your way from here, Lord Beauchamp." "Yes, thank you, my boy. I do hope to see more of you. You should join us the next time your uncle and I go out for an evening." "I will take that into consideration, my lord. Have a good evening." "You too!" and the lord headed off in the opposite direction. With the light fading, Matthew decided his best course of action was to make haste for home. Once there, he devoured his dinner with unusual enthusiasm and excused himself without staying for the usual after-meal discussion. His parents watched him go with a mixture of curiosity and worry, but he paid them no heed. He went to the library and pulled a book down from the shelves. It was a fiction, full of sword fights and grandiose speeches. He hoped that, for a while, he could lose himself in the world inside the book and put the constant thoughts of Anna out of his mind. Chapter 10. The following Wednesday, Anna began her day early, as she still visited the orphaned children to give them their lessons as well. Tommy was doing exceptionally well, and Anna hoped she would be able to find an apprenticeship for him soon. He was a good child, and that was rare for someone so young and alone on the streets. "Did you help a man who was giving out food last week?" she asked him at the end of his lesson. He shrugged, in the manner of children who think they are being asked a deeper question and don't want to commit to answering, "What good are all these words I've taught you if you don't use any to explain yourself?" He didn't want me to tell anyone. He's a rich man. He's just pretending to be like us so he can help. "And what do you think of him?" Tommy shrugged again. "He gave me a whole sovereign just for helping him carry things. I nearly got beaten when I tried to spend it at first. I could buy hot meals for myself, and Jack and Ellie too, for many days, with some left over. It seemed like throwaway money to him, like if it fell out of his pocket on his way home, he wouldn't even notice. Even Matthew, with his resources, would likely notice a coin worth 20 shillings if it went missing. Anna suspected that was just one more way he was trying to help. Perhaps she could subtly recommend he give away smaller denominations, ones that street urchins would be more likely to have come by honestly than a gold coin. "Thank you, Tommy. Mind your numbers now, and I'll see you next week." He popped up with the boundless energy of youth and scampered away. She finished up the other lessons of the day and made her way to the warehouse where she would meet Samuel. They needed to schedule the next meeting and spread the word, and she had some acquaintances who could help carry the news. Samuel looked around furtively, checking to see if she had been followed. Anna felt a pang of frustration at that because she knew better than to let herself be followed. His frown lingered, and Anna realised there was something else bothering him. "What is the matter, brother?" "I'm trying so hard, fighting for these people, but they don't want to come out again. They are pulling back, fearing arrest. How can I guarantee victory and rally our supporters?" "Of course they're afraid," Anna said. "There are never any guarantees, but we can put our best foot forward. We can fight hard and hope that others will help and follow in our footsteps. It really hurts us that we're in the city. I bet Birmingham is having the same problems, but in other places around the country, people are protesting on the main streets. We're huddled down here in abandoned warehouses like a bunch of dirty rats." Anna knew when her brother was in one of his deep moods and determined to be unhappy. Still, the right thing to do was offer him encouragement. "Don't worry so much. Just focus on the message, on your passion that is bringing people to the cause. They will support us. They will come." Out of the corner of her eye, Anna saw Samuel glance to where she leaned against the wall beside him. She kept her eyes forward, staring off into the middle distance, as if half in a daydream. She learned long ago to say such things when they were shoulder to shoulder and not face to face. Her brother was like a skittish horse. If you looked him in the eyes when he was vulnerable, he retreated deep into a sheath of fear and anger. After a long, breathless moment, he nodded and gazed across the alley at the same patch of dirty brick she was eyeing. He was still worried, she knew, but he had a little more confidence than before. Until the world was to his liking, Samuel would worry. "The meeting will be in 2 days. We're going to help raise a little money for an evicted farmer so that he and his daughter don't starve before this is over. If you see any warm clothes being thrown away by any of the upper-class houses you tend, start bringing them home. If we can't help people with money for them to buy shelter, we can at least help make sure they don't freeze." 2 days, Anna confirmed. "I wouldn't miss it for anything, though I may not be there for the whole time. Where will it be?" "Number 3. Samuel never referred to the locations by their name, but number 3 was an old building close to the river, and the only mercy of the chill weather was that smells didn't travel as far on cold air. "How is your employment going?" Samuel asked grudgingly. He always wanted to have something important to say, and small talk was, by nature, a little insipid. He knew that the money she was making was supporting most of the family's daily needs, and she appreciated the overture of him taking an interest in her pursuits. Lord Somersby and his wife are always polite to their staff, and I've never seen either raise their voice in anger. Their children are very well behaved and seem genuinely interested in what I have to teach. Anna saw the cords of muscle in Samuel's neck tighten, and so she added, if I weren't constantly surrounded by reminders of their immense wealth, I think I might enjoy it more. They are truly decent people, though. It was the wrong direction to take. Don't let them fool you, Anna. These rich blighters only care for themselves and their friends. Anna couldn't help the sigh that pressed itself from her chest. They aren't trying to fool me, brother. I'm in their home. I see them when they are at least somewhat unguarded. They have cares and concerns just like the rest of us. Don't go talking like that around the meetings. Our people will think you're siding with the rich. They might have cares and concerns, but they have different cares and concerns from the rest of us. Their concerns are for the quality of their next meal, not whether they will have one. She hardly heard what Samuel said after he told her that their supporters would think she was defending the enemy. I have to go, brother. I'll see you later. He didn't call after her, and she didn't look back to see if he watched her leave. Anna understood why Samuel didn't take her seriously, but he didn't listen to their father either. In some ways, it seemed her brother never outgrew the youthful compulsion to disdain the wisdom of his elders. He had all the unyielding rigidity of an oak, with deep, stubborn roots. If Matthew and his brother were regular people with greater means, why wouldn't other wealthy folk be the same? It would be like calling all the working class indolent and lazy for how many businesses had shut down. It was short-sighted, and it grouped far too many people together. Each person should be evaluated on their own qualities and actions. Miss Smith! Anna heard a voice call to her from across the street. She scanned the crowd and picked out the familiar face of Mrs. Dorrit, a seamstress and friend. The plain-faced woman had a squirming babe under one arm, and 2 more children under the age of 6 clutched at her woolen skirts. Mrs. Dorrit, I'm so glad to have run into you, Anna said as she crossed the street, pausing to avoid a horse. I wasn't expecting to see you this far north. How have you been? I've found employment as a governess, which is helping considerably in this time. Anna lowered her voice and looked deliberately in Mrs. Dorrit's eyes. And my brother's business is taking in new inventory 2 days from now. The homely seamstress straightened, and the look of bedraggled weariness Anna had come to associate with motherhood faded. That's excellent. And where is he organising his inventory? She replied, offering a counterphrase to acknowledge the one Anna used to tip her off about the location of a meeting so she could tell others. His 3rd warehouse. Mrs. Dorrit nodded, then hoisted her infant higher, transferring the child from her left hip to her right. I'm glad that his business is growing, Mrs. Dorrit said, and her eyes fixed on something down the road. Is something the matter? Anna asked, thinking that perhaps Mrs. Dorrit had seen a constable who might have marked them at one of the meetings. No, not at all. It's just I've seen that man around here a lot in the last few weeks. He just came out of nowhere, but he's been a great help to our neighbourhood. He would probably be a good ally too. Mrs. Dorrit suddenly stopped talking, and Anna looked at her sharply. It wasn't safe to talk about such things openly, which was one of Samuel's biggest complaints. Then Anna looked to where Mrs. Dorrit had set her gaze, and found the man who looked out of place. He wore plain clothes, certainly, but his broad shoulders spoke of exercise and good nourishment, and he carried himself with the unconscious grace of a gentleman. I've heard good things about him, Anna said with a small smile. Matthew turned and, seeing her, offered a smile of his own. Mrs. Dorret's mouth hung slightly open and she asked, "Anna, do you know that man?" It would take too long, just then, to explain Matthew's actions and how Anna was acquainted with him, so she merely said, "I suppose you could say I know him, but only in passing." He moved up the street toward them. "Good afternoon," he said brightly to Mrs. Dorret. "I don't believe I have had the pleasure of your introduction." "Mrs. Dorret, if it pleases you," she said with a little curtsy. "Mr. Somersby, and I am pleased to meet you," he offered in reply. "It was lovely to see you, Mrs. Dorret," Anna said, and turned to embrace her friend so that her back was to Matthew. She whispered in her ear, "Number 3. 2 days. Usual hours." She patted her friend's arm as she stepped away and offered a nod to Matthew. "Mr. Somersby, allow me to walk you home. It's the least I can do." Anna saw Mrs. Dorret's mouth drop slightly open, but Matthew faced away from her. "Thank you," Anna smiled. "I think I would like that." They departed together, and after they turned the corner, Anna said, "It seems you have been busy." He flapped his hand as if shooing away the comment. "I'm only doing very small things." "They aren't small to the people you are helping. Word is circulating about this mysterious and magnanimous newcomer sharing food and wealth." Reminded of her conversation with Tommy earlier, Anna said, "And urchins can't spend gold, because people automatically assume it is stolen. If you want to give them money, give it in pennies or a shilling at a time." Matthew looked stricken. Tommy wasn't. "He's fine. He's quick and clever in more ways than one. But other children aren't, and everyone needs to be careful." Matthew nodded, and Anna watched his throat bob. She knew he was already working on a new strategy for distributing resources, and she felt something in her chest loosen, just for a moment. Matthew worked his mouth like he was trying to dislodge something from his teeth. Then he took a sharp breath. He let it all out in a single gust and said, "I would like to invite you to an event. It is very short notice, for which I apologise." "An event?" she asked, lifting her eyebrows. "What sort of event could a lord possibly take a governess to?" "It's a charity ball. I have been planning it in secret for a week or so, and I've gathered up all those who I believe will attend. My goal is to raise money for the homeless of London, and would like it very much if you would attend." A charity ball. It would be better if the lords and ladies simply took the time to understand their neighbourhoods and worked to ensure that the eyesore and nuisance of the homeless could afford to be something other than transients. Instead, they would pay for the honour of being seen and seeming to care by people they already knew from a half-dozen other society events. They would have the finest food and wines there too, of course. In the end, only a fraction of the generous donations would be allotted to ameliorating the issue at hand. Matthew was trying, and he was earnest, if a little misguided. Samuel's influence was strongest with the common worker. He was a symbol they could look to and say, "He is like me, but he is taking action. Therefore, I can take action too." Anna and the children she helped had made an impression on Matthew, and he genuinely seemed to give consideration to the things she said. Perhaps if she could gain the ears of others in his circles, she could have a similar effect. "Yes, I would like to come along. You said it is on short notice. When is it taking place?" "In 2 days' time," he said, then glanced down to his shoes. "I have something you can wear as well." 2 days. Of course, it would be the same night as Samuel's meeting. She had already committed to them both. How much would the times overlap? Could she manage to go to one and then the other? Knowing the answer even before she spoke, Anna asked, "Is this a fancy ball?" He hesitated, as if about to say that it wasn't really, and then remembering that they were raised with very different concepts of what fancy meant. Yes, it is. You can't exactly walk in with what we're wearing. I see. She knew she needed to offer a response, and her hesitation was dragging on. Think of it this way, Matthew said. You can fill my ears with all the complaints of the common folk, and I can carry that information to others who are interested in helping. It was so striking an echo to her own thoughts a moment earlier that it seemed a sign. Yes, I will attend with you. Where and what time shall I meet you? There is a seamstress's shop I have marked on this map. Matthew handed her a folded piece of heavy paper. I hope that what they have is close to your size, but you will have to arrive early for them to finish the tailoring and have your hair arranged. You should be there at perhaps 7 o'clock, and I will arrive to collect you for the ball at 9. Anna nodded. She would be able to go to the beginning of the meeting. It was just as well that she was going there first. She couldn't very well go to it after the ball. Thank you. I appreciate the invitation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should be getting home to my family for dinner. She didn't say she was the one preparing dinner, and he didn't ask, but something in his demeanour showed he recognised his work was done for the day, and when he returned home, a meal would be placed before him. Good day, Mr. Somersby. She prompted the closing formalities of the conversation, and he seemed to remember himself. Good day to you too, Miss Smith. When she returned home that day, it was with heavier grocery sacks than usual. Her increased wages allowed her to buy another good young chicken. She was able to restock their flour and butter, and had even found fresh fruit by a stroke of luck. Taking it as a sign, she decided to make a pie. The house was chilly and empty when she entered, but the stove was still warm, embers smouldering deep inside. She stoked it back to life and fed the flame, then set about plucking and seasoning the fowl. While it roasted, she measured out a fraction of their precious flour supply and worked it with small cubes of butter until it was finely mixed. Anna had boiled water for tea that morning, and then had forgotten to brew the cup. It had cooled to the same temperature as the rest of the house, and she dribbled it in a little at a time, until the dough began to stick to itself and form a smooth ball. She divided the dough in half, then covered it with a cloth to chill on the windowsill. Ordinarily, a proper pie would have been out of the question at that time of year, but the cold in the air would bring down the temperature of the dough enough that the crust would become flaky and wonderful when it baked. Anna had just sprinkled sugar and a little flour over the fruit when her father returned. His shoulders and the corners of his mouth sloped towards the ground, and he hung up his coat with deliberate slowness. "How are you, father?" she asked, dusting off her hands on her apron. She saw him shudder all over and dip his head further, as if trying to look inside his own ribcage. "I'll make you some tea," she said quickly, and turned away again. Her eyes stung, and she blinked rapidly to clear them. It was almost automatic for a child to cry when their parent does, and she did not want to shame her father by letting him know she had noticed his tears. The time it took for the water to boil and the tea to steep allowed a lengthy silence to settle over the house. Anna busied herself in the kitchen, cleaning up the dishes she had used, so she wouldn't have to wash all of them at the end of the meal. Her father retreated to his room and changed into the clothes he wore around the house. He settled into his chair, and Anna handed him a steaming cup of tea. His eyes were red, but dry. "It's up to 70 shillings, Anna." A chill that had nothing to do with the weather stole through the hollow places in her chest, and she took a seat in the chair opposite her father. Unlike Samuel, he liked to watch a person's face as they talked. As his hearing failed, he relied more and more heavily on expressions and the shape of words. "So, what will we do? We have another month or so. I'm worried about how zealous Samuel is, but he may be one of the few people to make a difference. It's already too late for some, but hopefully not all of us. Just then, Samuel opened the door, and he was speaking before it closed behind him. "The meeting in 2 days will be our biggest yet. I've already heard back from some of my agitators who help stir up the populace." Anna pulled the chicken from the stove and moved the pie to a more advantageous place, so that she didn't have to face or say anything to either her father or her brother. "I'm glad the movement is growing, Samuel," he said from the fire, and Anna laid out the dishes on the table. They engaged in conversation that Anna could hardly hear. She was too consumed by the thought of her brother and his values against Matthew and his attempts to help. "Dinner is ready," she called across the living room, and their discussion fell into silence. They made their way to the table, and Anna blessed the meal. For a while, the only sound in the room was that of knives and forks against the dishes, which strangely seemed to emphasize the quiet. Anna was, truthfully, happy that they were not continuing their conversation. "I'll get the pie," Anna said as she cleared the dinner dishes away. "Anna, you told Mrs. Dorrit about the meeting, right? She's informed her whole network, and we're expecting a sound turnout because of it," Samuel said. And Anna knew she had to tell him about the ball. "I'm looking forward to the meeting, however. I will only be able to come for the first part of it." "You mentioned that possibility earlier. What else do you have that is more important than our rallying meeting?" "I'm going to a charity event. It will help raise money and awareness of the homelessness problem in London." "A charity event?" he asked, with a faraway expression of consideration. "Who is putting it on?" "I'm not sure. I only heard about it today. Pie?" she asked offhandedly and thrust the slice before him, before turning away again. She hoped it would provide enough of a distraction that he would forget about his query by the time he had finished. As she predicted, the pie crust was light and golden, the filling dark and sweet, and a little indulgence in sugar had everyone in a better mood. Samuel said nothing else about her plans for the rest of the evening. Chapter 11. Matthew breezed through his morning with 100 things on his mind regarding the charity ball scheduled for the following day. It would be small, as such gatherings went, but that was by design. He had to make sure that the only people who would be there were the ones who shared the same views he and Edmund did, and who would, with a little encouragement, see the truth of things. He hoped, too, that he could show Anna a different side of the gentry than she knew, and share the smallest piece of his world with her. He did his best to follow the conversations around the table when he sat down to luncheon with his parents and his uncle. And so, he was actually aware when his father said, "The Duchess of Berkshire has invited us quite at the edge of propriety to her birthday celebration tomorrow evening, and we shall have to find you a suitable companion." "Unfortunately, father, I already have an engagement I am attending." His mother and father did not share a private look that time. They merely both looked at him as if he had just made a flatulent noise. He was a grown man and did not need to consult them before making plans for his evenings. And what other engagement might that be? Matthew had hoped to avoid discussion of this matter with the rest of his family. They came from older customs and wouldn't understand his position. "I am attending a different ball," Matthew said, and left out the fact that he was also arranging the event. "Oh, have you set your intentions on anyone?" his mother asked, with the gleam in her eye of a noble mother envisioning future grandchildren. There were so many hidden dangers in the question that Matthew decided to ignore it entirely. "It is a charity ball." A bark of laughter broke the ensuing silence. Heads swiveled from Matthew's direction to John, who sat at the other end of the table. When he finally caught his breath enough to speak, he said, "Charity boy, are you mad?" Another peal of laughter seized him, and Matthew caught his mother giving his father an exasperated expression. "Tell me!" John continued. What good do you think it will do to give all of our money away, and for a cause that was going on long before your little event and will continue to go on long afterward? Matthew let John's laughter run out, and the ring of it began to fade from the room. Uncle, please understand, I mean no disrespect as I say this. Of all people, I never expected you to understand. John's face was rosy from laughing, but then the red turned darker. His lips pressed into a thin line, and he bit off the ends of his next words. Someone needs to discipline this boy. John looked across the table at Matthew's parents. My good friend, Lord Beauchamp, also had an interesting piece of information to share with me. He says he saw you in unsavoury areas. It was late one night in the slums. John took a bite of his lunch, and as he worked his jaw, Matthew fixated on the thought that the man could grind bones to dust between his molars. By mistake, I am sure. Matthew's father asked, tense as a wire in a pianoforte. Matthew took a sip of his wine to give himself a moment's private thought. John delighted in bringing low those around him. He had no title to inherit, no income to his name, and so he made himself feel important by being the noisiest child splashing in a puddle. Son, Clarence said a little louder, I am asking you a question. Is this true? Yes, father, it is true. Matthew saw no way to deny it. I have been helping some of the people in that area. Helping? Helping how? Clarence asked. Anything Matthew said, John could twist into a slight by the time afternoon tea was served. Still, Matthew saw no way he could hide it. Anna's acquaintances were even starting to recognise him in those places, simply offering some milk or a loaf of bread to those who have nothing. You're wasting your time. If you handed out 1,000,000 loaves, the people who received them were hungry yesterday, and they will be hungry tomorrow. Seeing as you're just throwing your money away, if you have that much to spare, you ought to give it to me instead. Perhaps I could still make something of this family's name. John eyed Clarence as he said the last, but Matthew was too angry to concern himself with the brotherly politics at play. May I be excused? Matthew asked, even as he pushed his chair back from the table. He felt like he was leaving far too many meals early, but he could not abide his uncle's presence any longer. If any of his family called out to his retreating back, he had closed his ears. His knuckles creaked as he clenched his fists and returned to his rooms. No wonder people like Anna had such a low opinion of the higher classes. The people, like his uncle, who went around spouting slanders and taking in everything they could like an open maw, were the ones who made it possible for others to believe the way they did. When he reached his bedroom, he found a note waiting. The gown had been modified to a more current style and was ready for final fittings. He looked at the clock and tried to gauge how long it might take Anna to return home from Edmund's townhouse. If she could be fitted that evening, perhaps he could spend more time with her for the gala itself. He turned his feet in the direction of Anna's home and let his mind fill with the 100 small details he had never known went into such an event, that doubtless some other members of his family would know without thinking. He hardly noticed the intersections passing him by, and suddenly he was before her door. The wooden panel opened a hand's breadth, and half a pale face was revealed, framed by dark hair. Anna opened the door the rest of the way, and a shadow formed between her brows in a slight frown. "Good evening. I apologise for appearing unannounced," he said, then considered that Anna had probably never announced herself with a calling card. "What brings you to this area still dressed as a gentleman, Mr. Somersby?" "You still may call me Matthew." Silence fell between them at the memory of their uncomfortable conversation about titles. Matthew cleared his throat and continued. "The gown for the ball. It is ready for fitting today. If you take care of it now, then tomorrow evening I can arrange to meet you at 8 o'clock instead of 9. Anna's shoulders hitched, and for a moment Matthew feared she was about to reject him out of hand. She opened her mouth, and he interrupted before she could speak. "Please, just trust me." Anna's teeth clicked softly as she closed her mouth, then she nodded, pulled a shawl from beside the door, and closed the door behind her. The seamstress's shop was typically appointed for such an establishment. The tables were covered in scraps of fabric and lace, shears, and overstuffed pincushions. A matronly woman came out from behind a screen at the rear of the shop and smiled at Anna. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Smith. I'm Mrs. Florence." "It's nice to meet you too," Anna said and offered a little curtsy. "I can manage things from here, my lord." Matthew nodded and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I wouldn't dream of seeing you in the gown before it is ready. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will meet you here again." He held her eyes with a slight smile and bowed before making his exit. Chapter 12. Upon seeing the gown, Anna instantly regretted offering no complaint when Matthew had asked her to come with him. "We did what we could with it, but it isn't to his exact specifications. Couldn't get the skirt to drape quite right and the shoulder seams." She clicked her tongue, as if the rest of the sentence were a foregone conclusion. Matthew's words about having a dress remade in a more modern style rang in Anna's head, and she wondered who had once owned the gown. It was a glossy blue fabric, trimmed in white lace and gold embroidery. Anna's mouth went dry, and she wondered how much money the dress was worth. How many bushels could be bought for that much? She closed her eyes against the tears that started to sting. She knew she had to dress a certain way to associate with people at the ball, but guilt began tying itself in a small knot behind her stomach. Mrs. Florence chattered the whole time about small things around a mouthful of pins, pinching and pricking, until she told Anna she had finished. "It will be ready in the morning, dear. As long as you are here at 7 in the evening, I have scheduled for someone to help with your hair." "Thank you, Mrs. Florence," Anna said, then left. The gold thread embroidering the hem of the dress, a handspan deep, might as well have been coins stitched onto the cloth. That knowledge weighed on her the whole walk home and pressed on her chest as she lay down to sleep that night. Mary was particularly inquisitive that day, and Anna had a hard time keeping pace to offer her answers. Her mind was occupied by the thought of the ball. She invented small games for them to play with each other so that Mary would improve at mathematics and Robert would do the same with grammar. There was hardly a better encouragement than the chance to outperform one's sibling, and soon they were pushing one another harder than Anna could have prodded them from the outside. The disadvantage to her students teaching each other was that her mind had ample time to wander. That is, until one or both of them realised she wasn't minding them, and Mary slipped over to the pianoforte. Anna even missed the first few bars, the light strains of music drawing her out of her pleasant reverie. Anna rose and moved over to where Mary played. There was no music on the stand. She was playing the trilling harmony from memory. The tune skipped brightly along until Mary reached for a note, and her hand was not quite large enough to make the chord. The song fell to pieces with a discordant sound. "That was very lovely," Anna said and folded her hands. "I can't do it right. Not yet. I keep trying, though. That's all we can do. We have to make the attempts in order to grow in skill," Anna replied. "I can teach you some if you like." Mary smiled up, and Anna agreed immediately. "I would like that very much. My family has never owned such an instrument." They spent the next hour or so with Mary pointing out the notes and then playing the scales up and down. At some point, unknown to Anna, Lord Somersby came into the room and began to play chess with his son. By the time Anna's lesson in music was finished, Robert had his father's king in checkmate. "I bow to the wisdom of a growing mind." Lord Somersby made a grand gesture in his son's direction. Robert reset the board as his father stood. Anna did not want to be rude and walk out without a word, but she flicked her eyes nervously to the grand clock. "Miss Smith, would you care to join us for dinner?" The Lord offered. "No, thank you. Truly, it is a kind offer, but unfortunately my evening proves rather full, and I must be off."
"Perhaps another time, then,"
Lord Somersby said. "Yes, perhaps." Anna turned her attention to Mary and Robert. "Now, when I next see you on Monday, children, I expect you to have 3 new, interesting things you have learned, each." "Yes, Miss Anna," they intoned in unison, and Anna bid both of them goodbye. Anna rushed to the riverside warehouse to find that Samuel had already begun speaking. One of Samuel's larger and better-muscled strongmen walked around the room with his hat upturned, asking for contributions. The size of the man had a twofold purpose. People would think twice about snubbing the collection, and others would think twice about trying to steal it. It was a big gathering, larger, certainly, than the meeting at the Hollark warehouse had been, but Anna could tell from Samuel's previous enthusiasm that it was about half of what he had really expected. She didn't see Matthew at this gathering, not that she expected to, with the ball looming later that evening. There were no clocks in the warehouse, but Samuel's speeches were rarely more than about 10 or 15 minutes, and then he addressed the concerns of the gathered crowd. She could stay for, perhaps, 5 of the questions after the speech, but then she would need to leave. Her eyes searched the assembled throng for any sign of familiar faces, and the people she usually talked to all seemed to be absent, including Mrs. Dorrit. Having just been paid by Lord Somersby, Anna was able to make a generous contribution to the collecting hat, and smiled when the strong man holding it paused and looked into her face at the sound of the clinking coins. He moved on, and Samuel finished his speech to great applause. He usually answered questions from the same stack of crates he used for proselytizing, but that evening he climbed down straight away. Since the meeting was over, Anna reasoned that she might as well depart in order to make her other appointment. "Anna!" She heard her given name and knew that the only person in the room who would address her so was her brother. "Yes." The crowd was still in a bright fervour, and they huddled around the siblings in a tight knot, still eager to hear what Samuel had to say. The pairs of eyes all watching them, expecting something of them, made Anna deeply uncomfortable, and she shrugged deeper into her shawl. "I'd like to talk to you. Do you have a moment?" She looked around again at the press of people. "Not right now. I will talk to you later," she replied, and pushed her way through the crowd toward the door. Before any of her brother's friends could stop her, she escaped the humid heat of the enclosed space and took several deep breaths of the cold night air. By the time she arrived at the seamstress's shop, the dizzy flush she felt in the warehouse had long since been replaced by a shivering chill. She closed the door behind her and looked out through its small window pane at the street, an old habit to check that no one had seen her enter. Anna shrugged out of her shawl and chafed her arms with her hands to try and warm them. Her plain day dress had sleeves down to the wrist, and she was still cold. How would she fare in the evening dress, with sleeves abbreviated above the elbow and only gloves between herself and the night? "I didn't expect to see you here," a familiar voice said from behind Anna, and she looked up to check the reflection behind her in the mirror. "Mrs. Dorrit, is this where you work?" Anna asked, turning to face her friend. "Yes, it is, but I was just told to come here, and that I would be fixing up a lady to go to a ball. I had no idea it would be you." Mrs. Dorrit looked from Anna to the magnificent gown hanging nearby. "Please don't mention this to anyone." Anna stepped forward and caught up Mrs. Dorrit's hands in her own. "I'm going to a charity event tonight, and I am going to try and spread word of our cause. I don't want anyone from Samuel's lot to know. I'm afraid they would jump to the wrong conclusions and think I've somehow changed allegiances. I won't say a word, but because it's you, I'll do my very best work." "You were going to send some poor girl out half arranged?" Anna teased lightly, but the look in Mrs. Dorret's eyes was a flat one. "I never do a thing halfway, but I don't always put my best foot forward, especially on days I'm tired and I know I can get away with it. You're my friend, and so you will have the best of me." An hour later, Anna was laced into the beautiful dress, and Mrs. Dorret put the last pin into her hair and declared that she was ready. Just then, the bell over the door rang, and Mrs. Dorret left the back room to check on who it was. Anna could hear the two of them exchanging words but couldn't make anything out. "Are you ready to make your entrance?" Mrs. Dorret asked. Anna smoothed her hands down over the skirts of her gown. "Yes," she said, and stepped around the corner. Matthew cut a particularly fine figure in a blue tailcoat and fawn breeches, his shirt, hat, and cravat all smartly in place. His hair was coiffed into a fashionable style, and in his right hand he held a single blood-red rose in that perfect state halfway between bud and full bloom. She saw her own beauty reflected in his eyes and his smile as he transferred the rose to his left hand and put his right hand on his chest over his heart. He let out his breath in a single burst. "You have always been beautiful, but tonight you could easily be royalty." He extended the rose in her direction, and she took it gingerly. She noted that the thorns were all left in place, and she could feel the light pressure of their points through her evening gloves. The blossom held the faintest hint of fragrance when she lifted it to her nose, and she breathed of it deeply to give herself a moment to cope with his assertions. Beautiful. It was not a word often applied to women of Anna's class. She was not vain or overly modest, and knew she was not plain, but fair was about all she ever expected to be. In the looking-glass that evening, with her lashes and lips darkened just a shade with powders and paints, and her hair arranged in artful curls, she knew the truth of Matthew's words. She was beautiful on that occasion, but it was one thing to know it for herself, and another to hear it confirmed by a man whose esteem she suddenly found she desired. "Thank you, Matthew." Absent in her voice was the usual note of obstinacy, of refusing to acknowledge his title, of clinging to formality. In its place was something soft and warm and unfamiliar. "May I help you into the coach, Anna?" "Yes, please." And there it was. For a while at least, the walls of class and title between them were mere illusions. For that night, they would be Matthew and Anna, and the world of propriety could reassert itself on the morrow. Chapter 13. Matthew sat opposite Anna in the carriage which smelled of leather and roses, and couldn't help but notice how her skin was faintly luminous in the moonlight. I rather doubted my father, as a child, when he told me that if I made funny expressions, my face would stay that way, though I think the way your eyes have not moved gives credence to this notion. Matthew jumped and turned his gaze toward his hands, which lay idly in his lap. "I'm sorry for staring," he said with a glance in her direction, "but you really do look exceptionally fine this evening. And so do you. Blue suits you." "As it does you." Anna smiled and gazed out the carriage window for a long moment. She turned back and asked, "In what style will I be introduced this evening? Or is it to be Anna Smith, the miller's daughter, escorted by Lord Matthew Somersby, Marquis of what exactly?" "Ramsbury," Matthew replied with a little chuckle at her impression. For having never attended a formal ball, she understood the manner of introductions. "Ah, yes, Marquis of Ramsbury." I don't think I'd be tolerated for longer than it took to reach me at the entrance and throw me out on my ear, lovely countenance or not. I had a few thoughts in that regard, Matthew replied. Do you speak French? Anna let her mouth fall open, as if to imply that such a question was improper. Oui, je ne suis pas mauvaise, mais je n'ai pas parlé depuis des années. Good, and don't worry about being a little out of practice. I doubt anyone at the ball will actually want to converse in French, but maybe affect a bit of an accent. We will say that you are a French countess. Anna burst into laughter, and when she saw that Matthew was serious, she added, Are you certain that is wise after the events of last year? These are selected people. They care little for the actions of a small tyrant, and they will not hold it against you in this disguise. He noted her hesitation. You do want to attend this event, don't you? Yes, I do. Well then, a white lie won't harm anyone. It would be a shame to put such fine clothes and good intentions to waste, wouldn't it? When the carriage pulled to a stop at the Royal Gardens, Anna saw lights strung on cords above a scattering of small pavilions. He watched as Anna's chest rose and fell with several deep breaths as she steadied herself. Will I do all right? She asked. I'm certain you will. Now, shall we? He stepped out of the carriage and offered his hand to her. Even through the glove, her hand was warm on his. She held herself perfectly upright and ladylike as they made their way into the garden. He couldn't be prouder to have her at his side for the event. Will they circulate for collections? Anna asked him under her breath, even as she smiled and returned another woman's curtsy. No, we have already made money by selling the tickets. But I haven't purchased one, she replied. I would have given enough for both of us, even if you hadn't decided to accompany me. He introduced her to his circles, always as Amélie d'Auvergne, the French countess. They were good people, his people, and ones he knew she would like and would get along with well. She spoke eloquently and kept her silences at the perfect intervals, and halfway through the night, he saw the rosy glow in her cheeks and the smile on her face that showed she was truly enjoying herself. As he carried on his own conversation, he heard her conversing in perfect French with a viscountess. When he heard the woman ask Anna where her chateau was located, he decided it was better if Anna didn't try to make up a location for her fictional manor. He inserted himself into the situation, probably less gracefully than he otherwise would. Pardon, but I simply must introduce Mademoiselle d'Auvergne to the Brightons who have just arrived. Excuse us? Thank you, Anna said after they escaped from the Viscountess. She was talking so fast. I was stretching the limits of what I could remember, and I hope I have the excuse that I've been living in England since my youth for any errors in my performance. I'm certain you were just fine. Perhaps it would have been better for me to pretend to be a deaf-mute. That way, at least, you might have spoken for me, seeing as you understand the topics in these circles. I will never presume to speak for you, as you have shown yourself to be of impressively assertive character since our first meeting. Just then the music struck up again with a triple-time beat. Would you care to dance? Matthew extended his hand to her. All around the dance floor, Anna could see couples stepping close into the circle of one another's arms, and she realised that the dance was a waltz. I don't know how. It is easy. Simply follow my lead and I will not steer you wrong. His arm wrapped around her waist and she felt her colour rise. True to his word, he gave her subtle cues of which way they would turn, and she followed him unerringly. It was not a particularly strenuous dance, but by the end, Anna was breathless. You seem warm, Matthew said. Shall we take a turn around the garden? I think that would be lovely. As they walked through the hedgerows, Anna looked up and tried to pick out the shapes of stars behind the heavy blanket of clouds, or smoke, that hung over the city. I have seen so many wondrous things here tonight, and we have only been in attendance for an hour. And none of them half so wondrous as you, he replied. Anna blushed at his forwardness, thankful for the dim lighting. I speak only the truth, he continued. If not for you, I never would have organised this and invited those who I knew would want to contribute. This is because of you, Anna. You and the people you help inspired me, and they will in turn inspire others because of who was here tonight. Anna twisted her fingers and looked down at her gloved hands. She looked like she might say something, then shook her head. A bell rang in the distance, and Matthew checked his watch. We ought to be getting back. They are going to announce the total amount raised by the ball. They stood on the edge of the crowd and watched as a small man climbed up on the low dais, where the musicians had performed throughout the evening. The sum was read with great fanfare, and Anna gasped beside him. It was a large amount, and one she probably never imagined the wealthy would be willing to give for the cause of homelessness. A single tear slid down her cheek, and Matthew felt profoundly glad, not that she was crying, but because she was there, to witness the event and see that not everyone of the high class was solely concerned with their own profits. Some of the attendees of this ball even opposed the Corn Laws, but the masses saw a faceless amalgamation of their worst traits. She touched his arm to get his attention and dabbed her eyes dry. This was a wonderful event. Thank you so much for the privilege of coming to see it. People actually do care, more people than I could have suspected. And furthermore, I am glad I was here with you. The carriage ride was spent reliving the high points of the evening, from False Chateau to the fairy lights. But most of all, Matthew simply enjoyed being in her presence. They returned to the seamstress's shop, where Anna changed back into her own dress. Matthew was disappointed to see that she combed out the style her hair was in and arranged it in her usual, ordinary way. My family would comment on it, and that would mean a host of questions I don't want to invite, she said without him having to ask about her change in style. She asked that the carriage stop a block away on the road that intersected with her home. Did you enjoy yourself tonight, truly? He asked as she stepped out of the carriage. I truly did, thank you again. Have a good night, Anna. You too, Matthew. She walked alone down the road, and Matthew waited until he saw her disappear inside the house before bidding the driver to continue. The carriage seemed a hollow place without Anna in it, and he was consumed by thoughts of her the rest of the way home. He knew he loved her now. He wasn't certain when it started, but he felt a pang of it when she said his given name. After the ball, it was something he could no longer deny. He thought of his brother, of his position, and wondered at their agreement to share his father's title. If it came to it, he thought he would give it up, if it became a choice between Anna and his family. Of course, that was terribly presumptuous. He hoped she felt the same way for him that he did for her, but he did not know it. As he made his way up the stairs to his rooms, the whisper of Matthew caught his attention in the way only one's name can. It came from the door to his father's study, and he stole across the carpet on his toes, making as little noise as possible. He leaned down towards the keyhole and strained his ears to listen. You have to keep your son on a leash. Of course, it was his uncle. First, he is seen walking in the slums, and then he is arranging charity events. I don't see the problem with attending a charity ball, John. It isn't as if he was associating with the common rabble. Matthew was pleasantly surprised to find his father defending him. Did you mishear me? He didn't simply attend, he was organising it. I still fail to find the fault. It never hurts to appear altruistic. Matthew's father still held some archaic illusions, but perhaps that could change in time. Mark my words, that boy will bring nothing but scandal and shame down on this family. He will make a mockery of our name. Our name? Clarence began, but Matthew had heard enough. His uncle would never change, and he wanted no further part in whatever he was saying. He tried to put the encounter out of his mind as he made his way down the hall and into his chamber. He untied his cravat and undid the top of his shirt. He laid his coat over the back of the chair at his writing desk, and he sat down on the end of his bed to remove his shoes. He relived the night in his memory and wished they had never had to say goodbye. She was a creature of grace and poise, and it thrilled him to remember their turning about the dance floor during the waltz, the colour of her cheeks as she laughed in conversation, and the tears of astonished joy at the amount that would go to the homeless of London. It was a most generous amount, and Matthew had a few ideas on how to begin allocating the funds. The next time he saw her would likely be at Edmund's townhouse, and he would be forced to call her Miss Smith to remain within the confines of propriety. But he had seen Anna that night, her gracious heart and delighted spirit, and the knowledge of that warmed some place deep in his chest. She was his beacon in the storm-tossed sea, pointing him ever forward in the direction of bettering his fellow men. Chapter 14. Anna woke the next morning with a knot of apprehension in her stomach. All the things she said at the ball, which had seemed so clever at the time, surely revealed her ignorance. The Viscountess couldn't have helped but notice that Anna wasn't really a French noblewoman. Years of proximity to the gentry were no replacement for growing up in their circles and having the etiquette drummed into behaviour day after day. She laid her hands over her face, hiding even from the ceiling of her own bedroom. Her fingers felt cool against her own skin, and she realised she was flushing with embarrassment. Resolving that staying in bed would do nothing for her mood, she swung her legs over the side of her narrow cot and prepared herself for the day. Washing her face improved her outlook considerably, and she went out to make herself a cup of tea. That accomplished, she set to the myriad tasks around the house, which had been neglected with her long days at the Somersby house, Samuel's meetings, and the charity ball. Matthew had been her touchstone, the one raised in the noble circles, and he hadn't corrected any of her behaviour. Perhaps I'm worrying over nothing. She went about her business only half aware, the other part of her mind occupied by the ball and her escort. Matthew had proved himself to be a genuinely caring man, and he had grown in her esteem in equal measure. The following day, to her eternal shame, she lost her place in the benediction because of her distraction. It was quite an unseemly thing to do, and she prayed twice over for forgiveness of her indiscretion. The day after, she returned to Lord Somersby's home, walking with a spring to her step at the thought that, perhaps, Matthew would call upon his brother. Her heart fluttered against the confines of her stays, and she wondered, not for the first time in those days they spent apart, if she was growing to love him. Certainly, it was too soon for that. She had a fondness for him, and she admired his conviction and resolve. But love? She might as well be some silly 16-year-old who declared she loved the boy down the lane simply from a dearth of other suitors. He had asked her to attend a charity event with him so he could prove that members of the upper crust did care for the plight of the downtrodden, not because he wanted her there on his arm. Surely she was raising her hopes only to have them dashed. He was the son of a duke. She might as well wish for a piece of the moon. Halfway through the day, Robert was fidgeting more than writing, and Mary stared out the window, sighing. The weather had improved a little, and the sun's light provided more than the meagre warmth it had for the last several months, and she couldn't blame them for wanting to be outside with the first hints of spring and summer in the air. "Stay here and finish copying to the end of the chapter," Anna said. "I will be right back." Mary and Robert bowed their heads over their work with slumped shoulders and quiet, wordless grumbles. Anna gave them one last look as she left the library and made her way up to Lord Somersby's study. "Pardon, my lord?" she asked as she rapped her knuckles on the open door. "Yes, Miss Smith?" She took 3 quick steps into the room and folded her hands behind her back. It was only then that she noticed Matthew lounged in a chair across from his desk. Anna tried, unsuccessfully, to suppress the smile that spread across her face, but remembered herself and continued with her query. The children quite enjoy their lessons in the garden, and with the weather having improved, I would like to take them on a walk to Hyde Park, so that I may show them the wider variety of flora and fauna there. Do I have your permission to do so?" The Lord smiled and set down his pen. "Miss Smith, I give you license to instruct the children as you see fit. However, Hyde Park is no insignificant distance. Are you certain you can manage them for that long?" "I would be happy to help, Edmund," Matthew offered. "I have recently made it my habit to walk about London, and I'm familiar with the streets." Lord Somersby considered for a moment. "That would certainly set my mind at ease. Go and collect the children, but I would ask that you have them back before nightfall. I do not feel comfortable with anyone in my family being out after dark, times being what they are." "Of course, my lord. I'm sure Mary and Robert will be delighted. Mr. Somersby." Anna only just stopped herself from calling him Matthew, the familiarity of the night of the ball lingering in her mind. "I shall meet you at the front door," he said, and rose smoothly to his feet. With his back to Edmund, he smiled at her and flashed a brief wink. He knew, the barest hesitation, and he knew that she had almost addressed him by his given name. Her breath caught for a fraction of a second as he passed her in the doorway to Edmund's study. They were only inches apart, and for the space of a heartbeat, she felt the warmth of his presence. It took her back to the waltz they shared, and she dropped into a deeper curtsy than usual to Lord Somersby. She hoped it hid the evidence of her face being rather pink. When she returned to the library, she had her teaching expression back in place and clapped her hands to get the children's attention. "We are going on an outing. Go and get your coats and meet me by the front door in 5 minutes." They tossed down their pens with whoops of delight and practically ran from the room. She smiled at their exuberance. There was nothing quite like the enthusiasm of a child, and it reached right into her chest and pulled at something so tender and fragile that it hurt. Instead of taking a book with her, Anna had a ball that could be thrown or kicked. This was not a day for studying specimens, no matter what she had told Lord Somersby. This was a day to remind the children that not every day had to be filled with stuffy lessons. Mary and Robert were several paces ahead of Anna and Matthew as they walked to the park, Matthew calling the directions to them every time they approached an intersection. "I dare say you almost know London better than I do by now," Anna said with grudging respect. "I try." Once inside the park, Anna kept her eyes on the children as they scattered to run through a flock of pigeons and sent them in every direction with a clamour of flapping wings. "Come along, let's get a little deeper into the park, and then we can have a game of catch." "Look, a squirrel!" Mary exclaimed delightedly, and in a moment she slipped her hand free of Anna's and was running down the road. "Mary, wait!" Anna took off after her immediately, but Mary had a child's free spirit and quick feet, and she was several steps ahead of Anna. She happened to glance back, giggling, thinking the chase part of a game. That look slowed her enough that Anna caught her by the arm and pulled. The force made Mary stumble, and together she and Anna fell in the dust by the road as a man on a galloping horse shot past them deeper into the park. They sat up in a tangle of fabric, and Anna checked Mary over for injuries. The child was crying, but Anna thought that to be more from the shock than any physical trauma. Finally, she placed one hand on either side of the child's face and looked deep into her eyes to make sure she was paying attention. "Don't do that again, please, Mary," Anna said. Mary, too distraught for words, merely nodded, and Anna snared her in a reassuring embrace. "There now, you're all right. Let's continue, shall we?" Mary and Robert still led ahead of Anna and Matthew, but they kept closer to their adult caretakers than they had at the beginning of the excursion. "On behalf of my brother, let me thank you for saving her," Matthew said. "Those are some reflexes you have there." "Experience with children," Anna said with a world-weary sigh. She had grabbed too many children out of the path of careless lords. "May I ask you something that may be considered forward or indecorous? If you feel the need to preface it so, I wonder what it is." "You are a beautiful young woman with a clear love and talent for caring for children. I will not insult you by asking your age, but I understand that there are women younger than you who have married and begun raising their families. How come you have not?" There were 100 painful answers to that question. With the mill shut down, Anna had no dowry to speak of. With the mill shut down and Samuel occupied with the cause of organising the opposition to the Corn Laws, she was already providing for a family. "I have children aplenty to look after. That is my cause and my calling." That answer has all the sharp edges carefully smoothed away, like you've handled it so many times you've learned where it could wound you. Matthew's words brushed too closely to the truth for Anna's comfort. She chose a little piece of honesty with him. Not the whole truth, but more than she had told anyone in years. "I would love to have children of my own, but who can say why one has not yet married? Is it because men are gone from the world? No, it is because I have little to offer in the way of benefit. So, I take care of the children who are my charge, and I avoid dwelling on dreams that cannot be reality." Anna took 2 more steps before she realised Matthew had stopped walking. When she turned back toward him, he observed her with his quiet intensity. "You will be a wonderful mother, Anna. You mustn't give up on such a dream. I think the world would be a poorer place if it never held your children." Anna's first reaction was to say something that stretched the limits of the relationship between them, something that danced on the knife's edge of what was right and proper. But when she looked into his eyes, the sincerity there was too raw, too real, and the quip died in her throat. "Thank you for your kind words, Matthew. A little flattery does wonders for the heart." "I have no flattery, only more honest curiosity. What about you, Matthew? Why have you not yet assumed that sacred duty of marrying to provide more heirs?" Her mask was back in place, and she hid behind her words. "I've never found anyone interesting. Until now." Anna walked beside him and refused to look in his direction, not even the barest glance. Years of serious conversations with her brother and staunch training in approaching important things sideways were the only reason she kept her composure and did not look at him. Even so, she felt her colour rise as warmth crept up the back of her neck and made her scalp prickle. "That is to say," Matthew continued after a pause, "that I would love to have children of my own as well. Seeing my niece and nephew has awakened that in me. However, I have yet to find a woman willing to accept what sharing a life with me means. And what exactly does it mean? Mostly, and unfortunately, that my uncle will gossip about them endlessly and tactlessly." Anna laughed at that, and he smiled a tight smile that told Anna he was holding back as much as she had. So, Matthew had also put his mask back on. Though, it seemed to Anna that the barbs they traded were less cutting than they had been before. a mutual sincerity giving a gravitas to their interaction that had not been there before. A heavy silence began to settle between them like a blanket of fresh snow, and Anna broke the moment before it could crystallize into something awkward and unwieldy. "Come along, children! It's high time we were getting you back home." Mary and Robert turned to look at Anna, but didn't make any move to join her, and Matthew nearer the exit to the park. "Must we, Miss Anna?" Robert asked, clutching the crudely wrapped leather ball. Urchins and nobles alike had now kicked and caught the toy. Children were children the world over. It was adults who made them cruel to those who were different. "I'm afraid so. The day is getting on and we have a bit of a walk back. I don't want you to be too tired for your nurse tonight." "Yes, Miss Anna," Mary said, and when she thought Anna wasn't looking, jabbed an elbow into her brother's ribs. The children walked home considerably more slowly than they had walked to the park, and more than once Anna and Matthew had caught up to them without trying. They walked in silence, the honesty they shared in the park too close to the surface for small talk to be comfortable. Mary and Robert had a subdued enthusiasm when they entered the townhouse and greeted their father more properly than Anna had ever seen them address him. "And how was your outing today?" he asked as he ruffled Robert's hair. Mary turned her eyes downward and said, "Miss Anna had to save me from being trampled. I was being silly, and I didn't look before running off after a squirrel." Edmund Somersby held his daughter at arm's length, much as Anna had done with her when they were in the park, and looked her over similarly. "Are you quite all right?" he asked her. She nodded. "Well, then, Miss Smith, you have my utmost thanks for taking your responsibilities to care for my children so seriously. Not many would have risked life and limb for their charges. Then forgive me for saying so, my lord, but they are poor caretakers." She forgot which brother she spoke to for just long enough that the words slipped out. She waved a hand as if wiping away the comment and said, "Not to say, that is. It was instinct, my lord, to protect the children." She recovered somewhat lamely. She felt the eyes of the brothers on her, Matthew's most keenly, and shook her head. "Nevertheless, I owe you something like a king's boon of old. You may have a favour of me in the future. Name it and recall this event, and if I have the power, it will be granted to you." Lord Somersby said. Matthew and Anna chanced to look at each other then. Under the weight of that glance, Anna knew that the two of them were thinking of ways the Somersby name, united under the brothers, could be used to help those on the streets. "Thank you, my lord. I will not do you the discourtesy of trying to politely reject what is so obviously a gift," Anna said. "Gratitude is a thing often squandered. I should hope it is well placed in you," Edmund said. Then his tone and demeanour changed. "You should attend Robert's birthday party. He is turning 8 now, you know." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Anna said. "That is a family event, and I wouldn't dream of intruding." "Nonsense! We've come to think of you as part of the family. I insist." Had Lord Somersby cast Matthew a look just there? It was a thought Anna barely had time to acknowledge before Lord Somersby turned his attention back to her. "Thank you, my lord," Anna said, and found that she genuinely meant it. She had worked hard for too long to wave off the recognition for saving the life of a young nobleman's daughter. Feeling that the silence in the room needed something to fill it, Anna said, "You are too kind to me, my lord. You are shaping my children into the people they will become with the knowledge they gain from you. It is no small thing, and there are 100 petty revenges you could take against a cruel or incompetent employer. Even if it were not true that I respected your intellect, I would be a fool to treat you harshly, Miss Smith." He smiled the grin that he and his brother shared, and there was nowhere safe in the room to look. Ahead was her employer, kinder than he should be, given his station above hers, and then there was his brother, who had offered her too much truth, and left her wondering if she might be the interesting woman he had mentioned. But what if she was? He was a marquess, or would be one day, and she was a miller's daughter, and some things simply could not be. Chapter 15. Anna was not looking at him. It was the sort of not looking that a person only did when there was something occupying their attention, and they were doing their level best to ignore it. "Would you like the carriage to convey you home today, Miss Smith?" Matthew had lost track of the number of times Edmund had offered it to Anna, and she always politely declined. "Thank you, my lord, but there is no need. My own feet serve me well." Like players acknowledging their cues, it was Matthew's turn. "Would you allow me to escort you, Miss Smith?" he asked, and only then did she look over and meet his eyes. The words they shared on the way to the park and the conversation they had there had driven a wedge of silence between them, one so profound that it was the first time she had looked directly at him for the better part of an hour. Her hazel eyes were deep wells, and when she spoke, it was with a calm conviction. "Thank you, Mr. Somersby, but I would prefer to be alone with my thoughts this evening." There was nothing more his presence could do aside from offer agitation, and so he accepted her refusal with more grace than he felt capable of mustering. "Perhaps next time, then." "Perhaps," her lips said. "With that, I shall take my leave. Good afternoon." She bobbed a curtsy, and when she left Edmund's study, her back was very straight. Matthew looked back from the doorway where Anna had left, to his brother. He intended to offer a jaunty farewell and take his leave as well, but Edmund had a look of grave seriousness in his eyes that could not be ignored. "I would like to talk to you, brother. Please, take a seat." Edmund gestured toward the chair with a pale, long-fingered hand, pianist's hands. They had both inherited the trait from their mother. Matthew swallowed against the uneasy roil of his stomach and settled himself into the armchair. Edmund leaned forward and considered his clasped hands for a moment before he spoke. "Brother of mine, do you have feelings for Miss Smith that could be considered of a romantic nature?" The frankness of the question surprised Matthew, as did the simple honesty with which his brother asked it. Faced with such an earnest query, he felt any sidestepping would be a dishonour to his brother's intellect. "I admit that in the time she has worked here, and I have come to know her, I have grown truly fond of her." "And does she share similar feelings for you?" Does she? He thought over their interactions and tried not to project his own desires onto her actions and reactions. He remembered the way her eyes lit up at the ball, the way that she so fiercely defended the things and the people she cared for. The sound of her voice when she said his name was a gentle caress to his soul. But for all that, he could not fathom her feelings toward him. "I cannot be certain of whether she does or not, but we have become closer recently." "And why do you foster these feelings if you do not know whether they are reciprocated?" That was a question which took Matthew much longer to answer. When he finally did, the words sounded thin and petty to his own ears. "I know our worlds are different, but when I'm around her, I'm able to forget it all. I can forget she is not a lady. I can forget there are people who would gladly slander us and tear us apart." Edmund said nothing for a long moment. "She is a fine woman. She has a passionate heart and a sensible head, and she has proven herself the equal to corralling unruly children. I understand why you feel the way you do. However, because she is who she is, and you are who you are. Be careful. Consider your feelings and be certain before you act in any way you may regret." Matthew rose, then offered a bow from the waist, a wordless comment of farewell. He had admitted to another the things he kept in the quiet of his own heart, and suddenly realised he must acknowledge them fully. He needed to find out if Anna felt the same way for him. He withdrew from Edmund's presence and retreated first to his home and thence to his room. He besmirched several sheets of paper, trying to put his feelings to words, and after the fruitless work of an hour, he began to realise why smarter men than he had invented music and dance. There were some things for which words were inadequate and required other aids. He agonised over his phrases, wondering where he sounded trite or insincere. When he finally scratched out a half-dozen lines that didn't gall him, he read them aloud to himself to hear how they sounded. So many things, he found, didn't reveal themselves to be poor choices of words until they were heard with the ears instead of the mind. Dear Anna Smith. He had started the first version with Dearest Anna, and knew immediately that it was far too forward. I pen these lines to express to you that I find myself behaving toward you in a way that is unbecoming for the brother of an employer, yet I hope that you do not find my personage unbecoming, for these last weeks have brought me greater joy than I believe you realise. To see you, devoted to the children in your charge, stirs in me the desire for a family of my own. The last two lines he left unread, for he was unable to give voice to them. To do so would make them real in a way he was not ready to acknowledge to himself. However, he was prepared to acknowledge them to Anna. Off I go, then, he said aloud to himself, and drew his coat about his shoulders. Even as he did so, he knew it was too hasty. Anna refused to walk with him that day because she needed time to herself, as he so often did. He laid his coat back across the chair at his writing desk, loosened his cravat, and poured himself a measure of whiskey. In the morning, he would review the words again, and if he still deemed them worthy of sharing, he would make his way to Anna and hand her the evidence of his feelings. So, it was the following afternoon that he found himself tracing the slums of London, the note clutched tightly in his hand, and his nerves such that he feared it would be damp and the ink smeared by the time he could deliver it. At first, he declared he would give it to her only if he chanced across her in this neighbourhood. But then he saw some of the children he had helped, and remembering Anna's words, doled out a handful of pennies to those who came up to him. Mind your hands now, we are not barbarians. A firm and feminine voice lofted above the low roar of children clamouring, and the more distant sound of horses' hooves and carriage wheels. She was in a small square, playing with the children of the neighbourhood, and he lingered on the fringe, not wanting to make himself a nuisance, and waiting until she noticed him. When she finally did, she smiled, and he took that for a good sign. Anna bade the child she was playing with to mingle with his fellows, and made her way over to where Matthew stood. Have you come to see Tommy and the others? Her cheeks were rosy with chasing the children around, and a fine glow gleamed on her brow from the exertion. Actually, I have come to see you, to give you this. It is from depths within me I did not know I possessed, and I don't know if I could bear to be present while you read it. Thank you. I will read it tonight, Anna said, and put it carefully into a pocket of her dress. It was good to see you, he said, and made as if to turn away. Aren't you staying? I'm sure the children would love to see you. I simply wanted to catch a glimpse of you, and to hand you that note if I did. I'd best be off again. Would you come around for lunch tomorrow? She tripped over her words, as though they raced to leave her mouth in a great tumble. Lunch? Yes, it would be a small thing. Just myself, my father, and my brother. He is the one you saw speaking at the meeting. Heavens above, no wonder she has such a forceful personality. That man, that symbol, was her brother. That's your brother?" he asked with a hitch of uncertainty. "Ah, yes, the one and only Samuel Smith." She seemed to realise the association he was making. It was one thing to attend such meetings and show an interest in the cause for which the crowds assembled and marched. It was quite another to share blood with the leader and, as some might regard him, a rabble-rouser. Matthew knew the surprise was still on his face, and he had to diffuse it as quickly as possible. His speech was truly inspiring. He seems an honest and passionate man. "Thank you," she said, with a rush of breath that could only be relief. "He's quite the stubborn individual at times, but I love him just the same. We are very close, closer than many siblings I see. He is very protective of me." "I see," Matthew said. Anna had a protective brother, one who had hundreds of people in thrall to his every charismatic word. "I would love to meet your family." "Good. The house where you dropped me off. Tomorrow at noon." "I wouldn't miss it." "You had better not." All the spirit Matthew had for quick wordplay had fled him, and instead of offering her a quip in reply, he merely said, "Good day, Anna." She smiled at his use of her name, far as they were from the parlours and halls of the gentry. "Good day to you too, Matthew." He chanced a glance backward as he walked away and found her looking after him. She blinked and averted her eyes at being caught, but he saw the hint of a smile, and a similar one graced his own lips as he turned the corner and headed for home. Chapter 16. Anna felt the note in her pocket burning like a brand. She obliged her time to the children every afternoon, but she could not wait to return home to the privacy of her room and read the contents of the letter. When she was finally alone, she unfolded the letter with trembling fingers and read it over twice before she let herself believe the words. She reviewed the final 2 lines more than any others in the missive. "I understand, even as we move in different circles, I am the moon to your planet, moving ever around you and separated by a distance at once so near and so vast. In the end, if 2 such different things could be considered one, regarded as celestial bodies above all else, perhaps we could be regarded as merely human and nothing more." Once read, the words burned in her mind and drove her to distraction. She slept fitfully and finally abandoned sleep in the small hours of the morning, concerned with the preparations she must do for the lunch the following day. By the time the sun crossed the horizon, yawning and dragging its feet behind a pall of greyish clouds, she had baked 2 loaves of bread, had the dough for another pie chilling on the windowsill, and was scrubbing at a particularly stubborn patch of tar in the back of the fireplace. Somewhere deep in her heart, she knew that Matthew accepted the fact that she was a miller's daughter and that their accommodations would be plain. However, she had also seen the fastidious cleanliness with which Edmund's townhouse was maintained, and couldn't imagine Matthew living in anything less than proper. The staff was meticulous too. Anna had never seen a washwoman or a maid in the whole time she was there, despite the nebulous position somewhere between member of the household and servant that governesses occupied. Warm though she was from her efforts, she boiled water and brewed herself a cup of tea. She put her feet up for the space of a dozen heartbeats and 2 sips of tea before the clock chimed once to let her know it was the bottom of the hour before noon. Her father and brother, whom she had shooed out of the house early that morning, would return any minute, and Matthew would arrive early if he were any sort of gentleman at all. She set her tea aside on the counter, resolving to drink it as soon as she returned from changing her dress and arranging her hair. It should be the perfect temperature by then. She put the last pin in her hair behind her ear as she heard the door open and close, and the sound of booted feet as the 2 men made themselves at home. Anna barely had time to greet them before there was another knock at the door. Fanning herself with a hand to cool herself, she opened the door to reveal Matthew. He was dressed in plain but well-made clothes. He abandoned the rich fabrics and jewel tones in favour of buff, tan, and brown shades of linen and cotton, and a small part of her wondered if he had the clothes made for the occasion. He had proven himself capable of procuring clothing at short notice before. "Please, come in," she said after a long moment of hesitation, and stepped aside to admit him. Aware of how close they were standing, Anna wanted to say something about his letter, but then her father called across the room. "Ah, you must be Matthew. Anna tells me that you have been helping the children in the neighbourhood recently, food and the like." "Yes, sir. It's good to meet you," Matthew said as he exchanged a firm handshake with him. Samuel was eyeing Matthew from across the room with a dubious expression. He interrupted the pleasantries between his father and Matthew to ask, "Where did you meet my sister, Mr. Somersby?" "I happened to run into her here in the neighbourhood. One of the children she tends found his way to me, and she was chasing after him." "What is it you do for work, Mr. Somersby?" Before Matthew could reply, Anna said, "It's very rude to interrogate a guest immediately upon arrival, Samuel. Mind your manners." He closed his mouth, but didn't look chastened in the slightest. Matthew, for his part, looked deeply uncomfortable at facing the doubly intimidating figure of an unattached woman's brother and the leader of a social movement. "Samuel, why don't you talk about the cause? I'm certain Mr. Somersby has some contacts who would be interested." It was not the wellspring of conversation Anna had hoped for. She could tell by the way Samuel addressed Matthew that he regarded him as something of a challenger. If it weren't for his plain clothes, Samuel would have rejected him outright, but she suspected he could tell Matthew was of the upper class. In the same way Anna had noticed him making his rounds of the neighbourhood, Samuel was bound to notice the subtle ways in which the man comported himself. "What exactly is your position on the Corn Laws? Are you a businessman?" "I suppose I am," Matthew said with a certain amount of hesitation. "I help make arrangements between businesses. I do think, though, that they are extremely unfair to producers and are harming our footing for trade." Anna looked between them, trying to gauge Samuel's reaction. Either he would be impressed by Matthew's knowledge, or he would think he was posturing. They carried on that way for a while until the plates were clean, and Anna still could not read her brother's mood. Anna cleared the dishes and tidied the kitchen. Samuel and her father had business to continue, and Anna and Matthew left at the same time to avoid the image of impropriety at being alone in the home. Samuel gave her a wary look as they parted, but said nothing. "I suppose I should be taking my leave. You are an excellent cook, Anna, and you have a charming home." "And just what makes you think you can leave?" "I thought you showed me a glimpse of your world, Matthew Somersby. Now you get to see mine." For the rest of the day she took him through the shortcuts of London, to her favourite haunts, and finally to a place where they could see the heart of London beyond the rooftops of buildings below. "When we were little, Samuel and I used to climb up here all the time. He loved to see the city spread out this way and how small everyone became from such a height. Wealth and power only make you brighter ants amid the throng. I begin to see where he gets his passion for the city from," Matthew said, his eyes roving over the view beneath them. Anna found herself relaxing in the familiar space and realised that she truly enjoyed his company. It was more than the witty banter of barb and riposte. There was a certain easy comfort between them that had not been there before. "I read your letter," she said, and Matthew looked at her as though he were trying to keep himself from saying something. "I would greatly like to be considered first a human with you too," she added. He smiled and she felt her heart warm at the sight. They roved the city until the streets became grey and dull, as the sun sank behind clouds and buildings alike. "Thank you, Anna, for such a wonderful day. It was a lovely lunch and hospitality that I have rarely seen." "Oh," Anna waved him off. "That was hardly a meal." He placed his hand gently on her arm, and she stopped, turning to look at him. The chills that traced up and down her spine seemed to radiate from the point where his fingers touched her skin. "It was perfect," he murmured, the words almost too soft to hear. Anna looked anywhere but at his dangerously revealing eyes and was surprised to find they were in front of her door once more. "Thank you for escorting me home, Matthew. Is it forward of me to say that I look forward to seeing you again?" "Not forward at all. You'll have the chance soon. Robert's birthday party is tomorrow." "Tomorrow? I can't believe that I forgot," she moaned. "I have nothing to wear, and I'll be meeting the rest of your family, no doubt." "I think I can arrange something for you. The party will be at Edmund's townhouse, so I can easily have something ready for you there." "I hope to make a good impression on them," Anna said, more to draw out the time they had together on the doorstep than anything else. "I'm sure you will. Until tomorrow, Anna. Until tomorrow." She closed the door and rested her forehead against the wood with a sigh. Tomorrow was another day, and she would get to see him again. Chapter 17. All the trappings of a society event were present at the party. Starched white linens covered the tables which groaned under the weight of dozens of delicacies. Servants in immaculate livery carried trays laden with sparkling glasses arranged in careful ranks. Matthew paced the lawn, politely declining drinks when they were offered, and looking all over for Anna. She ought to have been ready by then, but he was no judge of womanly arts and how long it took for such things. When he finally saw her, it was as she descended the stairs from the rear of the library into the generous garden. She was turned away from him, as though searching for someone herself. The lines of the gown she wore revealed the slim column of her neck and her alabaster shoulders, the pomona green accenting the hazel of her eyes. Her dark hair was pinned up in an elaborate mass of curls under a bonnet of pale straw with a matching green ribbon, and quite fetching feathers from a bird he could not name. He crossed the garden to meet her, and she smiled meekly, spinning on the spot so that he could see all angles of the gown and bonnet. "What do you think? Are the feathers too much?" she asked and patted the top of her head self-consciously. "You needn't ask, dear. You look stunning." He was momentarily worried at his use of the intimate phrase, but she merely blushed prettily and then looked around the party. "Unfortunately, you, Lord Somersby, and the children are all the people that I know here." "Well," Matthew said, "I suppose we'll have to change that. Allow me to introduce my mother and father, the Duke and Duchess of Ramsbury." Anna shrank back from the introduction, suddenly unsure in a way Matthew had never seen before. "Mother, father, this is Anna Smith. She is Mary and Robert's governess." "Excellent to meet you. Edmund does go on so, about those that he finds intriguing," their mother said and lifted a handkerchief to her face while most of the crowd was occupied. The other introductions went similarly, and Matthew noticed the slightest flinch from Anna when he introduced her to a new group of people, as if she had just gotten used to the others, and he wondered if she felt a visceral discomfort at it. After a long while, the two of them collected food from the tables and sat down on one of the many benches around the garden. Anna shifted her weight once before she realised the proximity for what it was, a shield against comments from the other guests of the party. It worked for the most part. The attacks began where they always did, from the mouth of a drunken patron. "I didn't think a governess would be seated at the same event as a lord, let alone at the same table. You do know who this is, don't you? Why didn't you bring a proper partner to this party? Do you see any other commoners here? Perhaps we should call in the washerwomen next." "Enough, Uncle John," Edmund warned with a note of steel in his voice. "She is a respectable woman and a capable governess, and I'll thank you to remain civil." They're sitting close enough that he can smell what she had for breakfast. "I don't see a problem with it. 2 Bibles stacked end to end would comfortably fit between them. I think that is quite enough space to be proper. If you do not agree, Uncle, you can move along," Edmund replied. Anna's face was a war of emotions, and Matthew indicated a change in scenery with a toss of his head in the direction of the flowers. She clenched her jaw stubbornly at first, but when John devolved into insulting her parentage and suggested all manner of unsanitary things, Anna looked to Matthew for some escape. She took his offered hand to help her rise. They walked across the lawns and traced patterns with their feet in the long grass, watching how it changed colour from one direction to another. Fortunately, Matthew was saved from being embarrassed by the rest of his family. She chased the children across the garden and stopped to ask them here or there about a plant or a creature they had learned about. Mary and Robert did her proud and answered all the questions correctly. At the end of the day, Anna's posture was as erect as any lady's, and she seemed to have forgotten the interaction with John. He hated to bring it to her mind again, but he felt it necessary to apologise for his uncle's behaviour. "He is quite the vile man," Matthew said, the corners of his mouth turning down in disgust. "It's all right," she said. "I'm used to it." She said it with such an air of decorum that Matthew almost forgot their situation and was outraged at the conduct against a lady. But she was not of genteel birth, and she had likely been the target of more unkind words than Matthew could possibly know. "You shouldn't be used to it. It's reprehensible behaviour from a rumour-mongering horses." Anna raised her hand and laid a finger over Matthew's lips, bidding him to be quiet. He took a deep breath with some difficulty and sighed through clenched teeth. "If I had any sisters, I don't know how I would have survived this long. I have the strongest urge to cave my uncle's face in around my fist. Then again, that impulse is never far away where he is concerned. I am flattered that you think so highly of me that you would defend my good name against a member of your own family. Accidents of birth do not make for good leaders." "That sounds like something my brother would say." Matthew saw Anna glance around the garden as they rounded a corner, making their way back to the assembled throng. She gazed up into the darkening sky and inhaled deeply, as though remembering the fragrance of the afternoon. "I have to be on my way. My family will be waiting for me, and if I don't want to clean every dish in the house, I'd best get home before my father gets it into his head to fix supper for all of us." Anna spoke loudly enough that a few of the guests turned in her direction at the mention of doing her own housework. Then they seemed to realise she was a governess. "Before you go, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to take the children for a picnic in the park tomorrow? We didn't get to finish our conversation last time." Anna nodded slowly, then added, "I would love to, if Lord Somersby agrees that it is all right. I'm certain he will. Come, let me take you home in the carriage." "My own feet." "Anna, if I have to hear how well your own feet serve you one more time, I'll have half a mind to sweep you off them. Please, allow me the courtesy of showing you home in the carriage." Anna looked at him for a long moment. "All right then," she agreed, and Matthew had Edmund's carriage brought around, and he promised his brother to see it safely returned. They kept their talk to a minimum, the clatter of the carriage wheels over the cobbles making conversation nearly impossible until Anna slid smoothly from the seat across from Matthew into the one beside him. He was keenly aware of her presence for the remainder of the journey. "Don't forget about the picnic. Would you like me to have Edmund's cook prepare something?" Anna seemed to consider for a moment, then said, "Yes, Have them arrange for some cold bites, and I will make sure that we have plenty of bread, butter, wine, and cheese," Anna said as the carriage pulled to a stop in front of her modest home. She moved without the hurried pace she had the first time he saw the house and lingered on the pavement to talk to him through the window. "Excellent! I can hardly wait." Matthew clapped his hands and rubbed them together in front of himself. He was stalling, the way he always did when he was not ready to part company with her yet. "I will be prepared for tomorrow, Mr. Somersby," Anna said, and Matthew couldn't help but notice that she made no real efforts to leave his presence. She stood, leaning toward the carriage window and looking for all the world like a muse out of an old painting. "See you in the morning, Anna." "I'll see you tomorrow, Matthew." Chapter 18. Anna agonized over the contents of the basket she intended to take to the picnic. They had good, sharp cheese, and she used some of their flour to make a light and fluffy, but small loaf to pack in a clean white cloth. The wine was the true luxury, though, one of only 3 dusty bottles her family possessed, and the space it left on the shelf was as conspicuous as a missing tooth. No doubt Samuel would ask her about it when he returned home, but she didn't concern herself too much with what he might say. By the time she arrived at Lord Somersby's townhouse, Matthew was already there, conversing with his brother. Anna knocked on the door to the study and curtsied to the 2 men, who looked very much like they were pretending not to have been talking just a moment before. "Ah, Miss Smith, Matthew was just asking me about taking the children on a picnic today. I trust they will not become spoiled by spending so much time outdoors that they begin to ignore their lessons. I believe they are of stalwart character and can handle a little freedom. It is good to get out in the sunshine now and then." "Indeed. Well, as before, do not keep them too late. I still do not want them out when it is getting dark. I hardly think even the most elaborate picnic would take the entire day, Edmund," Matthew said to assuage his brother's worries. "Of course, you're right," Edmund said, with the distracted air of a man who knew he had been silly, but had far more pressing concerns to occupy his time. "Shall we depart then, Miss Smith?" Matthew asked, using the formal address in front of his brother, who cast a glance between the 2 of them, but said nothing. "Yes, I believe we shall. This basket grows heavier by the minute. Here, allow me to carry it," Matthew said. He reached out a hand and Anna offered it to him, thankful to be relieved of the burden. Mary and Robert came thundering down the stairs and turned the corner into Lord Somersby's study so quickly that they nearly slipped on the polished marble floor. Robert steadied himself by grabbing onto Anna's skirts, and Mary crashed into her uncle's legs, hugging him around the middle. "Are you ready to go for a picnic, children?" Anna asked as she untangled Robert. "Yes, Miss Anna," the children said in unison. "Is Matty coming with us too?" Mary asked. "Yes, your uncle will be joining us. In fact, it was his idea, so you have him to thank for our going out to the park today." "Yay!" Robert exclaimed. "Thank you, Uncle Matty," Mary said and ran around him in a quick circle, then took off down the hall again. Anna heard the click-clack of Mary's heels fade away into the distance as she headed for the front door. "I'd best go and make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Excuse me, my lord." Anna curtsied and turned to leave. Matthew followed some distance behind her, which suggested he and his brother exchanged more words after she was out of their proximity, but she didn't ask him about it. As before, the siblings ran ahead as they made their way to the park. They stayed closer than they had before and looked carefully in each direction before running across the road to the pavement on the other side. When they finally reached the park, the day was cool but not cold, and the sun was a warm counterpoint to the breeze. Anna spread out the blanket they were to share and called for the children to come around and sit with them. They sneered at the sliced cucumbers, but between the 2 of them, Mary and Robert accounted for most of the cheese being eaten before Matthew and Anna even had the chance to finish unpacking the basket. I think that's quite enough. You needn't make yourself sick, especially since I know you're going to be running around and playing hard soon enough. Anna put the plate of cheese back into the basket and encouraged the children to partake of some of the fruit, so they at least had something of balance to their meal before they took off again. Now, you stay between those two trees and don't go farther than the bridge. I want to be able to see you at all times. Do you understand? Anna asked, pointing out the landmarks and not releasing the children until they acknowledged the instructions. How do you do that? Matthew asked when Mary and Robert had scampered away out of earshot. What are you talking about? The way that you handle the children. They listen to you and defer to you almost instinctively. I've seen it with the children in the slums too, so it isn't just that a lord's children have been brought up to respect the people who are in authority over them. It's all in how you behave. You speak and act as though you expect to be obeyed, and when you are not, you remind them who is in charge. Anna paused, not wanting to dwell on the implications of that attitude for the differences in class between her and others. I was awful to my governess. Edmund was the good brother. He was older, paid attention in his etiquette classes, and comported himself well. Alas, I was always the troublemaker. I can see you have carried it into your adulthood. Attending an anti-corn laws meeting is not exactly following the line of what the gentry seem to want. Ah, no. In fact, it would be best if people do not know I was there, or that you were, or that we were there together. We were not there together, Matthew. We happened to be in the same place at the same time. And all the more luck for me, then, he replied with a smile. His expression turned serious then, and he opened his mouth to say something just as the keening cry of an injured child pierced the air. Anna whipped her head around to look in the direction of where the children were playing, and saw Robert sitting on the ground, one foot propped up before him. The knee of his trousers was torn, and it was apparent even from a distance that the skin below was stained red. Mary offered her hand to Robert to help him stand, and when Anna reached the two of them, she extended her arm also, so that Robert could take the weight off that leg. It's only a bit of a scratch and will heal in no time. Honestly, children your age are half held together by scabs and gumption. She knew that if she fussed over the injury, it would make the children worry as to its severity. If she acted normal, so would they once the shock wore off. They made it back to the picnic blanket, and Anna settled Robert down to look at the knee. She cleaned it up with a handkerchief, and then placed several slices of the cucumber on the wound. Some of the tightness around Robert's eyes eased, and Anna asked, "You turned up your nose at them when it was time to eat, but aren't you glad now that I brought them?" "Yes, Miss Anna," Robert intoned with the drawl of a child who knew they were wrong and didn't want to admit it. He worked his mouth for a brief moment and then threw his arms around Anna's neck. "Please don't leave us. Promise you'll stay with us always, forever and ever." "Oh, darling, of course I won't leave you. I'm not going anywhere." Robert's small fingers clutched at her shoulder for another moment before he pulled away and wiped the tears that lingered on his cheeks. Anna sidestepped the promise in his question. There would come a day, and soon, when it would be custom for a boy like him to leave the care of a governess and attend a boarding school. By then, he would have outgrown his childish fancies and would think nothing of leaving her behind. After a few more minutes, in which Robert stretched and relaxed his leg, he declared he was ready to go back to running around. Anna warned him to keep out of trouble. He nodded and was away again, almost as soon as the agreement left his mouth. "You really do have a natural way with children," Matthew said with a certain measure of awe. I do all this and keep my own house too, she said, and meant for it to be a flippant joke. But she made the mistake of allowing a certain bitterness to creep into her voice. Her own mother had died in childbirth, and Anna bridled that she was always the one responsible for maintenance and upkeep. I wouldn't know the first thing about keeping a house. Start in the dry rooms, clean top to bottom and left to right, then do the same with the wet rooms, Anna said simply. Well, I suppose that's as good a primer as any. But what do you mean by dry and wet rooms? Matthew asked. A dry room is a bedroom or a sitting room. Really, all you do is dust, then sweep the floor once you've brushed the dust off everything. A wet room is a kitchen and they take more time because you have to dust, then clean up grime, and lastly, you have to sweep and mop the floor. Anna was conscious of her hands as she raised her next bite to her mouth. They were not the dainty, lily-white digits of a lady of leisure. Her fingernails were neatly trimmed, but one of them always grew crooked from where she had pinched her fingertip in part of the millworks as a child, and the rest of her hands were red and hard from long hours of scrubbing with harsh lye soaps, because they were cheap. Once again, Anna, you have opened my eyes to something I have always taken for granted. Anna felt the heat rise in her face and hid it by rummaging in the picnic basket for the bottle of wine she had brought, along with 2 long-stemmed glasses wrapped carefully in linen. When she poured it, the wine was darker than blood, with a rich and heady scent from its aging. Anna lifted her glass to eye level and looked over the rim at Matthew, who held his up in a similarly expectant manner. To learning something new every day, she said. To peeling back illusions instead of taking the world at face value, he replied. And they tapped the rims together so lightly, their sound was like a glass bell being struck. Dark fruits and old oak mingled on Anna's tongue as she sipped the wine. Matthew pursed his lips and peered into the glass as if it held the secrets of the cosmos in its depths. What's the matter? Anna asked, suddenly alarmed. Is there something wrong? No, not at all. It's very good. Very good for a miller's daughter to own, she asked archly, and peered at him over the top of the glass as she took another sip. It's very good, the owner aside. It has the character of a fine vintage which has been properly aged. Anna had been as tense as a dog with its hackles up, but at the unveiled compliment, she relaxed. Thank you, I'm glad you are enjoying it, she replied. Just as it had been on the night of the ball, her voice was like mulled wine, holding within it notes of warmth and sweetness she could not have affected if she tried. She found herself studying the lines of Matthew's face as he tipped his head back to drink, the way his hair fell back from his ear and the curl of his lashes against his eyelids. When the sun sat just above the treetops and cast long, angular shadows through the grass, Anna called the children to her and they walked back towards the townhouse. True to their daily ritual, they exchanged their usual afternoon pleasantries with the lord of the house, wherein he offered Anna the use of his carriage. She graciously declined, and Matthew offered to be a gentleman and walk her home. They talked of small things, and when they arrived at her door, they faced one another with the uncertainty of parting with something serious lying between them. Before he could break the silence, she extended her hand with a small sheet of paper folded between her fingers. What is this? You gave me one, she said. I find it only appropriate to give you one in return. He moved to open the page, but she reached out and closed his fingers over the note. Number, you gave me a letter because you wanted me to discover these things with some distance from you. I ask only the same. Matthew nodded and tucked the paper into his inside pocket. Thank you for the wonderful picnic today, Mr. Somersby. Thank you for making the arrangements and keeping an eye on the children. Anna bowed her head to hide her face. then realised that her blush would hardly be visible in the deep shadow of the narrow street. "I'm sure I will see you again soon, Matthew. I must call upon my brother again sometime soon." They lingered a moment longer. Then Matthew said, "Good night, Anna." "Good night." Chapter 19. Matthew walked home, feeling as though his heart was lighter than air. He abhorred the trappings of formal gatherings and relished the topics he had been able to discuss with Anna. His good mood lasted approximately 3 seconds beyond opening the door to his home and finding his father waiting in the foyer, with his eyebrows drawn together and his mouth etched in a downward curve. "What's wrong, father?" Matthew asked. He was in no mood to bother with any pleasantries before getting to the heart of whatever he wanted to discuss. "Is it true you attended an anti-Corn Laws meeting?" There were too many people on the street whom he had helped, too many people who had attended the meetings themselves. They were the servants, the porters, and shopkeepers for the gentry, and John had eyes and ears and fingers in all the corners of London. It was a foolish hope to think his family would never find out. Still, he lowered his eyes, the burden of shame hanging about his shoulders for no other reason than his family's expectations of him, which he had broken. "Yes, father. People are starving out there. Something needs to be done, and I have the power to do it." "You really think that your contributions will have any bearing at all on this fool's cause?" Fool's cause? People being evicted from their land, subsisting on the cold and damp streets of London, and the people who are fighting to change their circumstances are fools to you. It wasn't until the great indrawn breath after his outburst that Matthew realised he had been shouting. His throat was raw, and he felt the beginnings of angry tears in the corners of his eyes. "No, I will not cry. I've shamed my father enough." Clarence pressed his mouth into a narrow line. A quavering muscle in his jaw was the only indication of just how livid he was beneath the surface. "This is something you cannot be involved in. Do you understand me?" Matthew held himself very still for a moment. There were 100 more things he wanted to shout at his father, at the world keeping them apart. Anna's success was only the product of an educated childhood. Otherwise, she could be one of those starving transients after the failure of her father's mill, forced to make hard decisions in a harder world. As it was, all the pride she'd had to swallow to become a governess for a wealthy family, a perceived adversary in the fight for decency. "I understand you, father. I just need to be more careful." Until he moved, Matthew had been unaware of his uncle lurking around the corner, a piece of the interaction he had not accounted for, and the only thing capable of pushing him over the boundary between simmering anger and righteous fury. "I swear, Clarence, that girl is responsible for it all. Edmund should never have hired her. What a blot! What a disgrace on this family." "Uncle!" His voice was sharp as a razor and twice as bright. "You really need to start minding your own business." The words were shrill, even to his own ears, and he knew he was losing them. They would see him as irrational, hysterical, perhaps even insane. "How dare you speak to me that way?" John advanced on him, but Clarence put out a hand to his brother's chest to keep him from acting on the violent passions which coursed just under the surface. "Stop it," Clarence said, and just when Matthew was beginning to feel vindicated that his father defended him, he turned his attention back to his son. "Both of you, I don't want you at odds, but this family has a reputation to protect. We cannot be involved in a political conflict. However, brother, Matthew is correct that you must stop meddling and creating trouble. Heavens above, the two of you are like squabbling milkmaids." Matthew had never seen his father so upset before. His colour was high, his hair had fallen out of its pomade, and he bared his teeth in a half grimace. "I'm a grown man. I won't be told what to do, especially when it runs counter to what I believe is important." As he hadn't made it farther than a few feet into the house, it was a short distance for him to turn and leave again. By the time his head cooled and he deigned to look at his surroundings, Matthew found his feet had carried him to the slums, where he found he was more comfortable than in the place that had been his home for years. The evening was not too late yet. Sunset was still nearly 2 hours away, and Matthew wondered if Anna had gone out to any of the children she helped. If he could find Tommy, he would know. That child had a sense for when she was about. He turned down one of the side streets and found his path blocked by a large, imposing figure. It was none other than Samuel Smith, whom Matthew was happy to respect and admire from a distance, but found he liked less coming upon him in a dark alley. "Ah, good evening, Mr. Smith," Matthew said with one of his best smiles. "Don't put on your airs with me," he hissed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you in any way. I was just hoping to—" "What exactly are your intentions with my sister?" he demanded, taking a step closer. Their eyes were almost level, and yet Samuel seemed to loom over him. "She has a fantastic intellectual mind. I enjoy her company and conversation," Matthew replied without hesitation. "And what do you talk about?" "Everything. Philosophy, the condition of our fellow men, the meetings you arrange." "I'm so glad you brought it up. I heard from several very reliable sources that the first of our meetings you attended was visited by the constables almost immediately. Who has paid you to reveal our plans?" Samuel asked in a low, menacing voice. Matthew noticed Anna hanging back at the next intersection. She looked smaller and meeker than he had ever seen her, diminished in the shadow of her brother's personality. "I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong impression," Matthew said. "If you would—" "No, you have the wrong impression if you think I will allow you to invade the trust of my family and the people who are working for real change. When you wake up in a week or 2 or a year, and you have obligations to your family, you will forget about the inconsequential rabble. You cannot understand from the outside what it is to fight to improve your life. The fact that you think you can is so deeply offensive that I can hardly look at you. That you are sinking your claws into my sister." Samuel closed his eyes to gather himself for a moment longer than a simple blink, and Matthew saw in that brief absence the true intensity of his stare. It reached into a place deep in Matthew's gut and pulled on some instinct that told him to drop his eyes, the way you had to with a hound who caught the froth. "Look at me when I'm talking to you," Samuel bellowed, and shook Matthew by both his shoulders. "You scheduled a meeting with Lord Felton on the very day you met her. There is no greater enemy to our cause. That alone makes me incapable of trusting anything you have to say." Trapped again. In the space of an hour, Matthew had been caught in the 2 worst possible scenarios by his father, whose opinion he esteemed greatly, and by Anna's brother, who could be the greatest barrier between them. He looked in her direction, but her face was averted, and her eyes were downcast. He still had her letter in his pocket, unread, and a sick, creeping dread overtook him. "She wanted distance between us when I read it. Does that mean she shares her brother's sentiment and couldn't bear to tell me in person? You should leave. If I ever see you around here again, I will kill you." Samuel was deep in the grip of rage, and Matthew had no doubt that the man was serious in his sentiment. He wasn't sure he wanted to test the man's resolve when he had time to cool. "Anna!" Matthew called out to her, but she covered her face and turned away. Her brother released him with a shove and stepped away. At the same time, the sun sank by a fraction, and Matthew's whole world dimmed, darkened by an irrevocable degree. The angle of her shoulders as she moved told him there would never be the same brightness between them, ever again. Chapter 20. Anna didn't want to believe Samuel when he told her that Matthew was nothing more than a spy for the gentry to learn what tactics the lower classes planned to use. She remembered Matthew being vague when she voiced a similar concern. He had been making excuses and arrangements to see her more often than a mere brother of an employer should. She thought that meant he took an interest in her, especially with the letter he had given her. The letter. Heavens above, I feel like such a fool. The confrontation might as well have been a granary fire, terrible and mesmerising, with the knowledge that to intervene would mean certain injury. Tommy had said he seemed a decent man, but then, who in that situation, while putting on a ruse, would be cruel to a child? He had turned up in disguise right before the constables carried out their raid. He wanted to know about her life, her livelihood, and how the Corn Laws had affected them, how better to understand the effects than by studying people bearing the weight of the impact. "Anna!" she heard him shout, and she froze. He offered such familiarity when Samuel was inflamed as he was. She couldn't look, even though Matthew had shown her glimpses of his world, then betrayed her. She still didn't want to see Samuel skin his knuckles on Matthew's teeth. There was a scuffle, and Anna retreated down the side street, both hands pressed over her mouth as though they could contain the keening sound of sorrow leaking from her throat. He called her name again, something raw and ragged on the edge of the word, and she heard the heavy thump of flesh on flesh and knew that her brother had hit Matthew. There was no cry of pain, just a barely audible groan, and Anna forced herself to peer around the edge of the building once more. Matthew was doubled over, clutching at his left side, but he still stood. Samuel had not knocked him cold on the pavement. Samuel turned away from the scene and grabbed Anna's arm as he passed, turning her around and guiding her in the direction of their home. "I'm sorry it had to be this way," Samuel said, the anger in his voice giving way to something like pity or regret. "It didn't. You needn't have confronted him in the middle of the street and engaged in fisticuffs like some common brawler." She was angry at both of them, for different reasons. Society is cruel. There is an order to things, and men like him will always use their position to affect the lives of those beneath them. I'm sure he meant no malice by it, only looking to serve the interests which benefit him. I saw good in him, the fact that he betrayed us to the constables. If you hadn't told me yourself, I wouldn't have believed it. "My sweet sister," Samuel said and stopped walking. He gripped her upper arms in both his hands and looked into her face. Having nowhere else to focus her gaze, she looked at the corner of his eyebrow, so she didn't have to see his eyes. "Yes?" she asked wearily, following his promptings. "We have only ourselves and those who share our values. Help will not come from people such as him. Don't go hoping for miracles. You'll only be let down again." The latch of the door to their home made a heavy sound as it slid open. "Thank you, Samuel. Now, I think I would like to be alone." "You don't have—" "Please, brother, leave me in peace." She turned away from him and let her feet carry her where they willed. She found herself on the overlook that she had only recently shown Matthew. The view of the city held none of its usual wonder. The memory of him, there with her, was too close and too fresh. It had ruined this sanctuary by bringing conflict with it. How could she have allowed herself to be so deceived? She was only human after all, and it was the greatest skill of humankind to blind themselves to things that were sources of pain. She had a long cry, the sort usually reserved for late at night, with a pillow to muffle the sound and absorb the tears. By the end, she was a sopping, snotty mess, and she would have been ashamed if anyone saw her in such a state. But no one came to the overlook, and her dignity was preserved. She took several deep breaths and turned her face into the wind so it would cool her face and dry the last of her teardrops. By the time she returned home, she had composed herself, But there was a hollow place inside her where the warmth for Matthew had been, the certain knowledge she was beneath him, and nothing was sufficient to bridge that, left her feeling strangely empty, which in turn made her feel even more foolish. You allowed yourself to hope, even when you knew it to be folly. There was hope that inspired, and that was the kind that Samuel honed into a weapon to give his followers something to latch onto. Then there was hope that harmed, hope that poisoned the heart and the mind against the truth, because the silly wanting of things made a person certain they could effect a difference where there was nothing to be done. She walked through the door to find light, warmth, and cooking smells in the room beyond. Samuel stood and crossed to her as she closed the door behind her, and his expression was one of gentle pity. The anger was muted, subdued once more. He was her loving brother who could tell she had been crying and wanted to take her pain away. "Father made dinner. I tried to keep him from dirtying the whole kitchen, but—" He trailed off and lifted his shoulders as if to say, "What can I do?" "Thank you, Samuel. Truly, it's fine. I don't mind cleaning up. In fact, tonight I think it's best if I keep busy." Just then, their father walked over and handed Anna a steaming cup. She wrapped her hands around it and relished the sting as it warmed her numb fingers. She took a sip before it cooled, and it burned a line down her throat and into her stomach. She finished the whole thing before it could even settle to a comfortable drinking temperature, and the fire inside made her feel a little better. She ignored the wide-eyed gaze Samuel fixed on her as she carried the cup to the kitchen. The three of them sat around the small table. The fourth chair that Matthew had occupied for their lunch together was positioned by the fire with a blanket thrown over the back of it. That helped, in its own way. It was not an absence at the table, it was a table set only for three. "If you want," Samuel began. But Anna held up her hand with her palm toward him. It cut off his sentence like a butcher paring away gristle. The rest of the meal passed in relative silence. The only words exchanged were murmurs about the food. "I am sorry," he emphasized it, as if she would doubt him. She didn't know whether she did or not. "Thank you for that," she replied and began to wash the dishes. She moved slowly and methodically, and laid them aside in a pile. Then she dried them one by one. There was a splatter of something on the wall above the basin, and she stared at it as she worked, imagining different shapes in the formless stain. She could not avoid the fact that she must return to the Somersby home to continue teaching Mary and Robert, whom she dearly loved to see exploring new avenues. Perhaps Matthew would avoid calling on his brother. Perhaps he would avoid her. That was more foolishness, she knew. The way he had screamed for her, she knew that he thought he could be redeemed, could explain himself. He would try to. Samuel had threatened his life, and she knew her brother when he was in the throes of his temper. Matthew would take him seriously, and he would not return to the slums. That meant the only way he would see her would be in the course of her obligations to Lord Somersby. The aid Matthew had been supplying to the people of the slums would stop too. All the people who said he would return to his own interests and abandon them would be proven right. Samuel had made his own prophecy come true. By the time she went to bed, she felt as wrung out as the rag she used on the pans. Sleep eluded her for a long time, but when it came, it was the deep and dreamless sleep that only comes when trying to escape the world. Chapter 21. Samuel Smith had a strong right arm and had driven it deep into the flesh over Matthew's left kidney. The pain was too intense for screaming. It took his breath away, and after fighting valiantly to remain on his feet, bent but unbroken, he sank to his knees for a long minute. It was in the time on the ground that he saw Samuel guiding a tearful Anna away. He sat up and discovered that the knees of his breeches were twin patches of smeared greyish-brown, and there was alley water in his hair from where he had leaned forward onto the ground. He didn't care. He might as well have had his heart ripped out, knowing she had been poisoned against him. When he finally rose, the twinge from his left side sent bright silver sparkles flashing across his vision, and the alley went dark. No. The darkness had nothing to do with his injury. The sun had almost fully set, and the warren of twisting streets fell tonight before the higher places of the city. As he walked, the pain lessened, but a slow, smouldering anger started deep in his chest. A chance coincidence of his attendance at the meeting and an appointment with Lord Felton. They were such thin reasons upon which to base the accusations of him being a spy. He'd had his character impugned by better men than Samuel Smith, and over much more credible events. The fuel to the fire was how readily Anna had accepted her brother's accounting of events. Had their time together in the last weeks counted for nothing? Did she think him so duplicitous that he would feign interest in her for so long? Unwilling to head back to his home and discouraged by the events of the recent hour, he sat down on the corner of the pavement and pulled the note from Anna out of his pocket. The paper was bruised from his altercation, and he unfolded it with shaking fingers. Matthew, you have shown me that your world is not what I thought it to be. There are obligations each of us must fulfill to our families, and there may as well be a chasm between us. It is with trepidation that I approach this subject, for I do not know the lengths to which you will go. I must follow my heart. I don't understand how the connection blossomed between us, and it continues to leave me stupefied. Yours, Anna. For the first time in years, Matthew cried. He cared not for the thoughts of any passers-by who saw a grown man sobbing on the corner of a street. The perfunctory way in which she bid him farewell was almost worse than if she had left it unsigned. She couldn't bear to refuse him in person. She was committed to her brother's cause and had believed his lies. She had withdrawn, even going so far as to reject that there was a connection between them in the first place. He had thought her so genuine, but that refreshing honesty had laid the trap for him. The chasm between their stations had weighed on him, but there had been so many other things to dwell on. It must have been intimidating for her to be growing close to the family of her employer, a man who could have her dismissed. He never would. But he understood she could be afraid of such things. He wandered home without really paying attention to the route he took, and it was fully dark by the time he arrived, the stars making muted appearances behind the clouds. He entered through the back door, hoping to be as unobtrusive as possible, but only succeeded in getting in the way of the kitchen staff who were preparing supper. He stopped a passing housemaid long enough to ask for a bath to be drawn, and then went up to his chambers. Making his way up the stairs was a chore, as every step seemed to take the breath out of him, and by the time he reached his rooms, he was panting as if he had run a solid mile. Servants brought up buckets one after another, and he froze at various points in the process of disrobing. He sat for a long time with his cravat laid across his open hands, staring at the swirling pattern of blue and green. He let his eyes rove over the silk for long minutes so that he wouldn't have to think, wouldn't have to remember the contents of Anna's letter. He sat in the bathwater for a long time before washing up, and then he lingered until the water began to cool. The only movement was his heartbeat rippling the surface and the occasional long shudder of a sigh. At the last of these, he stood and let the water sluice off his skin in great rivulets. He picked up the final bucket of clean water and rinsed himself down to remove the fine layer of soapy residue, then dressed and made his way down to dinner. It was the only time in his life Matthew could recall not feeling better simply by being clean, his mind still occupied by the contents of the missive. The languor of the hot water only made him feel fuddled and drowsy, and he suspected he may have been more seriously injured than he initially thought, particularly when the next few hours passed with only fragments recorded to memory. Dinner was a quiet affair. He picked at the food on his plate because it would do nothing to fill the empty space inside him. His father made no mention of the incident earlier and asked nothing of Matthew during the meal. John walked into the room, late as usual from some appointment or another. Matthew locked eyes with him, then laid his fork down so carefully the metal made no sound against the porcelain. He pushed his chair back, then left without a word. No one stopped him. No one chided him for not asking to be excused. The silence in the room behind him echoed the silence in his soul, knowing that Anna was lost to him. He wandered to the library, still feeling overly warm from the bath, and loosened his collar. It was not as opulent a library as Edmund had in his home, but this one was at least windowless to help preserve the integrity of the books. Matthew wandered the shelves and ran his fingers over the spines, leather and cloth of every colour in the rainbow, embossed with gold or silver lettering that winked in the dim lamplight as he looked for something to distract him. He finally selected one and left to head back to his rooms when he heard a voice from down the hall. "Hey, boy!" He continued on, ignoring his uncle, and ducked into the servants' stairs at the end of the hall, hoping John hadn't seen him. The flight of steps was narrow and dark, and he surprised a young maid he wasn't certain he had seen before. She turned sideways and spread her skirt in the motion of a curtsy. She didn't drop down or bow her head, however, as it would have made it impossible for him to pass her by. "Good evening," he said, and continued past her up the stairs to the second floor. He lit the lamp beside his bed and thumbed the book open to its first page. It soon became apparent, however, that what he thought was going to be an adventure story about pirates was, in fact, a love story. He slammed the covers shut in a fit of pique and tossed the volume carelessly onto his bedside table. He was in no mood to read a love story. He stared up at the shifting patterns made by the dancing firelight for a long while. Then, deciding it wouldn't do to fall asleep with the lamp burning, he put out the light and peered into the darkness for a long while more before sleep finally took him. Chapter 22. Anna opened her eyes the next morning to the cold grey light of London. For a moment, she forgot about the events of the day before. It was like the feeling of waking up somewhere unfamiliar and having the disorienting moment of trying to find your bearings. Then, memory and realization crashed down around her, and a wash of tears almost began anew. She could hardly believe Matthew was so skilled an actor. He took her to a charity ball under the guise of showing her what the gentry could do when they put their minds to a task. Anna had to wonder if her attendance had been the real charity all along, as she could never possibly attend such a function on her own. He was not a perfect actor, though. Some part of her suspected him of writing that heartfelt letter, so he didn't have to trust his performance. The letter! Anna covered her face with her hands. After what Samuel told him, what must Matthew think of the note she had given him in reply? She had written those things when she was elated, when he had brought her into the bright and brilliant sides of the upper class. She was hesitant because of his family, because she was afraid they would never let him attach himself to the governess. Yet she had feelings for him all the same, because the heart is a foolish thing. Fate had brought them together in all its strange and wonderful wisdom, and she had trusted its whims as if it had a plan for the two of them. She had told him she was his. The memory of those words brought a flush to her cheeks, and she covered her face with her pillow, screaming her frustration into it. If the earth could swallow her up that very minute, it wouldn't be soon enough for her to escape the shame she felt. She wanted to hear Matthew explain himself, Samuel had reasons to want her to distrust Matthew, and she couldn't let his account of things colour her perception. She had spoken with Matthew. She knew that he was a good man, but if he really had been a spy, the doubt wormed into her heart that no matter what he said, if he were a spy, he would be good at hiding it, wouldn't he? He wouldn't be a very good spy otherwise. She had no time to waste, lying in bed. That was for foolish heroines in the sort of silly novels she hadn't read since she was a girl. No, the only answer for an overactive mind was to give it things to occupy itself. By the time she arrived at the Somersby townhouse, she was counting upward 1,284, 1,285, making a grocery list, more butter and eggs if she could find them, and reviewing the plan of the items she was going to teach Mary and Robert that day, rudiments of music theory. "Good morning, Miss Smith." Lord Somersby greeted her with the same jovial air he always had. It seemed that Matthew hadn't told him about the events of the previous day, which at least was a blessing. She didn't want pity from, or a discussion with, her employer on such a matter. Anna was distracted during the lessons, waiting for Matthew to make an appearance. He never did. By the time she walked home that afternoon and realised just how used to his company she had become, she found herself growing angry with him again. If he really had betrayed them, he wouldn't want to speak to her, though the fact that he wasn't there was hardly proof of anything. What kind of man would dupe children and the poor? And for what? What could he possibly have to gain from appearing altruistic when other members of the gentry would not see eye to eye with his attitude on helping the destitute? For the 100th time that day, she vacillated back and forth between trusting him and wanting to hear his account, and building up the spectre of him in her mind as a duplicitous agent of the upper class, trying to learn about their movement from the inside. As if she had been transported through time, the scent of sun-warmed grass filled her awareness. The sound of Matthew's laughter rang in her ears, and she felt the ghost of fingertips on her skin from the times he had helped her out of the carriage and the dance they shared at the ball. Her breath caught in her chest, and she paused on the pavement, looking around to see if anyone had noticed her odd behaviour. Londoners all had far more important things to worry about than a single silly young woman stopping in the middle of the road, and they parted around her like a stream around a boulder. The next meeting Samuel held was in a new location, one that had no chance of being leaked to the constables ahead of time. They passed word of the gathering only through carefully trusted contacts, and the attendees were screened before they were permitted to enter the warehouse. Samuel was skittish, but he was determined. The fact that he had caught a spy in their midst made the others take him more seriously. If he was important enough that the gentry were taking a special interest in him, then he might actually have the power to do something real about the plight of the common folk. "My friends and fellows," Samuel called from his customary dais of spare crates, "the corn laws have been modified yet again. They have been changed to harm you yet again. Will you stand for this injustice that will see you starve while the landlords get fat on your backs? No. Will you stand by while your friends and neighbours lose their homes? No. Will you stand with me and fight to declare that we will not be ignored? Yes!" The last cry was deafening in its enthusiasm. "This is the passion I wanted to hear. We have spoken long enough. It is time for us to take action. We must march and demonstrate that we of London will not remain silent." Anna watched Samuel from the back of the room, but she felt loose in her skin, or as though she were a bystander watching from outside herself. The room was ablaze with support for Samuel's movement, and while such a gathering would have delighted her a month or two ago, she found she could not quite bring herself to care. He was occupied after making his speech, answering questions, shaking hands, kissing babies. It was the usual sort of thing a leader had to do, to show he cared. With Samuel indisposed, Anna made her own way home to find their father sitting up by the fire, waiting for her. "I'm glad you're home safely, Anna," he said, and looked expectantly at the closed door behind her. "I take it that your brother may be out until all hours, if he returns home at all." Anna could hear the sigh hovering at the edges of her father's words. "I should think that is a fair assessment." She sighed heavily enough for both of them and sank into one of the other chairs. "And how is that young man you invited over for lunch?" The question, so innocently offered, tore a new jagged line of pain through her chest. She broke down then. She told him everything that had happened the previous night, from Samuel returning and telling her about Matthew's contacts, to the fight in the street. When she finished, her father sat quietly for a long moment. He never spoke before he was ready, and as he considered, he tapped the tip of one long finger against his lower lip. "Has this man, Matthew, I had no idea you were so informal, ever shown this sort of behaviour before?" Anna blushed at the fact that she had used Matthew's given name to relay the story to her father. It could only indicate to him that she had more than professional feelings for Matthew, and she didn't want her father thinking she was one of those silly girls from the stories. "The day I met him, he was in the slums with another lord. One of my children ran in their direction. Without knowing the nature of their arrangement, I cannot know what their business in the area was. I know only that the man with whom he was meeting is detrimental to Samuel's aims." "But what of his behaviour?" her father pressed. She had hoped he wouldn't, but she had evaded the question, and it was only fair for him to follow up until it was answered. "No, he has never acted in a way that I would find suspicious," Anna replied. Her father remained quiet for another long moment, and his mouth made a dry, clicking sound when he opened it to speak again. "You know that I love your brother, Anna. I should hope you love us both, father," she replied, and found herself smiling. It felt good to smile after a day such as the one she just finished. "You know what I mean. He took on responsibility so young that he acts as more of a father or an uncle to you than he does a brother. Because of that, and because he is who he is, it often makes him absolute and unyielding. You don't need to tell me that he's more stubborn than a team of mules. All I am suggesting is that you investigate for yourself before you blindly declare Matthew capable of betrayal." It was infuriatingly sensible, because it was what she had been telling herself all day. Hearing it, even from such a well-intentioned source, hardened her heart. She knew she was too hurt to hear Matthew's words, even if he did speak to her, just as she was too stubborn to listen to reason from someone who loved her and wanted the best for her. "Thank you, father," she said, despite the fact that she was not at all thankful for the words. She left the dishes washed, but undried and laid out on a towel beside the basin. She could deal with them in the morning. Perhaps if she simply left them there, her father would use them first when cooking, and spare her the trouble of putting them away. Anna retreated to her room and read over the note Matthew had given her. It danced so carefully around the topic at hand that it was a work of art. Her own fumbling sentences would win no prizes for beauty, but she had said what was in her honest heart. She drew out the note from under her pillow and read it over again. Such a short time ago. Everything was beautiful and perfect. Could I be wrong? Is he truly good? Is Samuel simply trying to protect me? The letter pressed between her hand and bosom, Anna caught her elusive sleep after long minutes of uncertainty where she thought she might tear herself apart, and her exhaustion was such that she didn't even mind the dampness of her pillow. Chapter 23. Matthew's mind was grey as the London sky when he woke the next morning. It had all the befuddlement and listlessness of the morning after a night of heavy drinking, without the satisfaction of carousing. His limbs were leaden weights attached to a hollow torso, and he couldn't even muster the energy to roll over and bury his head under his pillows. He wanted to hide from the world, from everyone and everything. His family had become his enemy overnight, though his uncle had already been firmly in that camp as far as he was concerned. His mother finally came to call on him in the late morning, and he couldn't refuse her. She was probably the only person he could bear to look at in that dark mood. Matthew caught a glimpse of himself in the looking-glass as he crossed to the door and found his hair dishevelled, with deep purple shadows beneath his eyes. The expression of concern on her face when he swung the door inward confirmed that he looked just as awful to others as he looked to himself. "May I come in?" she asked at the threshold, and he stepped aside, wordlessly gesturing with one arm deeper into his rooms. She followed him. The only sound of her passing was the faint rustle of silk. Looking around the room, she took in the tangled bed linen, the curtains which remained closed against the silvery day outside, and his clothes from the previous day strewn haphazardly around the room. "I understand you are determined to avoid others today, but it is absolutely the worst thing for you." She was his mother, and she had always known what was best for him. The heartbreak and betrayal that pierced him to the core were deeper than his maternal respect, and he turned away from her, scowling into the corner of the room. "I feel like everything I want, everything good I could possibly accomplish, has been taken from me," he confessed. "Trust me, my son, you are not the first person to feel that way. You didn't have an entire cadre of nobility standing between you and another person," he said, his voice breaking. "You didn't have to decide between pride and duty." "Didn't I?" she asked and arched a brow. It was a subtle reminder that he was a man grown and well into his 20s, but he would always be her child, and she would always have 20 years more experience than he did. His mother didn't often talk about the way she and Clarence met and were married, but he suspected it was just another of the games that were played among the houses to arrange that son with this daughter. What choices had she needed to make? Women married younger than men, as a rule. Perhaps his mother had even been younger than Anna when forced to confront difficult truths. It was wisdom he didn't want to hear, but he sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Mother." "Yes, of course I'm in a foul mood and wish to be away from people. What did you have in mind?" "Nothing too demanding. No society function, if that is what worries you." "It's the idea of being around anyone else. And please don't tell me that you've arranged for me to talk to some prospective match. I absolutely cannot handle that today," Matthew said. "Number, we're going to the theatre, just you and me. You won't have to talk to anyone, and it will give you something to focus on outside yourself, rather than dwelling on your thoughts." Matthew nodded. She was right. At the theatre, he wouldn't be forced to put on the fake smiles and say pleasant words that would stick in his throat and slowly choke him. Once they were there, though, the play did not distract him as both he and his mother hoped. Instead, the darkness and relative quiet gave him time to mull the situation over again. He looked at the people who occupied the standing room of the theatre and wished that he were down among them, just another face in the throng. Just another commoner, like Anna, and not at the same time. She was anything but common, and yet the station of their birth was something which could not be ignored. Small wonder it was one of her chief concerns. They lived in an unequal world, and the unfairness of that was something that he knew he had to abide, whether he wanted to or not. It was simply the way of things. By the time he and his mother left the theatre, the performance hardly more than a smudge on the lens of memory, he knew that Anna would be leaving to return home. He felt keenly the loss of her conversation, and his feet remembered the path from Edmund's home to hers better than his mind did. They carried him, and he passed the time with talk. "I'm going to see Edmund," he said as the carriage pulled around to collect them. "I haven't seen him since Robert's party, and I think I should like to come as well. If you please, Mother, I'd like to visit him alone." Her face held that expression unique to parents who want to protect their child and yet know there is nothing to be done. She wanted to watch over him, but she knew she needed to allow him his freedom. "I suppose you won't even want to make use of the carriage?" Well, at least he had indicated well his desire for walking various places. "That is correct. I'll make my way on foot to Edmund's. It isn't so far. I will see you later then." Matthew nodded in farewell and started off. Either he took several wrong turns, or the theatre was simply farther away than he expected it to be, because it took him the better part of an hour to reach the townhouse. "I was expecting you earlier," Edmund said. "Miss Smith has already gone for the day." "I know," Matthew said, his voice dull and grey as the iron-coloured clouds. How did she seem today? As she always does. She gave the children their lessons capably, and then declined the use of the carriage to take her home. Was she melancholy? "What have you done, Matthew?" "Why aren't you speaking to her, and instead you are asking me if she seemed melancholy?" Edmund asked, with an exasperated sigh. The question indicated to Matthew that Edmund hadn't heard of the argument between himself and their father and uncle the previous day. He wasn't going to bring it up and enter into the whole story if he was unaware. He decided to tell the portion of the story that didn't drag the rest of their family into the problem. "Her brother, confronted me yesterday and she seemed rather distraught. She also—" Matthew almost shared the spirit of her letter with Edmund, but that was a private thing she had given to him, and him alone. "She also—" Matthew sighed. "She refused me. I figured it was better if I didn't come around when she was here today." "What did she say exactly?" Edmund asked softly. It was just what he was trying to avoid telling Edmund, but he had never kept secrets from his brother, and perhaps it was better if there was at least one person in his life who truly had an insight into his troubles. He handed Edmund the letter, which had been much folded and abused at that point, and turned his face away while his brother read it. "And did she seem to be in a parting mood when she gave this to you?" Edmund asked when he finished reading. "Why do you ask that?" "The words she uses. She could have been telling you that in spite of your title and her lack of one, she was following her heart and choosing you anyway. She even signed it with yours, though if she was I could understand you thinking it was a refusal," Edmund said matter-of-factly. As a child, Matthew used to set his spoon on top of his pudding and watch as it slowly sank to the bottom of the dish. The time it took for his brain to register the thought was much the same, and when he did, he sat up with a start. "Are you certain?" Nothing is certain when you are speculating on the motives of another heart. You need to speak with her, if for no other reason than to find out what exactly she meant. "What day is it today?" Matthew asked. "Friday." To clear this all up, you may want to pay her a visit, as it will be a few days before she will be back around here. Certainly, you know the way after escorting her home so often these past weeks. "I don't think that would be wise. It may go badly for me. Her brother—" "I don't want to get into it." "You've certainly had an interesting few days, brother of mine." "You could put it that way," Matthew agreed. "Thank you. I'll call on you again soon." "My door is always open to family, Matthew." They bid one another farewell, and Matthew walked home on feet that didn't ache nearly as much as his heart. He felt as though a stone sat in his stomach, and he refused to attend dinner. The tray of food sent to his room was returned to the kitchen cold and uneaten. The quiet of Matthew's room seemed deeper than usual on that night. Ordinarily, he could hear hounds in the kennel, or the odd servant going about their late tasks. The silence weighed heavily on his ears and his chest, and he felt like the only person in the world. The next morning at breakfast, Matthew thought he could stomach a few mouthfuls until his uncle walked in. Matthew got up to leave again, as he had every time that he had found himself in John's presence over the last few days. "Stay, Matthew. Your uncle would like to have a word with you," his father said. Then rose from his seat, his wife trailing after him. "Sit, my boy. There's plenty of food here, and we certainly shouldn't let it go to waste." John sat down with a jovial look on his face and popped a morsel into his mouth, chewing loudly, hesitantly. Matthew crouched back into his seat. He took a bite of a pastry more to give his hands something to do than anything else. "Here, eat like a man," his uncle said, and tipped several large sausages onto his plate, along with a generous spoonful of mushrooms fried in butter. They splattered grease on Matthew's cuff, who limited himself to a single small grimace. In a small, petty act of defiance, Matthew set down his fork. "What do you want, uncle?" "To cheer you up, of course. You've been entirely out of sorts for days. You're wandering around here like a ghost, and all for what? Over a commoner." John scoffed from the back of his throat and plucked a chunk of bacon off another tray, putting his feet up on the chair beside him as he did so. "As much as I appreciate your misplaced sentiment, uncle, I'm not in the mood for your spiteful words." John smiled with only half his face and for only half a heartbeat. The affable flicker was gone so quickly that Matthew couldn't be certain he had seen it at all, and it was one of his uncle's most dangerous expressions. He was amused about something terrible. "I saved you from those people, you know," John said, and for the first time he didn't look Matthew in the face. His focus was on his wine glass, which he twirled by its stem with short and stubby fingers. "Saved me? How?" He refused to owe his uncle anything, especially not his life. "Oh, I have my ways." Flicker. "However, now you know. You don't belong amongst those gutter rats." The rumour of him being a spy must have come from John. What better way to ensure that even if he had been marked by members of the gentry, going about his tasks in the slums, there would be a reason. If he was only gathering information, he was no threat to the reputation of his family. If he had been seen growing close to the woman who stood beside the leader of the movement, well, that would look like him trying to gain the confidence of one of the greatest players. And the next time he returned to the slums, if Samuel didn't kill him, any one of the other attendees might. The stone in his stomach turned cold. What did you do? "I didn't do anything, my boy. Doing things, as a rule, requires effort. But saying things, that is where I excel. And it is not effort, it is delight. I simply shared my opinion of your endeavours with some friends of mine. Surely no harm has come to your precious commoners." "Uncle, you are evil, and you know it full well, too." Matthew walked out. Perhaps because he was thinking about Anna, perhaps because he was thinking about the only place he could get a little quiet. He needed to have other people around him who were strangers, and therefore had no reason to talk to him. He went to King's Gentlemen's Club. Chapter 24. High, clear strains of music poured from the pianoforte as Mary played a skillful arpeggio. Not only was Mary a fine technical player for her age, she brought true art and spirit to it as well. By the time she finished, Anna was tearful, and she held her breath in the space between the last note lingering in the air and the child lifting her fingers from the keys. Then she cheered. "That was wonderful, Mary. Absolutely wonderful. I can't believe how well you play." "Thank you, Miss Anna," Mary said bashfully, and ran over to hug her. Anna wrapped her arms briefly around the girl's shoulders, then gathered up her things to leave. As always, she stopped at Lord Somersby's study to bid him good afternoon before she left. "Ah, Miss Smith, it's good to see you. Please, won't you take a seat?" She crossed the room and sat on the edge of one of the chairs in front of the Lord's desk. She arranged the folds of her skirt so he wouldn't see her hands shake, and then clasped them tightly together. "What is it, my lord?" "May I be honest for a moment?" Lord Somersby asked, looking her straight in the eyes. "My lord, I should hope you are honest far more often than you ask for such permission." The corner of his mouth turned up in half a smirk. "You make a fine argument on that point, Miss Smith. It is about my brother Matthew." "Of course it is." "Yes, my lord." "The two of you have been spending a rather significant time in the company of one another, have you not?" "We have, my lord." "He seems to be of a conflicted nature, specifically with regard to you. He asked about you." Anna remained still and offered no reply. "Well, I was hoping I could hear your account and better understand the nature of the rift between you. Nevertheless, whatever caused the rift between the two of you shouldn't be this important. Matthew has been moping since that night." "Surely, I have nothing to do with that," Anna said, feeling uncomfortable. "Surely not, of course," Lord Somersby agreed, waving the comment away. "All the same, I urge you to reconsider." "Thank you, my lord." She inclined her head in deference, seated as she was. For the second time in 2 days, she had received advice on the same topic from people who were just far enough removed to have some clear insight into the pair involved in the conflict. Matthew had not come to call on his brother, so what was she to do? She missed him terribly, and knowing that he was also miserable made her feel worse. Things between them could have been so different, but Samuel had to involve himself. Instead of returning home after work that day, Anna made her way across town to one of the shops where Mrs. Durrett helped as a seamstress. They were making flyers with information about a march they were planning, so that Parliament would be forced to take notice, and there were several more to finish before the meeting that night. Mrs. Dorrit wore her usual frazzled look when Anna walked in, and the older woman was bustling around and setting up stacks of paper. Anna recognised it as the same kind she purchased for the street urchins to teach them their letters and their numbers. It was thin, grey, and cheap. "Ah, there you are. Please, there are plenty to go around." "Thank you," Anna said, and pulled one of the chairs back from the sewing table. She sat and pulled a stack towards her. "How have you been?" "I've been keeping up with the gossip, you know, and I understand that a certain young woman was invited to a charity ball, but then neglected to share the details with another woman she calls a friend." "She did, didn't she?" Anna said evasively. The last thing she wanted to do was relive the memories of the two of them being together, being happy and unconcerned. But they were pleasant memories, and they came to her in short order. "Oh, dearie, what did I say?" Mrs. Dorrit exclaimed, and Anna put her hands to her face, finding her cheeks streaked with tears. She covered her eyes for a long moment, then buried her face in her friend's shoulder. "I'm such a fool," Anna said, her body racked with great shuddering spasms as her tears died out, but her sobs continued. There, Mrs. Durrett said, patting her on the back. "You'll be all right. It isn't so bad." "It is. I don't know what to believe, and I can't find him to have him explain. I don't even know if I want him to, because as much as I hate not knowing, I can't be sure that the answer will be any better. For what it's worth, Anna, I think you have far too refined a taste to take a liking to a man who was a mere spy." "Thank you, Mrs. Durrett," Anna said and dabbed at her eyes with the corner of her sleeve. The simple words had their intended effect, and Anna straightened up a little. When she was certain she wasn't going to leave tear stains on the flyers, she dipped her pen and began to write. Hours later, they shook out their hands, cramped from copying the same words over and over. "We'd best get to the meeting place, otherwise we'll be late." "How long have you known my brother?" The night he begins punctually is the day he only addresses half his audience. They huddled down into their muffs and coats. The fair weather, which had broken through so briefly, gave way to chilly nights again. The meeting was anything but clandestine when they arrived. There was a great throng gathered in and around an empty building that used to be a 2-story tailor's shop, but the floor of the second story had fallen in long ago. The roof fit a little loose, and some of the windows were little more than jagged, abbreviated panes of glass. Some people were drunk, others conversed loudly about how the Corn Laws had hurt their family. There was even a small fire around which some people were sitting and chatting while they waited for the gathering to start. It was exactly what they were hoping for. The passions of the common people had finally reached a breaking point. They were angry, and they were ready to stand up for the ideals that would keep them from freezing that winter or starving the next. Anna and Mrs. Dorrit handed out almost all the flyers they had made, and the recipients looked happy to receive the details of the march. Soon enough, it was time for Samuel to take to his stage. She watched as she always did, but not her brother. She watched the crowd of upturned faces. Eyes unblinkingly surveyed every line of his body as he pointed and gesticulated. Lips parted, and mouths hung agape at the force of his words. It was in a meeting like this, with a similar crowd of people, where she had saved Matthew from the constables with a simple change of direction. Samuel finished his speech and punched the air triumphantly. The crowd was his. They would follow him anywhere, and that was exactly what he asked them to do. The meeting was a short one, and immediately afterward, they intended to march. Her stomach gave a little flutter. There was nothing to stop the constables from breaking up the march, especially if they were advancing toward government buildings. He had moved on to the portion of the meeting where he answered questions, but that night he addressed them from a taller vantage, and instead of milling through the crowd, he had the questioner shout the inquiry up so that others could hear. There were few questions. Many of the attendees had been coming to the meetings for months and knew the shape of things. Many of those had brought their friends and explained the process to them. So there were only a few new people who had just heard about the gathering from the inevitable word of mouth. Samuel clapped his hands together to win everyone's attention, and the room fell quiet. "You have given me your support, though I am just the son of an out-of-work miller. There is no greater honour I could have than all of you standing with me in this endeavour. A single man is rarely enough to make lasting change. Together, our voices are louder than the deafness of the upper class." Anna's stomach twisted, and she was catapulted out of her comfortable delusion that the last 2 days somehow happened below the level of her memory. Samuel was still using the same inflammatory statements about the gentry. She was there. She had seen how they acted in unguarded moments. They were really just people, and because they didn't have to worry about where their next meal was coming from or where they were going to lay their heads, it left them free to worry about other things. They saw the problem of the Corn Laws as an inconvenience increasing the cost of their bread, which would eventually be solved by someone else. In the middle of one of Samuel's significant silences, one of the outer doors crashed open. Chapter 25. Matthew took the carriage to the gentlemen's club. The long wait in the line pulling up to the doors gave him plenty of time to dwell on just how upset he was with Anna, with his uncle, and with the entire turnings of the last few days. When the driver finally pulled up in front of the doors and he stepped out onto the pavement, he was so distracted that he nearly forgot to thank the doorman. King's Gentlemen's Club was a fine establishment that smelled of leather, cigar smoke, tea and spices. It was a rich, masculine combination that always put Matthew a little more at ease. The tables were arranged for privacy, with high-backed chairs that shielded their occupants from being viewed from behind. The menu listing their offerings was on heavy white paper, the corners tucked into a leather-covered board, so that it would be handled without ruining it immediately. The page probably cost more than one of the attendees at Samuel's meetings earned in at least a day, maybe a handful of days. Once he saw past that, he decided upon a hot cup of black tea and an assortment of small cakes with icing. There was a low hum of conversation throughout the tea room, with that odd musical slant of overlapping voices that could not be passed into words. The hostess was tall and pretty, with dark hair pinned up under a lace cap. She looked far too much like Anna. He leaned back in his seat and gazed down his nose at the tendrils of steam wafting up from the cup. The little cakes arrived a moment later, and Matthew thanked the server with decorum, then resumed his sitting and staring. When the steam rose only a certain height over the top of the cup, it would be ready to drink, and he was content to sit motionless until that time arrived. The hostess ushered another party to their seats, 2 men by the footsteps, and presented them their options for refreshments. One of them made an uncouth comment about the hostess as soon as she was out of earshot. The 2 proceeded to converse in decidedly louder tones than were strictly appropriate for the setting, and though he didn't want to, Matthew could hear every word of their conversation. Like road dust inside a shoe, it started off as a mere annoyance, and then escalated until it grated on his awareness. So I said to him, "Why did the Irishman wear his stockings inside out? And do you know what he said? Because there was a hole on the other side. Curse the lot of you. Does everyone on this side of London know that joke? Only everyone you've spoken to in the last 3 months since you heard it down by the docks. Dash it all, I'll have to find myself a new one then. I heard a good one the other day." And on it went. He did his best to block them out with limited success. The iced cakes were excellent, a trio of them on a plate with a doily, one flavoured with orange and cardamom, one chocolate, and one lemon and lavender. The tea was an exceptional brew as well, from China or perhaps India, full of subtle spice, accenting the black tea leaves. "Put a stop to this Corn Laws rabble once and for all." The words pricked his ears as surely as the sound of his own name would have. His hand trembled slightly, and the teacup rattled briefly against his saucer as he drained it and set it aside. "And good riddance, too. Stroke of luck that they're holding their little rebellion in that mad old hatter's shop." Tailor's shop. It was the one owned by the man who thought he could make corsets the next most sought fashion for men. Absolutely daft. Lost everything. Humph. Well, either way, they'll get a hard lesson tonight. Good coins to bad men, or no, we'll be done with this nuisance soon enough. Their conversation was interrupted by the clink of silverware on porcelain. Matthew knew the tailor's shop they were talking about. When Samuel wasn't using it for one of his meetings, it was a popular spot for the urchins to sleep out of the rain and wind. Broken windows and sagging roof tiles or not, having walls of stone around you and a roof above was better than an alley floor and open sky. Matthew laid a few coins on the edge of his table and stood up to leave. "Matthew, my boy!" He stopped dead when he heard his name and turned towards the table where the 2 men were conversing. One of them was a man he had never seen before. The other was Lord Beauchamp. Suddenly his uncle's words rang in his ears. "I simply shared my opinion of your endeavours with some friends of mine. Surely no harm has come to your precious commoners." Lord Beauchamp. Matthew tried to keep his face pleasant, even though he would dearly love to blacken the Lord's eye. If there was anyone's ear that John would have dropped words into, it was Lord Beauchamp. The Lord lacked John's natural penchant for the craft, and so the tidbits that he passed along must have been already half digested and carrying John's own prejudice, like a mother bird feeding her chicks. Your uncle told me the strangest thing the other day. Yes, speaking of John, there is an engagement I must be off to. Excuse me, but son, surely you... I'm terribly sorry, but you see, it's the matter of a young lady. I do hope you understand. Matthew retreated quickly from their table, hearing their voices rise behind him, trying to snatch his attention. In that moment, Matthew didn't care what Lord Beauchamp told his companion about his comings and goings in the slums, or his rudeness in leaving a conversation before even the introductions were fully made. He strode out of the double front glass doors, neglecting even to reacquire his hat. Waiting for the carriage line to cycle all the way through was out of the question. If there were plans to move against the protesters, it could happen at any time. He thought briefly back to his concerns about being torn apart by Samuel's mob, or being killed in a fit of passion by the leader himself. He wasn't certain what the Smith man would do if he broke the warning to stay clear of the slums and Anna. Anna, his conscience wouldn't let him rest unless he warned them in person. If she were harmed, while he had information that could have prevented it, he would never be able to forgive himself, and it wasn't something he could trust to the integrity or courage of a messenger. He forced himself not to run. A running man was a target, or a curiosity at best. He walked with light, quick steps that barely touched the ground before he was off again. He didn't stop to look over his shoulder. He didn't spend any energy wondering what time it was. He set his sights on the slums and moved with the impatience of a man who had better places to be than the one he was in. Miraculously, as it did for people like him, when they were dressed in all their finery, the crowd parted for him. Carts slowed. People hesitated before barging into his path, and those who were in his way quickly scurried away. His calves started to burn before he was even halfway there. He was used to long, lazy strolls around London, not a mad dash to warn people of their doom for little more than being dissatisfied with their own mistreatment. He panted cold lungfuls of rotten London air that he could smell when he breathed through his nose and taste when he breathed through his mouth. They took a risk every time they attended such gatherings. The constables had put in an appearance at the first one he went to, and they continued to go anyway. Matthew couldn't blame them. In their place, he would have attended such meetings too. He had, as a nobleman, because he had sensed for a while that there was something deeply not right about the way the rich preyed on the poor. He turned onto the block, and immediately the building he was looking for appeared before him. It was well lit, with candlelight spilling out of the half-broken windows. He passed a glass-fronted bookstore with a single guttering flame somewhere deep in the back, and a shuttered apothecary before he arrived at the location of the meeting. The revel, for it was no sombre and quiet recitation of grievances suffered by the occupants of London streets, had spilled beyond the confines of the building and into the street. The lords and their petty gossip had good enough information, and Matthew had to warn the people quickly. Those who celebrated on the fringes saw him approach in his finery, if slightly dishevelled, and their exuberant talk fell quiet. Their smiles faded and turned to wary reproach. He didn't care. He strode past all of them, too fuddled or indecisive to make any move to stop him. He threw open the door, which had long since lost its latch to age, thievery, or both, and it rattled against the wall inside. At night he fell asleep and felt like the only person in the world. Now he thought he could feel that exact same silence. It had sat on his chest and pushed muzzy fingers down into his ears until everything was muted. But it was nothing like that. The silence in the room, with all eyes turning on him, pulled on his eardrums, trying to make him think he heard sounds. And so he was constantly searching for them. "You're in danger, all of you!" he shouted, and stood in the middle of a semicircle of commoners. They looked at him with hungry eyes that had little to do with the contents of their bellies, and took in the styled hair, the cravat, the waistcoat. Everything was the finest cotton or silk. He didn't have to imagine how he looked. He was an enemy invading their world. "You have to believe me. You're being set up. They know you're here and they're going to make an example out of you. You have to go, now." Heads shook around the room as eyes dropped to the floor, like they couldn't bear to look at a man who was shaming himself so. "Please, they're coming for you!" Matthew cried, his throat raw from the travel and the cold. "Save your breath, you filthy spy!" Samuel yelled over the heads of his assembled masses. "I know who among the gentry has reported this location. What I don't know is how he found out, but it must have been from someone who was familiar with the workings of this operation," Matthew insisted. Samuel made a disgusted sound deep in his throat. "Someone, like a man, who insinuated himself into my family." "No," Matthew roared, and was surprised at the sound that tore free from his chest and throat. He curled his fingers through his hair and tugged it free of its pomade in his frustration, so that it hung down around his ears and made him look quite mad. "Brothers and sisters, you see before you a man who is the worst kind of traitor. He smiles and tells you charming lies. He quote, 'Enough, brother. Let him speak.'" Anna's clear voice rang out, louder and purer than her brother's, even in his righteous fervour. From across the room, he saw Samuel step down from his dais and grab Anna by the arm to say something in her ear. The display of force prodded a caged animal deep in Matthew's chest, and he wanted to cross the room and tear Samuel's arm off for treating her in such a way. He needn't have bothered. She pulled herself free from his grip with a downward turn to her lips that spoke more of disappointment than 100 courtly glares from his own mother and father. She met his eyes across the room and gave him the barest of nods. His heart swelled until he thought it might burst, and he knew that he would only have one chance to convince these people he meant them no harm. But Anna was giving him that chance, so he swallowed around the lump in his throat and carefully prepared the words he was going to say. Chapter 26. Anna was as stunned as the rest of the crowd when Matthew appeared in their midst, raving about some mysterious they who knew about the meeting and were coming to break it up. Everything Samuel had said about Matthew being a spy, shattered like crystal, dropped onto a stone hearth. If he truly had been the one to betray their locations and intentions, there was no way that he would come to warn them. But Samuel was already trying to get the situation back under his control. He could turn the crowd into a mob. He could whip them up with words and furor, and they would tear Matthew apart. Only she could stop it. "Enough, brother. Let him speak." The words rang clearer than she expected herself to be capable of. He had the mad dog look in his eyes when he advanced on her, but she found that she was no longer afraid of it. He was just a dog at the end of his chain, snapping and barking because it made him feel strong. Before the fingers of his right hand could close around her arm, she yanked it away with as much disdain as she could bring to bear, and then she did the only thing capable of breaking the will of someone like her brother. She ignored him. Anna turned her back to Samuel, locking eyes with Matthew across the room. She inclined her head to him. "Brothers and sisters," Anna began, using the same intonation she had heard Samuel use to manipulate a crowd 1,000 times. "We hold these meetings to air our grievances. We speak the things by night that we cannot say by day because of barriers we cannot control. Here we have an ally warning us of danger, and you would dismiss him. And why? Because he wears fine clothes. He has the same right to speak as any attendee of these meetings. Let us not be hypocrites here. I, for one, would like to hear what he has to say before time runs out. There have been people spying on you, Matthew said, grasping the opportunity, but I was not one of them. In fact, I know not who among you has been so convinced to betray his own people. All I know is that mercenaries have been hired. I don't know if they plan to burn the place down, bring the force of the constables with them, or come in with pistols and swords. But what I do know is they know you are here, and they are on their way as we deliberate. The whole room fell silent. No one in his right mind would betray a group of people to be attacked and then come and report when it was happening, Anna said. Matthew Somersby was threatened with death by my brother if he ever set foot in this part of London again. He risked that to come to us, to warn us. Samuel, you have to listen to him. He was puffing himself up again, ready with some denial. Stop! She interrupted him again, then turned to the crowd. Leave and save your families, or stay and face the consequences of your folly, she said, then picked up her skirts and descended from her place behind Samuel. The crowd parted before her in a straight line to Matthew, and his handsome visage made her heart stutter, even with his hair and clothes in disarray. He must have run halfway across London to warn them, to have sweat through his waistcoat. I'll stand with you, Anna said, and extended her hand. It would be better if we ran, he said, and clasped her hand in his own. They made their way at a rapid clip toward the back door of the tailor's shop. It led to an alley, but anyone who wanted to attack would doubtless come through the front door first. The raid began with a crack of splintering wood and a cry of panic from behind them. In a terrifying mirror of their first of Samuel's meetings together, Matthew and Anna were caught in the press of people trying to flee. Anna, come here! She heard her brother call her name, but there were already more than 24 people between them, and there was no way to turn back against the tide. I can't, she shouted, and for a moment she wondered if her voice carried over the rest of the commotion. Meet me at home! Do not deviate! There was no time or way to acknowledge him. The crowd pressed them insistently out the door, where more panicked shouts filled the cold air. Footsteps thundered on cobblestones, and pistol shots cracked the night. The pitch of the cries changed from panic to pain, and at the near end of the alley, Anna saw people fall to their faces, broken dolls in the weak light. Suddenly, Anna was reminded of an event that happened with one of the children she knew from the slums, who never came around for lessons. Once, Anna had caught him prodding at some wild thing that was injured and just looking for a comfortable place in a corner to die. The creature had lashed out in a storm of teeth and claws, bloodying the boy's hands and arms. He had wailed and used his limbs to protect his face, though he was left with a long scratch under one eye. In that alley, Anna felt like both the cornered creature and the cowering boy. Part of her wanted to throw her arms up over her face and head, to sink to her knees on the cobblestones and cry until it was all over. The other part of her had been pushed around enough, and that was the part that won. With her hand in Matthew's, she cut sharply to the right and sprinted for the other end of the alley, which was still shrouded in darkness. Before they reached the gap in the buildings, there was a metallic click almost hidden under the sounds of shoes clattering against the ground. A heavy weight slammed into Anna just as a flash of fire threw the alley into sharp relief. Matthew had shielded her with his own body, and for a long, terrible moment, she thought he might have been shot. He grabbed her hand, then, and they kept running, even as another heavy thud marked someone falling to the ground. someone she very likely knew, someone with a family. She couldn't bear to look back to see if her suspicions were confirmed or not. Matthew snatched the weapon out of the hands of the man who was halfway through tamping another ball down the muzzle and cracked him across the jaw with the butt of it. In the space of time it took Anna to pass him, she noticed that he was dressed in well-fitted dark clothing that was not the uniform of a constable. A small plink let Anna know the lead shot had fallen out of the musket, and a moment later the mercenary crumpled. A flicker of movement in the night was Anna's only warning that there was another man waiting in the darkness, and she reacted without thinking, swinging her foot up in a ferocious kick that met spongy flesh. A breathless groan was followed by the loud clank of a weapon being dropped, and Anna wasted no time picking it up. One of Samuel's favourite things to say was, "Deny your enemy whatever he wants," and even though she didn't quite know how to use the contraption, she figured it was safer for them if it was in her hands instead of the fallen man's. 3 more steps, and the 2 of them were free from the narrow alley, making a bottleneck for the people attempting to flee from the rear of the shop. Anna handed the musket to Matthew, who held it across his body in both hands as they ran. Like a soldier charging forward to join a firing line, Anna's toe caught one of the uneven paving stones, and she pitched forward, throwing her hands down to absorb the worst of it. Matthew reached a hand down to help her up, and she returned the favour when he tripped a minute later. A few streets away, they ducked into the alcove of a doorway and peered out in the direction of the tailor's shop. They could barely see the front door and more men arriving to help break it down and detain anyone attempting to leave. The fire that people had gathered around, which had seemed almost festive, had escaped its containment and licked at the remnants of the fabric of the building, and soon enough the whole place was a towering monument of flame. "Heavens!" Anna breathed. "I wonder how many people have gotten out. I wonder how many people are left. I wonder if Samuel—" She couldn't bear to finish the rest of the sentence. "I'm sure he'll be all right," Matthew said, but his voice had a strange quality to it. "I'm convinced he's far too stubborn to let such an incident beat him." "He is stubborn. I'll give him that," Anna said with a small, nervous laugh. He had been talking for months, with the sort of foolish chest-beating that men did when they were certain they could take on anything that threatened them. What will they do to him as the leader? What will they do if they catch him? "Marry me, Anna." The words stopped her cold. Her mind went first blank, then filled with all the reasons why it was inappropriate for him to ask her that. He was the son of a duke. They had just been talking about the danger her brother was in. "Matthew, there are men shooting at us. And would you have me accidentally die before hearing your answer?" "But how?" "I love you, Anna. I never want to have to go through another period of time where we aren't speaking to each other. I do not want to go another day without seeing your face. Marry me. Spend the rest of your life with me. We'll figure out the rest of the how later." She smiled and threw her arms around his neck, the lump of happy tears forming in her throat and cutting off any verbal reply she might have made. They were kissing then. They kissed until the sounds of shots behind them grew faint and muted, like the sound of cracking knuckles under water, and the world shrank to the 2 of them, huddled in that alcove. When they broke apart, they kept their faces close, separated by mere inches. After a long silence, Matthew said, "So, you didn't actually give me an answer?" "The answer is yes, you big idiot," she said, and playfully swatted at his arm. More sounds of the raid reached their ears, and Matthew added, "We should probably get away from here." Anna agreed and let her feet carry her until they reached the overlook. They settled down and gazed out at the twinkling carpet of lights that was London by night, with a bright, glaring spot that was the tailor shop's fire. I came up here the day Samuel punched you in the street, you know. I thought it was ruined for me forever. I'd shared it with you, and then when he told me you had betrayed all of us, I wondered how I could have been so foolish to show you something so special to me. Where did Samuel get his information? I don't know. Why do you ask? Because you know I wasn't the one passing on information about the meetings. It would have had to come from someone Samuel trusted for him to believe it. Who would have reason to suspect that there was information flowing to authorities? Who else but the actual traitor trying to deflect suspicion onto an otherwise easy target? Anna felt cold and hollow inside, as if her stomach had dropped out and landed somewhere on the streets of the city below. Samuel has a few men he keeps around him all the time. His strong men, bruisers, whatever you want to call them. They know the details of every meeting better than I do, and they know the tactics, how many exits there are, the easiest way to get him out if something happens. If one of them was the traitor and turned all of us in, what do you think their reward would be for handing over the leader? Silence fell between them. Samuel asked you to go straight home and not deviate. We have to go and check to see if he is there. Right now. Chapter 27. They hurried down from the overlook as quickly as they dared, Matthew abandoning the gun as he did so. It wasn't terribly far back to Anna's home, but Matthew could sense tension in her every stride as she fought the urge to run. He knew the feeling well from his own journey to warn the gathering of the impending raid. No. Anna breathed when they were a block away. The soft word was almost a prayer, barely audible under the sound of the wind snaking through the warren of cross streets and alleys. Matthew followed her gaze and immediately saw the cause of her concern. The door to the house hung open and angled from one hinge. Yellow lamplight spilled onto the street, where it snagged on the cobblestones and made uneven shadows like the skyline of some alien city. "Father!" Anna exclaimed and rushed toward her home, with Matthew only a few footsteps behind. The door was heavy and hard to move, supported by a single hinge at the top corner. The sliver of the room beyond looked nothing like it had on the day he joined them for a meal in their home. The table was overturned, at least one of the chairs was broken, and there were bits of crockery strewn across the floor. A masculine groan sounded from somewhere deeper inside, and Matthew cast his gaze around, looking for the source of it. The shelves that held the dishes were tipped over onto the floor, and Matthew saw a foot sticking out from under the near side. "He's over here! Help me!" Matthew called to Anna. They rushed to her father's aid, and between the two of them, they were able to move the shelves off the older man. He had bits of broken plates in his hair, and a thin line of blood traced down from his temple. His hands shook as they helped him up and into one of the unbroken chairs. He wheezed a few deep breaths, then was quiet for a long while. Anna moved to the basin, and finding it empty, searched for a bowl to go and fill from the water pump in the street. She spotted a large metal one overturned and dented near the stove, and she excused herself. When she returned, she located a clean rag and dipped the end into the water to clean up the dust and gore from her father's face. "Are the two of you all right?" the older man asked, wincing away from Anna's ministrations. "Shh, we're fine, father. Now, please, hold still. How did you know to come here?" Anna and Matthew exchanged a look. "We were at Samuel's meeting, sir," Matthew said. It was attacked, and Samuel told Anna to come straight here. Has he returned? Anna's father looked between the two of them for a long minute, then dropped his gaze to his interlaced fingers and shook his head without a word. Anna pressed her lips into a thin line, and Matthew saw the beginnings of tears fill her eyes. A moment later, he saw her catch her bottom lip between her teeth to keep it from trembling, and she put on a brave expression as she finished dabbing at her father's face. "What happened here?" she asked, finally giving voice to the question that had been burning in Matthew's mind since they approached. "There were men, at least 3 of them. They knocked on the door all politely. They didn't break it down, not at first." The man blinked, as though he were confused and trying to set the events in their correct order. "They asked if Samuel was home. I told them he wasn't. They asked if they could come in and look for him anyway. I told them he would be back later. They said they'd be happy to wait for him and started to push the door open. I told them I'd be happy to send for the constables if they were inclined to trespass. That's when all the unpleasantness started. Makes me wonder if the constables would have come at all, even if I'd had the presence of mind to summon them." Anna shook her head the barest fraction and said, "Something makes me think they might not have, Father. I think the people who paid those men might also have paid the constables to stay away from certain parts of London tonight." "I think you might be right about that. It isn't the first time Samuel has had to run from unsavoury people. He'll be at one of his bolt holes, waiting for all this to blow over, I expect." "Sir, Matthew began, but Anna kicked him in the shin. It would have been a much subtler way of shutting him up if there had still been an intact table hiding their legs from view. "What are you trying to hide from me, Anna?" her father asked gently. His face was clean, and the water in the bowl was faintly pink. "I'll go and empty this out." "Excuse me," Anna said and walked through the ruined front door. A moment later, there was a splash, and the rusty sound of the pump handle as Anna emptied and rinsed the bowl. When she returned, she busied herself with tidying up the kitchen, as if the mess were just the ordinary after-dinner clutter of dishes, pots and pans. "Anna, I'm not so old that I can be made to forget a question just because my subject leaves the room and comes back again." Her father addressed her back as she moved around the house. "I'd like to ask your permission to request your daughter's hand in marriage," Matthew blurted, pretending that was what he was going to say all along, and not that he had been about to reveal Samuel had likely been abducted by members of a very powerful organisation who had motivation to see him hang. "Anna, did you know about this? I know it's not very traditional for me to ask you while she's here." Matthew continued his ruse. "But in light of the situation, I wanted to ask you sooner rather than later." "Is there something I should know about?" he asked sharply, and whipped his head around to look at Anna. "Father!" "Sir, no, Matthew was flustered, and his words weren't coming out right. "I only meant that if anything happened to you, I wanted to make my intentions known." Anna's father eyed Matthew suspiciously, but he said, "Since the day Anna invited you to join us for lunch, I've thought you to be a well-mannered and well-spoken young man. I think you are good to her and that you have a strong sense of what is right, or you would not be helping the people of this neighbourhood the way you do. So long as your family does not object, I have no reason why the 2 of you cannot be married." Anna looked at Matthew over her father's head with a smile that warmed him from the inside out, like a hot drink in winter. "Don't lie down or go to sleep for a few hours, Father," Anna said. "You've hit your head and it's going to bruise from how much blood is in the head. If your injury is something more serious, I don't want you slipping away from us while we are out."
"Where are you going?"
"We're going to look for your son, sir," Matthew replied, but Anna's father merely waved a hand. "Oh, leave him be! Do you even have any idea where to start looking? Him coming back late after a meeting like this would be nothing new or exciting, and I could use your help cleaning up this mess if you're so inclined." "Father, I think Matthew is right. There was something odd about the gathering tonight, more so than when other meetings have been raided. I think it would be good if we tried to find out what happened to him and make sure he is all right." He sighed again, then said, "I understand, but I want you to know that you are causing an old man to worry about both of his children in the same night. It's not good for the stomach." "I shall make you some tea to settle it," Anna insisted. "I'm afraid you can't, my dear. The teapot's been smashed." Indeed, there were blue-patterned shards and sodden tea leaves mixed in amongst the rest of the debris. Matthew felt a little pang. He personally owned 3 tea sets and knew his parents and brother each owned several more. The breaking of one teapot would be an inconvenience and possibly a source of consternation if it were a particular favourite, but it would not preclude the making of more tea. Vowing to bring one of his sets, when next he had an occasion to see the Smiths, Matthew rose from his chair and moved toward the ruined door. Suddenly, he realised just how rude it would be to leave this man in a house with all his broken furniture and no proper way to secure it. "Mr. Smith, sir, if you would allow it, I will prevail upon my brother Edmund's hospitality to see that you are properly lodged until all of this can be mended. He is quite fond of your daughter's work as his children's governess, and I'm sure he would be more than happy to see you cared for, given the unfortunate circumstances." "That's very kind of you, but Please, I insist. This is no fit place for a man such as yourself to stay by himself." It looked like Mr. Smith was about to continue arguing, then touched his fingers lightly to his raw temple and nodded his head. "Perhaps you are right. At that, is it terribly far away?" "Not at all, father. It takes me no more than 20 minutes to walk there at a brisk clip. We could be there in half an hour walking leisurely." "Well then, lead the way." When the 3 of them arrived at the Somersby townhouse, the late hour was flirting with impropriety, and while the valet did not want to turn away family, he eyed Anna and her father with a certain measure of trepidation and disdain. "My lord, I think it better if you introduce this idea to your brother alone. There may be some wisdom in that, Rupert. Is he in his study?" "I expect so, sir." "Excellent. I'll be back in a trice," he said to the other 2, then went bounding up the stairs to Edmund's study. He found his brother poring over papers by the light of a lamp and yawning into the back of his hand. "Matthew," Edmund said with a measure of surprise, "what are you doing here at this hour?" "I have quite a lot to tell you, brother," Matthew said as he poured himself gracelessly into one of the chairs facing Edmund's desk. He began with John, moved through the events of the gentlemen's club and the raid, glossed over the marriage proposal, and arrived at the reason they showed up on his doorstep. "Are you just going to ignore what mother and father have to say about you wanting to marry their grandchildren's governess?" "That is the part of tonight on which you choose to focus your attention. It's certainly the most interesting part. Not that John's longtime friend paid mercenaries to raid an anti-corn laws meeting, not that I am asking you to provide guest quarters for a few nights to your governess's father and her brother if we find him. Neither of those things are interesting, Matthew. For one, I expect John and all of his associates to be despicable human beings unconcerned with human life, and the other is common human decency to provide shelter when someone you know has nowhere else to go. You know that, or you wouldn't be here. I'll handle having the guest quarters set up. You go help Miss Smith find her brother." Edmund pulled the bell cord near his desk, and Matthew got up to leave. "Thank you, brother. I owe you." "Yes, you do. Some day I will think of suitable repayment." "You may wait in the front parlour while the lord and his brother discuss this matter," the valet said in a haughty tone, and showed Anna and her father into the tall, square room. The opulent space was more subdued by lamplight than it was in the full light of the sun, but the reflective gold surfaces only served to enhance the yellow of the flames. "Is every room like this?" Anna's father asked in a whisper, as he held himself gingerly on the divan, as though afraid that he would get it dirty. No, this is by far the fanciest of the rooms. I think they do that on purpose. They meaning the rich, or they meaning specifically this man and his wife? I think it must be a staple of the rich to have a fancy room to put their visitors in, to wait for them, and stare at their worldly treasures. "What is that thing over there?" Mr. Smith asked, pointing to an object across the room made of dark wood that looked rather like a full-face masquerade mask, except for the fact that it was nearly the height of a small child. Anna stared at it for a long moment, then shook her head and shrugged. "If I knew, I'd be curating collections like these instead of teaching children sums and botany." Her father nodded his head, then looked straight up and made a sound deep in his throat. He muttered quietly to himself, "Honestly, how much money do you have to have before you start decorating your ceilings?" Anna pursed her lips against the beginnings of a smile, mainly because it was the same thought she'd had when left to wait there before her interview with Mr. Somersby and his wife regarding her new position. A bell rang somewhere nearby, and the valet walked briskly across the doorway to the parlour, casting a baleful glance in at them as he did so. He was not normally standoffish toward Anna, and she wondered what members of Matthew's family might have said to him that changed him in the last few days. A minute or two later, and Matthew came into the parlour with a little skip in his step. "He said yes, then?" "Of course he did. I told you from the beginning, Anna. My brother is one of the decent ones among us. He's offering his carriage and driver as well, seeing as mine is not available, and we may be covering quite a bit of ground tonight." "Excuse me, but what do I have to do to make sure that I don't offend anyone while I'm here?" Anna's father asked, holding up a finger to forestall their departure. "The guest quarters are on the second floor, and all of the inoffensive areas are on that floor as well. The library, the music room, meals will be brought to your room so you can dine comfortably in peace, but otherwise, please feel free to avail yourself of the books and instruments as you see fit." "I'm sure it will be fine, Father. We'll be back with Samuel in no time. You'll see." "I hope so. In the meantime, Matthew, perhaps if you could arrange for a cup of tea to aid my father's digestion, as he worries about both of his children in the same evening." "Ah, yes, of course. Rupert?" Matthew called the valet's name, who was just coming back down the stairs. "Yes, my lord. Please have some hot tea prepared and sent to Mr. Smith's rooms as soon as he is settled." The man looked as though he had just drunk vinegar, expecting wine. "Yes, my lord. Will there be anything else?" "If you haven't already, please send the carriage around." "Right away, my lord." The man's words were clipped as he turned on his heel and left the room. "Please be careful." Anna's father swept her into an embrace and held her close, one hand on her hair and the other around her shoulders. "I will, father." "The carriage, my lord," the valet said from the front doors to the townhouse. "Thank you, Rupert," Matthew said. "I will show you to your rooms now, sir." "Will you require a bath this evening?" "That would be lovely if it could be arranged," Mr. Smith replied, and Rupert nodded curtly, his mouth still drawn into a thin, disapproving line. Reluctantly, Anna's father released her, and she saw the concern in his eyes as she and Matthew left. The night air was bitterly cold, and she found herself shivering without an adequate outer layer. "You must be freezing. Wait here, I'll be back," Matthew instructed. True to his word, he returned in a few minutes with a lovely, embroidered pelisse, in a colour that might have been blue or green. It was impossible for Anna to tell in the dimly illuminated carriage interior. "Thank you. This is lovely. Are you certain that your brother's wife doesn't mind me borrowing her things?" "Strictly speaking, she doesn't know. I simply retrieved it from the hallway closet." You're incorrigible."
"I know," Matthew replied with a shrug and a smile. "So, where do you think we ought to begin our search?" Anna considered that for a long moment. Where indeed? She knew Samuel possessed no fewer than 3 safe houses he could retreat to. One of them was an abandoned mill, not their father's, and the other 2 were the homes of his 2 most trusted confidants. He had 4 men in his inner circle who helped protect him and secure the areas of the meetings. If any of them were the man who had turned him in, it would take all night to visit them individually and try to discern from an interview if they were responsible. Anna shook her head. "I can't tell which of my brother's loyal men would be most likely to betray him." "I think I have a better idea," Matthew said, and rapped on the roof of the carriage. The driver's voice floated in through the open window, muffled only slightly by the curtains. "Where to, my lord?" he asked. "Take us to my parents' manor." "Right away, my lord." "Why are we heading there?" Anna asked. "Because I know my uncle has something to do with all of this nonsense, and the sooner we find out exactly what his involvement is, the better prepared we will be to deal with everything that comes after, including whatever fate befell Samuel." Anna nodded and twisted her fingers together in her lap. "We're going to find him," Matthew said reassuringly, and reached across the carriage to caress her hand lightly. "I do hope you're right," Anna replied, and a hard knot of apprehension settled into her stomach as the driver's whip cracked with a sharp report and the carriage began rolling down the lane. Chapter 28. They did not speak much during the journey. The events of the evening were still too close, too sharp for them to put into words just yet. They mulled them over quietly and privately, and Matthew gently touched Anna's hand to get her attention when they pulled up in front of his parents' manor. "Would you prefer to wait here, or would you like to come inside?" Anna considered that carefully. She had only met Matthew's family once before, at the birthday party for Robert. They had been pleasant enough to her then, as Edmund's children's governess, but how would they react to Matthew bringing her home and confronting his uncle over a disagreement regarding her brother? Deny your enemy that which they want. If you are without knowledge, seek it. I'll come inside. Good. I was hoping you would say that. Matthew smiled and stepped out of the carriage first so that he could help her out onto the pavement. His hand was warm and reassuring under hers, and even when her feet were firmly on the ground, she didn't let go. She looked up into his face, and he looked down at her with a curious half-smile. Then he leaned down and placed a light, chaste kiss on her lips. It was warm and safe, unlike the crashing, hurried thing they'd shared in the aftermath of his surprising proposal, but it went on until the driver of the carriage let out a surreptitious cough. "Something you'd like to say?" Matthew asked, loud enough for the man to hear. "Apologies, my lord. I seem to have something caught in my throat." Perhaps you'd better see to that." "Yes, perhaps, my lord." "Come, the night isn't getting any longer," Anna said, lacing her fingers comfortably through his as they climbed the stairs to the front doors. If visiting Edmund had been flirting with the bounds of propriety, then arriving at his parents' home with Anna in tow at that hour was far beyond it. The butler was not pleased that the bell was rung at such a late hour and scowled to see Anna's presence beside Matthew. "My lord." The laconic words made Anna wince, and she tried to shrink back into the darkness of the night. But Matthew held her hand firmly and said, "I have need to speak to my uncle. If he is awake, fetch him. If he is not, rouse him and fetch him all the same." "Right away, my lord." Anna stood to the side of the entrance hall, trying not to notice the evident wealth around her. It was somehow worse than in Edmund's home, because there the opulence was at least confined to the formal parlour in his home. Here
It seemed to have bred and spread across every available surface. Gilt mirrors, velvet drapes, plush carpets, and polished marble were everywhere. She glanced uncomfortably to Matthew and noticed the expression echoed in his own face. "I'm sorry," he said in a low voice. "It's not your home," she replied, and something of pity in his expression faded. Yes, he lived here, but it was not his home. The style on display was that of his parents, and once he seemed to realise it, he grew suddenly more comfortable in his own skin. A bored-looking man in a burgundy housecoat came strolling up the long hallway from the back of the house, lazily doing up the belt as he did so. A toothy smile that had no warmth in it spread itself across his face, and he said, "Ah, Matthew, my boy, what are you doing here?" "I know what you did, Uncle." The older man sighed dramatically and made a gesture with his hand, as if waving something away. "Haven't we already reviewed this, Matthew?" "I don't do things. I simply talk." At that moment, Anna saw a man emerging from the deep shadows of the hall. He was a burly man, perhaps in his late 20s. Anna recognised him. He was the one who had been moving around, gathering collections at the meeting where she had given nearly all her first disbursement of wages from her employ in Matthew's brother's house. "You!" she exclaimed, unable to control herself. The man stared at her for a long moment, then turned on his heel and retreated at a run down the long corridor. Anna picked up her skirts and pursued him immediately, unwilling that he should get away, simply because he had a head start. "Anna!" Matthew's voice chased her down the hall, and then the sound of his footsteps started behind her. The sound of creaking hinges and a door slamming open against a wall met Anna's ears, and she hurled herself around the corner, expecting to have to give chase through the scullery and outside in the streets. What she met instead was a solid fist at chest height. She bounced off the man, gasping for air, and collapsed to her knees, just as Matthew rounded the corner after her. Samuel's bodyguard was caught off balance, and Matthew was able to land a single good punch across his jaw that sent him stumbling. By a stroke of luck, he tripped on the step down into the scullery and went over backward with a sickening crash as his skull met the stone floor. Matthew nudged the man with his foot and held his hand in front of the man's mouth and nose to check if he was breathing or not. "Come on," Matthew said. "Help me drag him back out there. My uncle has more to answer for. Do you know this man?" "Yes, he was at the meetings." "He must be the one. The spy." The man weighed as much as a side of beef, but between the two of them, they were able to muscle him back out into the main area of the downstairs. "Do you have something you would like to explain, Uncle?" "Not particularly," John replied drolly, examining his fingernails and, apparently, finding some small blemish, picked at the nail's surface. "Where is my brother?" Anna demanded with far more confidence than she felt. "Why on earth would I know where your brother is? Furthermore, why would I care? You're just my nephew's governess." Anna stepped forward, and before she quite had time to think about what she was doing, her open palm cracked across John's cheek. He staggered backward a step, splashing some of his drink out of the glass. For a moment, John's face was frozen in pure shock. Then he slowly turned red. "My brother is Samuel Smith. He's the organiser of the anti-corn laws meetings that have been happening all over London in the last few months. This man is one of his closest, most trusted agents. If he is here, it means that he is the one who has been passing information along. I'll ask you again, where is my brother? Why, you little... The audacity. I should have you... How dare you?" John spluttered, working himself up into a rage and babbling incoherently about the disrespect he had been shown. "Uncle, If you aren't the person who can help us, at least point us in the direction of someone who is. We've had a long night already, and there is more still to do, and better places to spend our time than here with you. He's been taken by the constables by now, I'm sure, John said stiffly. This man was just coming back to accept his payment for being the one to tell me where the meeting was happening tonight, so that men could be dispatched to the correct place. Thank you, Uncle. Come, Anna, let's go. I want to look this man in the eye when he wakes up. I want to confront him about betraying Samuel. Anna, if we don't get to Samuel soon, it may be too late. She snapped her head up and looked at Matthew. What do you mean? He could reasonably be accused of fomenting rebellion. Do you really think they are going to give him a fair trial? I don't have a lot of influence, and what I do have is tied to the same family name that John has, so it's possible no one will listen to me. Our best hope is to get there as quickly as possible. Anna nodded and gave the man on the floor one last look. She wanted to kick him all over for betraying Samuel, betraying her family, and causing the death of an untold number of the meeting's attendees. There was anger enough to spare for John as well, and she cast him a glare before turning to Matthew. You're right, we should go. She deliberately did not look back as they walked out of the house and down to the carriage again. When they were settled in the seats and the driver set off again, Matthew asked, How are you? With all of this, I mean. Ask me again tomorrow. I think I'll have a better idea then. I haven't let myself think about any of it too hard, and I'm afraid that if I do, I'll lose my nerve completely. I understand. That's the feeling I had when I was organising the charity ball. If I stopped to think about what I was doing, I might have talked myself out of it altogether. It seems so long ago, Anna said with a wistful note in her voice, and yet it also seems like no time at all, he replied. Do you really think you can get Samuel released? Anna asked. He leaned back against the cushions and breathed a long sigh. He tapped the fingers of one hand against the palm of the other, considering. I think I can, but there is no guarantee. I can't be certain of anything, but I will do my best to save him. Just don't let him hang, Anna replied quietly, and turned her gaze to the floorboards. There were only a few constabularies in the area, Matthew knew. When they visited the first and did not find Samuel there, it was a simple matter of asking one of the men on staff if he had heard anything regarding the transport or incarceration of a man who was leading a movement against the Corn Laws. They were spared having to individually visit the others because the information they were given was good, and when Matthew walked in with the haughty bearing of one of the upper classes, he was listened to immediately. He had come to hate the fact that his family name opened doors so easily, but it was a blessing that night. He demanded to see the prisoner with all the noble bearing he could muster, and his request was granted within moments. Perhaps it would be better if you waited here, Matthew suggested, and Anna nodded. I think you may be right. But do tell him I am here, and that I want him to come home. He may dig his heels in as a matter of pride. Matthew nodded, and the constable at the desk led him back to where Samuel was detained in a small and dingy cell. The man barely raised his head at Matthew's presence, but even the most meagre acknowledgement was enough for Matthew to see that he hadn't been treated kindly. There were dark purple bruises slowly blooming across his face, and dried blood crusted the corner of his mouth. Have you come to gloat over me, traitor? I am no traitor. Of course, you never stopped being loyal to your own kind. My sister was a fool to trust you. Your sister is waiting in the office of the constable not 20 feet away, and all she wants is for you to come home safely to her. And I suppose you are here to facilitate that. I am, Matthew said, then sank down to his heels, so that he and Samuel were on the same level. "We know which one of your men betrayed you. He reported where the meeting was, and one of the more despicable apples on a rotted branch of my family tree is the one who arranged for your meeting to be attacked tonight. All I ask is that you remember who is responsible for your being here and who is responsible for getting you out." Samuel looked like he was chewing his own tongue. "Which one was it?" he asked finally. "Anna would know better than I. Large fellow, muscles like an elephant, shaved head." "George?" Samuel muttered, then lashed a furious kick at the bars of his cell. A sharp hiss of breath followed, and he shook out the limb, apparently having connected in a more painful way than he expected. "So, are you coming? Or, instead of my brother's hospitality, are you going to accept that of the London Constabulary?" "Why would I accept your brother's hospitality?" "Your father has, on account of your family home, having suffered a small case of being ransacked." Something that ran deeper and hotter than anger burned behind Samuel's eyes, and he said, "Let me speak to my sister. Alone." "I believe you deserve that opportunity. I'll have them send her through," Matthew said, and walked back along the corridor in front of the two adjacent cells. When he emerged into the front room, Anna jumped up from the seat she'd been occupying and asked, "How is he?" "He wants to talk to you. I think you may be the only one who can make him see reason." Anna scoffed, but agreed to go and speak with him. Matthew passed tense moments sitting on the scarred wooden bench across from the door that led to the detention area, and tried very hard not to wring his hands. When Anna knocked on the other side of the door and the constable let her out, she said, "He's agreed to come back with us. Mind you, there is still some pride that makes him want to sit in that cell until he can have a trial and be the public face of the movement, defying those trying to silence him. But I think he understands why that won't happen." "Are we through here?" Matthew asked the constable, who looked deeply uncomfortable. It was either accept a bribe from the uncle to make sure the prisoner never saw the light of day again, or accept a bribe from the nephew and let the prisoner walk free. "He was only talking," Anna said, pleadingly. "And really, what harm is there in talking?" 10 minutes later, the three sat in tense silence in the carriage. "There were a number of injuries at the shop," Samuel finally said. "Do you know how many?" Both Anna and Matthew shook their heads. It was impossible to know how many had fallen in the attack. "Are you truly all right?" Anna asked her brother, and made a gesture with her hand as if she wanted to reach out and touch his face, but couldn't quite bring herself to do it. "I'm fine, Anna. Leave me in peace." So the silence emerged amongst them again, punctuated by the clapping of hooves on cobblestones. When they finally arrived back at Edmund's townhouse, the hour was quite late, and the disgruntled butler set about making the final arrangements for guest quarters for all of them, then retired to bed. Matthew walked the two of them upstairs to adjacent rooms, and Samuel lingered until Matthew and Anna bid each other good night. "Thank you," Samuel said grudgingly, "for protecting my sister and keeping her safe. I misjudged your character, and thank you for rescuing me as well." He extended his hand and let it hang there in the air. "There's just one more thing, Samuel," Matthew said as he clasped the man's hand. "I want to marry your sister." Matthew saw Anna straighten and stiffen out of the corner of his eye, and her gaze flicked back and forth between the two of them. Samuel's grip tightened on Matthew's hand, and he pulled until the two men stood only inches apart, then whispered in Matthew's ear, "You seem to be a decent man, so I'll agree. But if you ever hurt her, there will be nowhere for you to hide." Samuel let him go, then clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Good night, both of you," he said, but didn't retreat to his own room. "Good night, Anna." Matthew said, wishing for a few moments of privacy with her to talk about everything they had seen that night. "Good night, Matthew," she replied, and he could sense that she wanted the same, but Samuel was ensuring that everything between them was right and proper. And so the only thing for Matthew to do was to retreat down the hall to his own room. It seemed a hollow and empty place, with all the things left unsaid with Anna. Flashes from the night passed behind his eyes when he closed them to sleep, and so he sat up and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. He walked back down to Anna's door and knocked as quietly as he could. Anna answered with a curious look on her face, wearing only her shift. "I'm sorry. I know I should let you sleep, but I can't." "Don't worry," she said. "I can't sleep either." "Is it? I wish I knew how many, but I'm also glad that I don't know," she murmured, as if to say it too loudly would make all of it too real somehow. "I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling this way," Matthew said and let out a deep sigh. Anna merely nodded, then said, "What did Samuel say to you? At the end there?" He told her, and they laughed together. "Don't worry too much about him. He really is mostly talk. It's the mostly part that worries me. He can really throw a punch." They laughed again, and the laughter chased some of the pain away. Perhaps it wasn't all better, not quite anyway, but it was a start. They had shared an experience, running for their lives, that few other people could comprehend. Samuel had accepted him and had given his blessing for him to marry Anna. It was nearly dawn by the time Matthew returned to his room, and he stared at the greying ceiling. He felt like he could take on the whole world with Anna by his side. Her passion and fire had lit the spark in him to want to help others, and it was a feeling he knew wouldn't go away any time soon. Perhaps even Samuel would believe now that he wanted to use his power for good. Exhausted, Matthew closed his burning, gritty eyes, and sleep came to claim him at last. Chapter 29. It took roughly a week, and no small expense on Matthew and Edmund's part, to see that the Smith home was put back into a condition resembling normalcy. They replaced the furniture, the crockery, and the door, and while they were seeing that things were mended, added a fresh coat of paint. While Mary and Robert enjoyed having Anna stay in their home, once the repairs were finished, she returned to staying with her father and brother, and walking to the Somersby townhouse to provide the lessons, with her regular schedule of tutoring them 4 days each week. The next weekend was bright and clear, some of the unseasonable chill fading, and it offered an opportunity for all the members of the Somersby family to gather together. Matthew would have invited Anna, but he intended to announce to the rest of his family that he planned to marry her, and he didn't want to put her through the ordeal of trying to find something to say. Matthew, tired of the constant infighting with his uncle when he stayed at his parents' home, had yet to vacate the guest quarters Edmund had offered him, a situation which the host assured him was more than welcome, and Matthew gladly accepted the measure of relative freedom. Their mother, however, was feeling deprived of the opportunity for hospitality, and so the gathering was being held at the home of the senior Somersbys. The 5 of them, Edmund and Christine, Mary and Robert, and Matthew, all piled into the carriage and drove over to the manor, which loomed on the edge of a park. It was just the family in attendance, unlike Robert's birthday, which had seen a profusion of people from all around the neighbourhood. The food was set up on a long table in a similar fashion to Robert's party, though it lacked the small army of servants moving in and around the group of guests carrying trays laden with small bites. Matthew stood with his plate and chatted amiably with his brother, while Mary and Robert played a game of Catch Me in the Garden, their laughter carrying up through the open windows. He waited until the children returned from outside, and nearly everyone was in the same room, then tapped his spoon against his wineglass, making a loud ringing sound. "Everyone, could I please have your attention?" The hum of conversation in the ballroom dimmed almost immediately, except for John, who was left sounding unreasonably loud in the sudden quiet. Just like a bloody idiot. "Sorry, what's going on?" he asked, not sounding sorry in the slightest. "Now that I only have to say this once, I have an announcement to make. I've found the woman I'm going to marry." "Oh, I've been waiting for this day," his mother exclaimed, and barely took the necessary time to set down her wineglass before she clapped her hands together. "Is it Lady Patricia of Hargrove? I was just speaking to her mother last week, and she is so taken with you, Matthew." "Ah, no, mother. It is not Lady Patricia. I intend to marry Anna Smith." If the room had been quiet, it went still at Matthew's words. The Duchess's smile stayed frozen on her face for enough time that realization began to sink in, and then it slid away like a pat of butter off a hot roll of bread. His father, to his credit, did not cringe or bluster in the moment, and the only gesture that betrayed his shock was a subtle lift of his eyebrows. Mary and Robert stood with the not-quite stillness of children who are unsure what to do. Matthew knew they would be excited to have Anna for an aunt, but they must also sense that the attitude in the room was a tense one. The silence was finally shattered by a loud, barking laugh from John. It went on for a long time, and John was flushed a brilliant crimson and wiping tears from his eyes by the time he could recover himself enough to speak. "Oh, you really had me going there for a moment, boy. That is the funniest thing I've heard all year. Just wait until the fellows down at the club hear what a turn you sent me for. They'll laugh just as hard." "It isn't a joke, Uncle. I intend to spend the rest of my life with Miss Smith." The commoner whose brother led a movement against the Corn Laws, I'll remind you. John's jovial demeanour pivoted to anger so quickly that his face didn't even change colours. "She's also the woman Edmund has entrusted with educating Mary and Robert. She is kind, intelligent, and she makes me happy." "I cannot give you my blessing, son. I'm sorry," Clarence said and shook his head. "It would be a disgrace to the family, one we would never recover from." "I must agree with your father, Matthew. There has been enough unwelcome attention on the family in the last few weeks, given your association with that rabble. It's been hard enough to keep up our reputation." His mother agreed and shot a dark look at John. Without his gossiping, there would have been no one to hear about Matthew's time spent in the low places of London. "I've already made my decision," Matthew said, and drew himself up straighter, holding his shoulders back and his chin high. "Then you've made our decision for us. We'll have to disown you, Matthew, to keep what little of our reputation remains. Without you attaching yourself to a family of appropriate means, cutting you off is the only thing left to be done," his father said. Matthew felt a sinking in his chest. Christine had not been a woman of exceptional birth when she and Edmund married, but she had at least been raised among the aristocracy. Her title had been a small one, but it was an important distinction separating her from a commoner like Anna. "I'm going to marry her, with or without your support. It looks as though it will be without. If you will reject me for choosing the woman I love, then I reject your attitude and your snobbery. I will no longer live by what you think is best for me. Love will weather any storm, and I choose love with her." "Love?" John sneered derisively. "Will love feed your family? Will love put clothes on their backs and shoes on their feet? You will end up in one of those filthy hovels where an entire row of houses share the same stinking cesspit, and no one pays the night soil men until they're walking ankle-deep in human waste. And when you tire of it after a few years and finally decide to put her aside for a better specimen, don't think that this family will welcome you back or step in to help you." Edmund scowled behind John, then leaned down and whispered something in Christine's ear. She looked between John, Clarence, and Matthew, then nodded her head a fraction. Edmund crossed the room and clapped his brother on the shoulder. They stood side by side and faced the rest of the family. Then the older brother said, "I am still willing to share my title with Matthew when the time comes. I think the emphasis you have on reputation and appearances is misplaced and short-sighted. All of you wanted me to marry someone different when I began to seek a wife, and I am glad that I didn't allow you to talk me out of it. I married for love, and without that, I would not have these two beautiful children. Matthew deserves the same consideration and the same blessing to follow his heart." "Thank you, brother," Matthew said and embraced his sibling. He felt a wash of tears starting, but clamped his throat shut on the knot forming there before they could flow in earnest. "I am here for you, Matthew, and I always will be. Blood calls to blood, and family needs to stay together. Oh, please. If the two of you—" John began to speak, but the two brothers turned to him and simultaneously said, "Uncle, shut up." Even their mother laughed at that. The florid man gestured with his glass and made as if to continue the argument, but the Duchess stopped the butler, who was passing through the ballroom on the way to the kitchen. "Please escort my husband's brother out. I believe he has had entirely too much to drink and needs to go and sober up somewhere else." "Right away, my lady," the butler said, and gripped John firmly by his upper arm, marching him toward the door. "Mother, Matthew began, but the lady of the house held up a hand, forestalling his comment. "We will speak of this matter later, son. For now, it is enough for us to enjoy an afternoon and a meal together. Yes? Very well, then," Matthew said, resisting the urge to plead with her, to beg for her to see that he loved Anna, and while he could live without her, the world would be a flat and dull place, and he would be unable to give another woman the attention and the affection due to a wife. If he was forced into a marriage with one of the society ladies that his parents knew, she may be happy for a time, but soon she would see that his heart was already ensnared, that she was sharing him with another woman's memory. While that might be acceptable to a woman who married a widower, it would be terrible for a young woman who knew she was marrying for an alliance, and yet hoped that love would grow from it. Everyone returned to their conversations, except for Clarence, who had been talking to John before Matthew's announcement. He went to his wife, and they exchanged words in low tones, the content of which was easy enough for Matthew to guess. Mary and Robert both came up to Matthew at the same time, and he crouched down so he was on a level with them and could speak to them more easily. "We're glad that you're marrying Miss Anna," Mary said, speaking for both of them, but Robert nodded enthusiastically at her side. "She's very kind, and she will make a good mother." "Not as good as ours," Mary added, with the firm confidence that only childhood grants, "but a good one all the same." Matthew laughed and wrapped one arm around his niece and the other around his nephew. "Ah, thank you. Your approval means more to me than anyone else's in this room. You've probably spent the most time with her out of anyone here. And you've seen her when she is tired, upset, and frustrated, yes?" The two of them nodded slowly. "She doesn't get upset often. Even when I mess up my grammar," Robert said. "And if she says a sharp word, she always apologizes for it," Mary continued. "She always says that the first thing to come out of your mouth is the person that you are underneath, and the second thing is who you were raised to be. If you're upset, the person underneath comes out, and they aren't always the nicest version of you that you can be." Matthew stopped to consider that for a moment. It was a little confusing, trying to follow Robert's explanation, but in the end, he realized that people may have their outbursts, and yet they may realize in the moment that there was a better way to speak. They couldn't take back the anger, but they could wrestle it back under control. "The two of you are growing up to be very wise young people. It would do me good to listen to you more often. Listen to Miss Anna, Robert said. She's the one who is teaching it all to us. She is, at that, Matthew said with a little laugh, then patted each child on the shoulder as he stood up again. Why don't the two of you go back to your game? They didn't need to be told twice, and didn't even bid him goodbye as they ran outside once more. In another moment, the light sounds of children at play had resumed, and Matthew found Edmund standing beside him, without having seen him cross the room. Fatherhood is an adventure that I always expected to undertake, but never knew how woefully underprepared I would be for it. You seem to have done all right for yourself, Matthew said as Mary's freely flowing hair was briefly visible through one of the large windows to the garden. Don't be fooled. I've simply surrounded myself with competent people, Edmund said with a smile. All joking aside, though, the two of you will make wonderful parents, and I can't wait to meet my nieces and nephews. Plural of both, eh? Matthew asked, raising his eyebrows. A man can hope, can't he? You've spent your share of time spoiling my children. I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to do the same. The conversation between the brothers lapsed, but the silence that rushed in was the comfortable quiet of two people who knew each other well, standing side by side, without need of words to fill the space. It was not the sharp, predatory thing that had edged the conversation when Matthew made his announcement earlier. Dinner was served as the sun was setting, and by the time the final course arrived, the children were stifling yawns and trying to cover the fact that they were less than an hour away from having their heads hit their pillows for a night of dreamless slumber. When the servants began to clear the plates away, Edmund and Christine excused themselves and asked the butler to call the carriage around, as they really did need to see the children tucked into bed. Final words were exchanged about the quality and quantity of the food, and Matthew lingered behind while Christine helped the children into their places on the padded seats. Edmund eyed him, then asked, "You aren't coming back with us, are you?" Matthew continued to stare at the carriage, then said, "No, I think I have an errand to run before I return to the house. Please excuse me." "We can drop you off with the carriage, you know," Edmund called after him, Matthew's long strides already putting significant distance between the two brothers. "I know, but I would rather walk." Edmund smiled and shook his head, then climbed into the carriage after his wife and children. Matthew set his feet on a familiar path and began walking toward the Smith house. Chapter 30. Anna was clearing up the dishes from the evening meal and boiling water for tea when there was a knock at the door. She piled the stack of dirty dishes next to the basin and wiped her hands on her apron as she crossed the small, warm room. Samuel and their father were each reading in their respective chairs and followed Anna with their eyes as she made her way over to the door. She unlatched it and swung it inward, her hand hidden by the door, only a few inches away from a stout stick that leaned against the wall. Her brother had insisted there be something near the front door of their home to be used for defence if there was ever another attack like the one that had happened on the night of the meeting. When the light spilling from inside revealed Matthew's face, Anna felt her smile spreading and said, "Come in. Please come in. I'm just making some tea. Would you join us?" "Tea sounds wonderful, thank you," Matthew said, and let Anna help him out of his coat. "How did it go today?" Samuel asked, looking at the Marquis over the top of his book. "Better than I expected," Matthew replied, "though it wasn't as good as I'd hoped." "What is he talking about, Matthew?" Anna asked as she moved back into the kitchen and continued with the washing up. "I told my family today that I had proposed to you." "Oh, you didn't. Without me there?" "Anna, please. I know that you have a sharp wit and a fast tongue, but I didn't want you to have to stand there and try to appease my family when the majority of them were determined to keep us apart." I'm still not happy that you didn't at least offer me the opportunity to go. Fine. The next time I tell them I'm proposing to you, I will make sure to invite you along. Anna rolled her eyes and swatted playfully at his arm, then took the boiling water and poured it into the teapot to brew. Thank you very much for the teapot, Matthew. It's been doing a lovely job since you brought it by, Anna said, and laid out the tea service on a low table of a rich hardwood, which had appeared in their sitting room amongst the other repairs and improvements after the attack. You are most welcome. It would be a terrible tragedy to be unable to make proper tea, Matthew declared, as Anna poured the boiling water into the cups to warm them, 4 in total. Samuel harumphed and went back to reading his book. And how is the quiet life treating you, Samuel? Matthew asked. Samuel hadn't believed at first that their home had been attacked until they circled around with the carriage and he saw the carnage with his own eyes. He realized then that there were people in the world who would go through his family to get to him, and no small measure of the old arrogance he used to have vanished. I don't do well in the shadows, which I'm sure you know, but thank you, again, for ensuring my rescue, even if you had to spend ill-gotten gold in order to do it. Samuel, please, Anna said in a warning tone. I'm only teasing, Anna. I know that it is better, these days, for others to aid in the fight more than myself being out there directly. Samuel eyed Matthew, then gave him an approving nod. Matthew here has proven himself more than capable of gathering help among the upper echelons of society. So, have you begun to rethink your position that every member of the gentry is out to line their pockets from the labours of those beneath them? Anna asked as she poured the plain water out of the warmed teacups, then refilled them with tea. She set the kettle back over the fire and settled back into her chair, putting her feet up. Anna, really? Must your feet be on the table? Samuel asked. I'm the one who cleans this house, aren't I? Why does it matter whether they are up on the table or not? The two siblings squabbled for a brief moment. Then their father barked from his place across the room. That's enough, both of you. Sorry, father, they mumbled together, then offered a toast to one another with their teacups. And anyhow, to answer your question, I have rethought it. You seem to have picked a decent fellow, Anna, and I would be happy to welcome him into our family. Anna looked at him sternly, and it was enough for him to say, Yes, all right. There are others who are decent folk as well, who are doing good for the community. I'm glad you have found an occasion to be so mature about the matter, brother, Anna said and sipped her tea. There may not be many of them, but the ones who are doing what they can are certainly setting a good example for the others, Samuel said. Well, I'm glad that you count me among the good ones, Matthew said. I wish all my family were as open-minded as you are. Anna let out a small burst of laughter and covered her mouth with a hand. It was soon evident, however, that keeping her hand over her mouth was doing nothing to keep the mirth inside. I'm sorry, she said, tears springing to her eyes, but hearing about Samuel and being open-minded in the same sentence was almost too much for me to bear. Truthfully, though, it is certainly nice for me to not have the two men I love most at each other's throats. And what am I then? Gristle to be pared away? Her father asked from across the room. Of course not, father. I was making the point that their history has been a colourful one. He said dubiously. Anna turned to Matthew and asked, And what of your uncle? He didn't seem too happy to see me the night it all happened. Her voice pitched up at the end, making the sentence into a question. He was upset, naturally. He tried to speak for the family and say that no matter what I did in the future, I would be completely on my own. And, My mother finally displayed some backbone and had him escorted out of the house. I've been waiting for years for her to get tired enough of John's behaviour that she banished him from her house. But, Anna hesitated, isn't that where your uncle lives? Heavens, no. He keeps some apartments across London. He just happens to have a penchant for infringing on my parents' hospitality and overstaying his welcome in the guest bedroom. Well, in that case, I'm glad to hear that he has finally been chased on his way, Anna replied and took a thoughtful sip. You haven't told me their reaction, but you also said that the conversation with them didn't go as well as you might have liked it to. What happened? Are they? She couldn't bring herself to finish the question. To do so would make it real, and she would have to face the truth. Honestly, they plan to disown me, but I don't care. As long as we're together, we can take on anything, and I feel like I could conquer the world with you at my side. Anna looked hesitant, so Matthew continued, I'm not worried about it, because my parents haven't made any formal movement to take away parts of my inheritance. Even if they did, there was nothing to stop Edmund from taking the title and passing a portion to me, once everyone who objected to it was dead and gone. I suppose that's true, Anna conceded. Your brother is truly a good man. You know that, don't you? Yes, I do. He's one of the better men I know. Anna smiled, and Matthew smiled back at her. She saw reflected in his eyes the same deep love she felt within her own heart, and was forever grateful for the whims of fate that brought them together in the alley that day when Tommy ran into his acquaintance, and they spoke for the first time. I am so happy that my brother needed a governess for his children, and you happened to be friends with one of the women on his staff. That first meeting we had was chance, but every interaction afterwards, getting to see you day after day, that has truly been a blessing. Anna reached out a hand and squeezed Matthew's fingers between her own. I am glad, too, and I really must thank your brother for being such a kind and generous employer, so that I had the opportunity to be introduced to you. My goodness! Save it for the wedding vows, Samuel teased, but there was no hiding the smile on his face. He was truly happy for them. And for the first time in a long while, Anna was happy for herself too. Epilogue. 10 months later. June arrived again. The unseasonable cold of the previous summer did not repeat itself, and the arrangements for Anna and Matthew's wedding moved forward smoothly. They had obtained a special license so they could be married at Matthew's home. It had taken some convincing, but Edmund had finally talked their parents into giving Matthew a parcel of land outside London, and there was an old house on the plot in need of much attention before it could be inhabited. It was smaller, certainly, than Edmund's townhouse, or the Somersby Manor in London. There were only 4 proper bedrooms, and it lacked anything resembling the extensive servants' quarters Matthew was used to in the homes of his family and his peers. Nonetheless, there were a few small garret rooms for a cook, a maid, and a valet. There was no kennel, and the stables and carriage house were in moderate disrepair, but nothing so serious as the main house, and so they were relegated to wait until later. The modifications to the home took roughly 6 months to complete, and Matthew insisted upon it being outfitted with a water closet, since he was already dipping into his inheritance to make the property livable. It might as well be comfortable as well. The wedding arch was erected in the garden, under the shade of a spreading oak tree, and there were all manner of last-minute preparations Matthew had never expected with regard to planning a wedding. These flowers had to be set just there. They had to determine where everyone would be seated. No, they couldn't simply put his parents beside one another. Was he aware of how droll it was to be forced to converse with one's spouse at a formal dinner? His family arrived to stay for the few days before the wedding, and Anna and Christine shared a guest room for the sake of propriety. Matthew, therefore, shared with Edmund and gave up his own chambers as master of the house to his parents. It was very crowded, what with Anna's father and brother occupying the final room. Mary and Robert slept on a pile of blankets in the drawing room, which they saw as an unparalleled treat, simply for the reason that it was something out of the ordinary. The morning of the wedding dawned grey with a threat of rain, and Christine reported to Matthew that his bride was worrying herself sick that the ceremony would be ruined. And what exactly am I supposed to do? Have a sternly worded conversation with the heavens that, on no account, are they to drop rain today? Praying wouldn't hurt, Matthew, Christine said, and turned to leave once more. They had planned an early ceremony so that they could have a luncheon afterwards, and then after sleeping off the afternoon festivities, their families could leave in the morning. He tapped his folded cravat against the palm of his other hand and sighed. Edmund, who was busy laying out his finery on the bed, walked over and put an arm on his shoulder. Welcome to the fate of every man who has ever married a woman. They will find something to worry about, but at the end of the day, you will be husband and wife. Try to remember that is the important part, when, 10 years on, she reminds you of that one thing that happened. Truly, thank you, Matthew said and checked his watch again. Mrs. Durrett should have arrived from London already. He had a surprise for Anna that he hoped would override her concerns about the rain, but it would only work if they made it on time. Matthew invited Christine into his confidence and asked for her help in making sure that the arrangements went appropriately. Then he made his way out to the garden to take up his position beside the arch. He was speaking to Edmund in low tones and receiving advice in turn when he heard the strains of the processional floating across the lawn, and he looked up in time to see Anna emerge from the rear doors of the house, escorted by her father. She was resplendent in a white gown, and as she took her first steps across the lawn, sunlight broke through the clouds and set the gems adorning her veil to sparkling. She looked like an angel walking out of a painting. The ceremony was a whirlwind of words, and Anna's tender embrace was warm and lovely as they kissed to great cheering. A chorus of small voices opened into Amazing Grace, and Anna began to cry, because it was rendered by the children she taught on the streets of London, all cleaned up and wearing matching colours to those worn by Matthew and Edmund. It had taken no small amount of conspiracy with the seamstress to make sure they were all properly outfitted and trained in the song. They completed only 2 verses, but it was enough to make Anna throw her arms around Matthew and thank him for including them in their special day. Mary and Robert ran and played with the other children as soon as they could be excused from the luncheon, while the adults lingered over the final courses. When Matthew looked back on that day from the future, there was nothing he would have changed, and Anna only lamented that the children got dirt on their clothes while running through the yard. He could not have asked for a more perfect marriage to Anna Smith. A few months later, as Matthew sat in the drawing room reading a book, he heard a soft tapping on the open door and looked up to find Anna standing in the doorway with a more timid expression than he had ever seen on her face. "Darling, come here. What is wrong?" Matthew said, and immediately closed the book, setting it aside on the table beside the lamp. He opened his arms and invited her to come and sit on his lap. "Nothing's wrong, at least, I don't think anything is. That is, it has been a few months since... Matthew, I believe I'm increasing." The words took a moment to sink in, and then Matthew felt a grin spreading on his face. He looked from her face to her stomach and placed his palm against the flat expanse of her abdomen, as though he might already be able to feel movement. "It will be a while yet before you will be able to tell, but we're going to be parents, Matthew." He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her hair. If I turn into one of those husbands who can't be bothered to help with the children, please give me a swift kick to remind me." Anna laughed and took his face in both hands, kissing him soundly. He was going to be a father. The weight of the responsibility he would have in a few short months was almost a palpable presence, but he had Anna, and he knew that between them it would all be all right. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.